been on the feature table before. I'm just going to point out a few obvious things. Microphone, camera, 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 camera. Okay, you can't escape. Anything you say will be recorded and
used against you as evidence.
All right. The whole point of being on the feature table is so we can live stream you. And please tell your family and friends. It will be on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube in 30 minutes' time. You are required to put your cards in the boxes. I know it's obvious, but some people don't. You cannot have any metallic items.
Right, welcome back to Carnival City, and we're going to have coverage of our 3K semi-freeze event. This is an opportunity for players, the last one of the series, to still have jumped in, and where a lot of the players that you've seen earlier in the week have played. If you look down in seat 1, you'll see Doc Lottering, who was on our final table of the main event. He's jumped into this event and he's sitting down there. And conversely, his son is sitting in seat 8, Evan Jr. We also have Wayne Dobkins in seat number 4. He's in on a total free roll. Played the free roll earlier this morning, no rebuy, no add-on, and won his seat into this event. So it can be done, can be done. In seat number 2 or number 3 will be Dominic Black. He's well known to most of us. He's just his elbows in the way there. In the middle, in seat number 5 is Boile Reinecker. And right around to seat number 10 is Colin O'Neill. Gary's just busy briefing all the players as to the do's and don'ts on the feature table, as to what you can touch and what you can't touch. Cell phones, food, drinks, etc. All the other etiquette that he has to put out. So we've run through the players here, Gary. And Gary's coming back into the commentary booth after having briefed all the players there. So welcome back into the commentary booth, Gary.
I'm back. Oh,
yeah, welcome back, Gary.
I was halfway down the N1 and Mark called me back.
Yes.
What to do?
Not this Mark, other Mark.
Anyhow, we are back. This is the 2K Freeze event. And there are going to be a lot of people on this table that we don't know, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Or some we do.
Well, of course, Doc Eben on the left there, and Wayno, we know.
Wayno, we know, and Dominic Black, we know.
Of course, Dominic. We'll talk about Dom in a moment. Let's just get to where we are. So that's Colin O'Neill with the small blind. I'm just catching up. So that's Colin there,
yeah,
yes?
That's right.
Colin to act. Welcome, Colin. And the action's around to the big blind. Looks like 1,500 for Eben to call, even in the green t-shirt there.
And it's called.
And then
it's raised.
That's a raise.
And Doc has flopped 2 pair, yeah?
And a nice solid fold from Colin. And that'll be the end of the hand. This is hand number 1 of the 2K freeze. And wow, Eben's got 298 big blinds. What blind levels are we on? 3K, 200, 400.
Yeah,
My
200,
word.
400. He's built up a stack prior to
You do
coming
realise
here.
I'm going home tomorrow. This could be a long day. Okay,
Yeah.
so Dominic Black, left of picture there with the sunglasses and the glasses, is one of the premier cameramen, TV cameramen in South Africa, and has recently won an Emmy.
Yeah, correct, Gary. Maybe the viewers out there wouldn't have known that, or some might.
And we worked on some magnificent movies throughout the years. Very good mates with Paul Ralston, who was famous for the writing and producing of 93 Days, which was the movie about the Ebola outbreak in Nigeria. So we have an Emmy Award winner on our table, and Dom, good mate of mine. Lovely to see him on the table. Enjoys his poker. Look at him looking at the cameras. You can't get away from work.
No, no, you
he
can't.
just can't. And of course, Wayne Dobkins, who's to his right. Wayne will be known to many poker players in South Africa, and always somewhere around. Enjoys all the tournaments.
Yeah, and I was telling the viewers while you were out there, I had a chat with him just now. He played the free roll this morning, and on a total free roll, no rebuys, no add-on, 100% free roll, just the 12,000 starting stack, won his seat into this event.
Nice. I've just realised that's Eben's lighting.
Correct, it's Eben Jr.
Eben Jr. I'm just going to call him Junior for the benefit of the tape.
Right, so Eben Jr. has come in. And Gary, here's a little deja vu. The two Ebens both have ace king.
This is absolutely bizarre.
Share a name, share the hands. Going to be interesting to see how this plays out. He bets and he gets re-raised by his son. That's one for the books. How the good dog's looking there. He's looking at his son. Look at this.
If he folds, he's never going to leave it down.
No. And he does. Puts it in the muck. And his son shows him.
What a moment.
Oh, goodness.
What a moment.
And the players all share a little laugh around there. So look, we're looking down there. Colin O'Neill's our short stack.
I think they've got a bit of a lock on this table, huh?
Yeah, look at them. They've got sitting with a lot of chips between the two of them.
I was talking to Eben just now, and he said he said this guy hasn't played for 6 years. He was pointing at him, and that was his son. I didn't realise it. I didn't even recognise him.
Yeah, I think with the masks and that makes life a little difficult as well, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. Jeepers. And yeah, so the upside of having the 2K on this table is that we're going to see lots of people we don't know. Now, Boulil, which is a French name, this is actually a South African guy, is a really, really nice guy. I actually played quite a few tournaments with him in Monty and at Empress. We sat next to each other, and he did tell me how to pronounce his name, and I'm guessing from memory here, by the way. And yeah, Boulil has got pocket 8s, and what is the standard raise on this table at the moment? Let's just catching up.
Yeah,
So he's just flatted this off, huh?
Yeah, they've been limpers into him. And Wayne checks his option there in the big blind.
8-7-3 rainbow.
Pocket 8's a flop big there.
So Boulil, who will know how to play this hand, by the way. He's no slouch.
He's checked, and Dominic ever aggressive. I've played against him a lot. He bets out with the 7 there. With a decent kicker, Wayno gets out the way.
Well, there's no version of Boulil folding, put it that way.
He's just flat called. And Colin has come along for the ride with his bottom pair, with the ace kicker.
Let's see what he brings. The king is actually a bad card for Dominic.
Yeah, it's a very bad card for Dominic. It does actually give him some outs now. If he can get the miracle king on the river, he will make a bigger full house.
3,600.
And just check calling, no raise yet with a set of 8s.
Waiting to pounce. Has Colin called also? I don't know.
Its action is on him.
Yep, he's called.
And he's called. Well, the 9 is no help to the other two players. So
Dominic's got the check.
Yeah,
mark.
he's got a lock on the sand with his set of 8s.
Time to bet, China. How much in the pot? 17k. So we need to see you put in here about 8 or 9.
He's gone for 6 by the looks of things.
6,000.
Dom's going to pay him off.
Dom will pay him off.
All in.
Well, Dom's all in.
Dom's all in.
200 more.
Bye, Dom.
All in. 200 more. Yes, sir.
Calls. Dom taps the table.
Dom, ever the gentleman. taps
Ever
the
gracious. So that means Dominic has been eliminated from this table. It is a single re-entry, 3K buy-in.
Table. I have no idea. I don't know who's bought in and who's done what.
Yeah, it is a 3K event and with a single re-entry.
Oh, there you go. Single re-entry, one-day event.
One-day event, 3K buy-in, single re-entry. So we're not sure if Dom has previously re-entered.
Absolutely no idea.
Right, so Davey will come and take away his seating card, and he may come and bring us another player to the table when he balances. But meanwhile, we will have a dead button by the looks of things. Just trying to work out exactly where the dealer button is here.
I think it's on Wayno.
Yeah, the buttons, no, it's the dead button. Wayno's small blind. Because
And Eben Jr. has got himself an ace-queen here.
he had ace-king previously, now he's got ace-queen under the gun.
1,200.
He's raised to 1200. 3x.
Both the right sides. There's a fold and a fold, even the fold as well.
Wayno phones the
gets away.
weak case. Yeah, and he gets the ace queen through.
Obviously had the has had the benefit of his reputation from the previous table. These guys were all at the same table previously.
So they've been moved to the table together, so they've got a little bit of history with one another.
Just showed Dominic is winning 37,000.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. The button moves to Wayno. Walil will be in the small blind, and Eben Jr. in the big blind. Under the gun player Colin O'Neill. I must admit, Mr. O'Neill is the only player at the table that I'm not familiar with.
1,000 raise, 1,000 call.
Right. Doc is raised to 1,000 with the ace-9 suited. Wayno on the button decides he would like to call the 9-8. Walil folds. Eben Jr.
1,000 total, 600 more to you.
has to call 600 more. Rechecks his cards, 5-4 suited.
Come on, my boy, let's go. Dad's in the pot, you got to get in.
Yeah, he's
Bragging
called.
rights.
He's called. He already got one over with the ace king versus ace king.
I reckon I should download this video for prosperity. All hearts, Eben has just got the
Eben
check mark.
flops the nuts.
Stone cold nuts.
And he bets it. He doesn't even bother to check it. He's bet it. Wayno's got an up and down here, which
Never.
might get him into trouble.
Yeah, and also, trust me, he's got the 8 as the possible flush draw for what he might consider a block or
Yeah.
something like that.
So,
And Eben Jr. gets out of the way, so 2 players to the turn.
so come the turn now, Wayno's picked up a pair with his up and down. Doc will continue to bet.
1,300.
And Doc's continuing the story here. Hope Wayno doesn't think he's going to come over the top here.
Yeah,
I know, it's just needs
he's
to
just
change.
flat called. Got to get used to the greens here are a 500 chip, Gary, not a 50,000.
Yeah. Change of chipsets.
Different tournament. Doc bets the river.
And Wayno get out of the way.
Wayno never got there, so he's very fortunate that he didn't pick up a 6 or a jack.
Well, he's losing to the flush, he's losing to a straight, he's losing to a pair of 10s.
He's losing to a lot. He was hoping to make his straight.
Don't know how much he's played with Doc Eben, but Doc Eben's pretty solid there.
Yeah, Doc's a very solid player. Wayno would have played with him.
And Doc has
He shows
Flopped the
him.
coconuts.
I flopped the stone cold.
yeah, nice hand.
Yeah, Wayno taps the table. Little show of respect. Yeah, Wayno's breathing a sigh of relief that he didn't actually find his 6 or his jack there. Or another big heart, and he may have thought that his 8 has some showdown value to call.
Yeah, for sure. So I'd like to thank Monster Jam for making us work late. It's costing me a fortune. My wife's now playing slot machines. This is a dangerous moment in my life.
It would have been cheaper for you to jump her into this tournament, Gary. And she did so well in the satellite earlier in the week.
She didn't want to play. She said she wanted to give the men a chance. You think I'm kidding?
Well, after she smashed everybody in that satellite, I'm not surprised.
She smashed some big players in that satellite.
Yeah, Moon was on in the final table there with her, and he got smashed by. And I think there were 1 or 2 other big names that you could mention.
Absolutely. I won't embarrass them. I'll save it for a moment when it's worth it.
Yeah, so now you wait for me to embarrass Moon first.
Okay, 944. That's the name of a Porsche 944.
Yeah.
I used to have one many years ago.
Well, has picked up the flush draw, yeah. And now he's got an up and down straight draw to go with that.
Very nice.
So it's getting better and better for him. That brings no help to him, but his 10 high is still good. And he's blind on blind. But no, he's on the button there. He's on the button. He's waiting for the hands to be exposed. Opens his hand up. And his 10 high is good. All right, we'll move on to the next hand. The button will go on to even junior. And the good doc will be in the big blind.
And guess what? Dom's back.
He has re-entered.
Dom Black is back.
Black is back. The song went Black is Black, not
I want my baby back.
not Black is
I
Back.
remember
Black
that
is
song.
Back,
I
yeah.
remember that song.
Yeah, we always have our little bit of music trivia together, Gary.
Oh yes, I tried to give away a hat today. Nobody wanted a hat. Nobody
Yeah.
wanted a T-shirt. So sorry for you. I've created my own superhero name for Lum, and I'm not sharing it with you.
I will have to find out off air.
Yeah. So the hat's mine.
Right, Wayno with the 7-5 in the hijack. He's going to fold. Bulil in the cutoff with the 10-6 suited. He's been limping in and playing these suited cards. He played 10-8 suited the previous hand.
I mean, this guy's sitting super deep, so you know,
Yeah,
just
peel off a few.
yeah, just floating and messing around. Personally, I'd like to see him start playing a few more hands in position, a little bit more aggressively.
I think it's a feeling out process here on the feature table. As you said, everybody's game adjusts.
Yeah. So what we got on the flop here? Ace 2 King Rainbow.
Nothing for anybody
Checked
yet.
all the way around. So diamond draw is maturing. And looks like Colin's got the check mark here with the Queen High. This is all very cautious.
Yeah, very, very cautious.
The Queen High will take it down. So well done, Colin O'Neill. As I say, we don't know much about Colin, other than he's just won a pot. Well done, sir.
Yeah, the only one that has got real experience on the final, on the feature table is Doc.
Yeah, Doc Eben was on here in the Grand Slam, of course, or the main event, sorry. And acquitted himself very well, as is normal.
Button has moved to Colin. Doc will be in the small blind. Dom with his new stack in the big blind. So Wayno under the gun. Wayno the Maino, as he's known online.
Shame his dog died the other day. Had a
Yeah. Shame he put a little bit up on Facebook, and then he was a bit upset about that.
Yeah, shame. He had a rough year with bereavements and stuff. And our heart goes out to Wayno, but you know, a constant in the poker world, and just a nice fella.
Yeah,
Very nice fella.
his big sad tale of woe is 2 years ago. Went across to the World Series of Poker in Vegas, living the dream, won a satellite into the main event. Day one looks down at aces, so I don't want to get overcommitted here. Raises, gets re-raised, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet shove. Has to call with the aces. The other guy's got king, spike to king, and Wayno went home on the first day of the main event.
Well, at least he's ticked the box.
He has ticked the box. I believe that was his second trip over there.
Oh, good for him. So Dom has checked his ace 4 here. Colin is looks like he's going to be the aggressor on the button in position. So a bet of 2,000. And Dom will be wanting to keep hold of these chips, but of course
Yeah.
the flop has brought the ace, and he gives it up.
Yeah, he's going to be a believer there. Doesn't believe his second pair is any good. Yeah, had a very weak kicker as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, look how deep Doc is there. 380 big blinds.
Yeah, and I think you know, for the folks at home who've been watching through the Grand Slam and the main event, you'll see the golf, and no disrespect to any of the players at this table, the difference in styles of play. Let me put it that way. You know, there's a significant difference in the way in which position is used, the size of bets, etc.
The limping in, the raising, etc.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for people who want to progress their poker careers, the stream is a great tool. Watching some of the top players play, you know, you'll see what happens behind the scenes, which is a real fly-on-the-wall opportunity, which maybe you would never have been afforded. And your career progress in terms of poker will be a lot more rapid, you know, with the technology available.
Yeah, if you use it as an education tool, it will give you great benefit.
Yeah, I mean, I'll use it as an education thing. I mean, trust me, in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be playing big tournaments. I'll be sat opposite some of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, Gary.
And
the
I will be
upcoming series.
I will be recalling some of their hands. Trust me.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want to advertise the opposition online, but Mark came on and he was quite open to say that the next big tournament's at Empress. He has no.
We have no qualms about discussing WPT.
And he was saying that he's going to play.
Of course.
And he's looking forward to it.
As am I.
And hopefully as am I.
Good.
So we've done our homework for that event, Gary.
For sure.
Right, action under the gun. Eben Jr. folds. Queen Jack suited in the hijack for Colin.
Like this hand, I like a raise here. Don't limp, don't limp, don't limp.
He has raised. Just 1.8, just over 3.
Wayno's going to smash this.
A bit more. Yeah, Wayno with the ace queen and the small blind.
I like the 3-bet here all day. Flats it off.
Flats it off. Interesting.
Well, Jack's working and Ace is working here. Okay, so there's the ace for Wayno. Wayno's smashed this flop.
Yeah, but look at the flop for Colin as well.
Of course, I mean, he's got the redraw to the diamonds, obviously.
Straight draw, flush draw.
And he can pick up any of the 10s that are going missing out there, which there are 2 left in the deck. So 7 outs. I mean, Wayno's still in good shot space here. And Wayno has bet his hand. If the other guy's on a draw, he's going to make him pay for it. And 5-6 basically is a pot size bet.
Yeah, it's a heavy bet. He's protecting against that flush.
Yeah.
He asks Wayno how much you're playing with.
Good, good. Like his style.
So he's aware of what are my odds if I want to play this hand to make my flush. What can I win?
Raise.
And he re-raises.
That's nice. I like it. Bit of pressure.
Take it down.
Yeah, that sounded like quite a, we can't see the chips from this side, but he's gone up.
What was the size of Colin's raise there?
I think it sounded like 30,000 from the dealer.
No, our graphics is completely wrong here. Wayne bet 5,000 and Colin rebet a 3-bet.
Yeah, he 3-bet him.
And what are the denominations of those chips there? I don't know. There was 3 large chips went in.
We haven't been given the denominations, Gary. We've got to work it out as we go along.
I see that.
So from what we can see, the white chips are 100. The green chips are 500.
Yeah. It's chipset 1. I know what chipset it is. I just didn't recognize
the black chips will be 10.
So what he did there was he raised to 30,000.
Yeah, it was a big raise. Right, so a strong move there by Colin. We don't know him, but it was very well played. He's under the gun. 9-5 into the muck. Dock has raised with his King 8 suited from the hijack.
And, you know, King 8 is a nice hand here. He's come up against a couple of red jacks from Boulil. But let's see if he's flatting this and continues with the trend of limping.
Raise.
Raise.
He has re-raised.
And Junior looks like he's also woke up with a hand. There's been a raise and a re-raise in front of him.
He's also got clubs, but with the ace jack.
Sorry, it's been a call and a raise in front of him. He's somewhat ponderous here, which is understandable. You've got hundreds of chips, Junior. Just call. Raise it. Come on, let's go. Easy when you sat here.
He's going to fold.
That actually shows a bit of discipline there. Well done, young man.
Yeah, Doc flats it off.
He's probably going to, you know, if he starts fighting with his dad, he's going to get his comics stopped, you know. He'll stop his comics. Okay, off we go. And 8 is going to give even a pair here.
Balloon's
Second pair.
going to check. Go on, check, check.
Well, the queen's a slow down card. Oh, wow, look at this. Eben's just made trips.
And because Eben checked behind, he's now going to get paid off.
Looks like 3,000 a bit.
Yeah, and Doc just flats it.
So Baloo bets 3,000 and Doc calls.
Baloo checks. Doc will put what, about 5,000?
So there's 11 in the pot. I like a 10,000 bet here. It's going to be 5, 6.
6.
Over to you, young man. The test is yours. Now he's thinking, can he have a queen? I don't think he puts the Doc on an 8. Who knows?
Yeah, and he's saying, if you had a queen, why did you check behind me on the flop? I checked, you checked behind.
And then he works it out. I think he pays him off. Wow, he gets stuff away from it. Well, that's a solid fold.
Yeah, very
Baloo.
solid
Well
fold.
played. Well played, sir.
Well, I think he's looking at you either slow played your queen on the flop, or you had the 8 and made the trip 8s on the turn.
Yeah, that's where he got to in the end. I mean, he'll probably look back at that hand and think that he should have probably raised a bit more 3-flop and should have continued on the flop. But who am I to know? I'm not the one sat out there. I'm the one sat in here, full of opinions.
Well, we could have been sitting out there, Gary, but when we got called back to come and
I was
commentate
thinking
on
about
this,
jumping in for a bit of fun.
you
with
said so. You were going to jump in, maybe.
I was speaking to Shelley. She said, "You must just go play, enjoy yourself, blah blah blah. I'm going to play the slots," which worried me straight off the bat, of course. I did actually ring my banker and just put a freeze on her cards.
Yeah.
Just
Set a
kidding.
stopgap limit.
Yeah, I put a 50 rand limit on a card. Here we go. Dom's got the kings.
The
The Kevin
hijack.
Khalils.
The KKs. KK has been here around here all week. We've seen him.
The little Ewok.
He's busy playing this event.
Yeah. He asked if he's coming on the feature table. I said, I'm sick of looking at you. No.
We see you every week. We don't need to see you on TV as well.
Top man Kevin Khalil. Big
Yeah.
shout out for him. One of life's gentlemen.
Absolutely, and always entertaining to be on the table with him.
So straight draw come pair here. So let's see if he's going to stay involved. Nice bet size here. What's a flat?
Oh, he's flattered. He's got the pair with the gut shot.
Trying to make a plan here.
He picks up a few extra outs now because now the 5 works for him for a straight as well.
It does indeed, sir. Dom's got to make him pay for his draw here.
Yeah, Don has made it expensive here now for him. 1 card to come. 12 outs as we can see.
Well, as I always tell people, you've got to make them pay for their draws.
There was 11.8 in the pot and Dom's bet 15, so he's gone over pot size bet on the turn to stop all the draws.
Yeah, of course, Colin might think he's bluffing, which is quite within the realms of possibility if you've ever played any tournament play with Dominic.
And he's going to call him off. Says
So
I've got a
he's
lot
looking
of
for
outs.
the river.
The
That,
river
my
doesn't
friends,
help him.
is not going to help you. And Colin is not eliminated here,
We're
by
gonna
the
check.
way.
Maybe Dom's going to check behind because he got called when he bet, so he could have had a 10. So it's gone check, check.
So we must have had a miscount on the chips there. Colin's definitely not eliminated.
No, he's not.
And he definitely didn't win 35,700 rand. So we'll try and get a shot of Colin's chips.
Yeah, he's still got a couple of blacks there. Yeah, 22. 30.
So I think he's got about 34,600 there.
Thereabouts, Gary.
That's my guess. Don't know what happened there. We can't have messed the chip count up. We must have been given the wrong one. There's no way we can make that big a mistake. I'm just checking the paperwork before I go shout at Dave.
Yeah. All right, so Doc has got the ace queen suited here after it's limped to him. He's going to raise.
So
Blind on blind.
He
shows.
Colin turned up with 11,000. That can't be right.
No, he turned up with quite a bit more than that, Gary. So there would have been an error there.
So the error was with the people who counted the chips.
Yeah, not with us.
No. I'm looking across at my tech team.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. It was small blind completed by Colin. Doc raised. Colin folded. Doc showed him the ace queen.
Okay, Wayno is under the gun here, top right of the picture, with the Adidas grey shirt on. And Wayno's got 9-5. I suspect they'll be in the muck.
Yeah, into the muck.
Bulil knows to play, ace-10. Very playable hand.
It's just limped in. Eben Junior folding.
Okay, training day's over. Let's go. Sorry, Jake, we're making too many mistakes. I'll stop at that.
Right, so we go three-way to the flop in a limp pot. 4, 5, 6 on the flop. Wayno is no longer in the hand with the 9-5.
1-3.
Dominic bet 1.3 with his 8-6. The top pair there.
And Colin threw in 3 green chips. So
Yeah,
we
he
were
has an
right
up
about
and
the
down.
green
He has
ones.
an up and down.
Yeah, so that was the call there.
And he's picked up the nut flush draw as well on the
Well,
turn,
he's got the
Gary.
ace of spades, so that's 12 outs to Colin. Dom checks. He's a bit worried about that
Yeah, it's
king
gone
as well.
check.
And
Well,
that, as they say, is that he has
Yeah.
got the absolute coconuts.
Yeah, Dom
And
won't
this will
pay
go
him
bet fold.
anything.
This will go bet fold.
Yeah, Dom won't pay him anything, yeah.
Unlucky. Nice hand, and you got there, so good for you.
Yeah, he had the up and down on the flop, and then he turned the nut flush draw as well.
Yeah,
And I did
think,
go check on the turn, so
I don't know how long we've been broadcasting. Maybe our stream has arrived.
it could be, yes, fairly shortly, Gary.
I'm just checking now. So I think we are.
We are
sir.
streaming.
We are streaming.
We are out on the stream.
Which also, how awesome is that?
Marvelous.
Giving some publicity to some of the more junior or lesser known players, should I say. And excellent to see them at the feature table, getting the opportunity to experience the technology, the bright lights, the cameras, etc. Pretty awesome, huh?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know, and good on Mark. I know maybe the tech team are tired after the long week and
They're
all.
always tired.
However, you know, Mark is right. Gives some of the lesser known players an opportunity to experience this.
Now listen, we're already booked into the hotels, etc. So
And
it's not like we're going anywhere.
Yeah, and it's good for the tour to show the event.
Yeah, for sure. No, we're not. We don't object. We're having a bit
No,
of
100%
bit
not.
of tongue-in-cheek fun with the lads, but
Yeah, we tease the lads.
the truth is we enjoy it also. So 8-9 king, 2 diamonds here, and the ace high is still ahead from even.
And he bets and takes it out.
So bet fold, and we think we're in the ballpark with these figures. Unfortunately, we can't really go out there and start counting chips, but Dominic has moved up in the second base and pushed even Junior down, and that was courtesy of that quite big hand he played earlier. So nice to see Dominic back with some fighting chips. Eben Junior, who's right of picture, will be our under the gun player.
Yeah, and Doc's using his experience here on the table. Right, to go to our under the gun player with 8-3 off. He's going to fold. Colin gets rid of his cards. It's around to Doc. He's put in a raise.
1,300. Sorry.
Yeah, Doc has raised there.
So raised to 1.7 here with the Robert Varconi hand of the...
And Balil is just flatting off with ace queen in the big.
Yeah, it seems to be his kind of MO.
Yeah,
And there needs to be a continuation bet here for sure from Eben.
And he will.
Something about 2.5, I think.
2.3. Yeah, 2-2
Desmond.
with a
2-2.
good bishop.
So that
And he
will
takes
go-
the hand down quite clearly. You see, he's using all his experience.
Yeah, bet fold.
He's the one that's raising the most. He's using the position
Absolutely.
and he's c-betting. And by doing that, he's picking up a lot of pots.
So I'm just closing out my paperwork from today, which was second place was Gordon, wasn't it? It's called Gordon.
Gareth.
Gareth Edmonds.
Gareth
sorry.
Edmonds was second in the main event. Gary, while you close out your paperwork.
And then Bozo was the first place finisher.
Right, so we go to our under the gun player, Colin O'Neill. 10-5 suited into the muck. Doc's cards going to the muck. Dom's a6 goes into the muck. Wayno on the button with king 9. And Wayne raises the king 9 from the button, the right thing to do.
Yeah, Billy has decided to get rid of those. Even Junior should probably get rid of those.
And he does, and Wayne takes the hand down.
Easy game.
See,
Wayne's 31 big, so no danger zone there yet.
no.
And this tournament has to finish today.
Yeah, you know, Kerry, when you said that, and I was just looking at Ibn with 269 bigs, and are you sure this is a one-day event? Are the blinds turbo, or what
No
are
idea.
what are the time levels on the blinds?
Absolutely no idea, but I'm going to contact the powers that be.
If we get a shot just now from Jake on the cameras on the outer limits, or Hugo that's sitting there, we can have a look at that timing screen outside, and maybe we'll get an idea of how long the levels are. Because we're already approaching 5 o'clock local time. Wayne on the cutoff, folds the king 7. Balloon on the button with ace 10 is just limped in. Even Junior completes.
You
And
know the
Colin
nice thing
checks.
about this table, there's not lots of tanking.
No, the action's moving quickly. Oh, that's a flop with something for all of them, really.
Hobson's choice, so a flush
Yeah.
for Colin with a straight flush draw.
9-7 2 pair for Colin. The only one that will get out the way will be Belil.
So Eben's got the 9-7 and Colin's got the flush flopped with a straight flush draw.
Eben's going to continue with his 2 pair. And is Colin going to pull the trigger now? He just flat called on the flop. He's thinking about it. Yeah, and there comes the big. He's just flat called.
Like his work. Board pairs up, but no help to the 9-7, so the flush is good.
It's gone check, check.
Check, check. Me no understand, check, check. What?
Yeah,
I was going to say, Mr. Dealer, you're pushing the chips the wrong way.
the chips have ended up at the right person. There's the timing.
Mr. Hugo has found it.
Yeah, okay.
25 entries, 20 in, 25 in, pot of 95k, average stack 51. Worth remembering that.
All right, and they have done add-ons apparently, because it says there are 13 add-ons.
Sure.
So they've already added on.
So it is frozen out. I'm assuming.
I'm assuming, if unless the add-ons are the re-entries, who knows?
Yeah, I think that's what they've done. They use the add-on section for the re-entries.
Could be. Blinds there. Oh, there we go. So if we look at that, at least half our levels, Gary.
Give me some graphics, please.
Right, Queen 7 suited under the gun for Dominic. Has folded that, it's folded all the way around. It's gone called by Colin. There are only two players in this hand. It's Colin O'Neill and Doc. Doc has bet the flop and Colin has folded.
Leave it. Just leave it. I'll explain it. We need this to be right. We're looking like monkeys over there. Right, thank you.
All right, there's our big blind count. So they're very deep still, Gary. Very, very deep. Even Wayno at the bottom there with 15.8 got 31 bigs.
Yeah, plenty of playability in those hands. Those stacks, should I say. So under the gun player will be Wayne, who's directly in front of us.
With 8-3 off. Under the gun, that'll go into the muck quickly. Little's already folding. He had 8-4.
And
Ace.
Eben Jr. with the
Yeah.
ace-king again.
He's picked up a few big
I
hands.
think he must be saving these, you know.
Yeah, you said previously his dad said he hadn't played for a while, so he
6
saved up
years.
all the big hands.
He used to play at Emperors with us. Okay, Dom's coming along, protecting his little big blind there. 7-5 off against ace-king. And ace-king is in good shape here.
Yeah, he's flopped a gut shot. And it's a double belly buster actually.
6 or a 2.
6 or a 2. But it's bet and fold.
And I think so. I think it's absolutely right. I mean, you're calling with those 7-5 offsuit out of your big blind. You're looking to see if you can hit the miracle flop. If you're not, no more investment required. I think that's the best way of putting it. So this is the final event for the Monster Jam Reboot Tour here to Carnival City in the East Round. This is semi-freeze, 2 p.m. Starts, 3K is getting you in, and it's a single entry, one-day event. They hope they know the day ends at midnight.
Yeah.
Because I've got a feeling.
Did they say how many levels of re-entry?
None, but I have requested a copy of the schedule. So I'm anticipating that coming across at some stage. Okay, hand developing here. So another limp here from Boulil, Queen Jack, and Eben Jr. is called. Eben Senior is a caller also. Dominic is a caller also, and Dobby here.
I think he's a checker.
Wayno's just. I mean, he's just got to check. This is madness. Ace, Jack, Queen. So, with less than 1% for Eben, that's quite entertaining, isn't it? From a statistic point of view, the 9-10 of clubs is the best hand here.
Yeah, he's got the flush draw and he's got the up and down straight draw.
Yeah.
So he's betted immediately, and I think he's going to get everybody to fold.
Not Bully.
Well, we'll call. He's flopped 2 pair. Let's not forget that he has flopped 2 pair. There's the 9.
Yeah, and he's 2 pair ahead now.
It's 2 pairs statistically ahead now. There's another bet.
It looks like 5.
10,000.
10,000, wow. That's a big bet into that pot. That's 2K over the pot, it's now up 18.
Because he's not, in his mind now, I've got the draws and I've hit a pair. He just doesn't want to make 2 pair. He rather wants to reach one of his draws.
Okay, so that 5 is not going to give any help to anybody. And
2
Bulu's
pairs
2
is
pairs
there.
going to win. And he's asking how many chips he's got, and might be thinking of pulling a move here.
Yeah, I think he is. He's trying to size a bluff here, I think. Well, he's missed his draws. He's only got a 9.
Like father, like son.
Oh, chips
That
are
is
flying
actually
in.
not the smartest of things to do. I don't think it was
A
intentional.
little bit of inexperience, that's all. Ring rust.
So that's 14,000, I believe.
Yep.
40.
So 14,000.
Yeah, I didn't think it was 40.
You're going to call 14 into 42. It's 3-1.
Snap him off.
Yeah, I think he's calling. I think my 2 pair is still good.
Let's pitch the camera to the other end.
Yeah, he turns over the 2 pair, and Eben Jr. just pushes his cards into the muck.
And look at Eben Senior.
Yeah, he said,
Wait
what are
till
you
I
doing,
get you
boy?
home, boy.
What are you doing?
Wait till I get you home, boy.
Yeah, there was the only way he could win the pot at the end was to bet after he missed all his draws. He had monster draws out there.
Just messing with it. Just messing.
Right, we move on to our next hand. Hand number 22 already, Gary, since we started broadcasting this event.
I'll be starting to charge overtime, I think.
The Dom will be on the button. Eben Jr. under the gun. Wayne on the small blind, Bulliel in the big. So action is on Eben Jr. with the Jack 4.
Changing tyres. These are going in the muck. And what is Colin got? We don't know.
We'll catch it now. It was 5-2 off that he
It's
folded.
folded. Round to Eben. Jack 8. Suited, eh?
Yep.
Tom gets rid of that. And 2 clubs also for Wayne. So there's 2 clubs out of the flush draw gone.
And
Looks
Bulliel
like
8-2.
Eben will... he gets a lot of respect at this table.
He
Eben.
does. I think the players are very wary of him with all the experience that he has and that, and it's the aggression factor as well. When he bets, he's raising, he's not limping, he's c-betting. He knows exactly what he's doing with all the experience he's got.
Exactly. Exactly. And as we said, way back in the galaxy, a long time far away, at the beginning of the week when we started, when was that, Wednesday?
Yeah.
You know, invariably the aggressor will win, and invariably they don't have the best hand. You know, this short-handed poker is all about aggression. Pocket 2s for Colin here. See what he does under the gun with the little ducks.
You're going to limp in, set mine.
Yeah, and Eban's
The
woke
Dockers
up
will
with
work with the big hand.
a couple of helpers for set mining. 1,500 the raise. So he's kind of at the bottom pot here.
It's folded. Eben
Folding.
Jr.
How dare you call your dad?
with 10-8 suited.
If it was my dad, I would call him.
Yeah, it's folded there.
God bless him.
Colin continue to set mine.
What price? 2 kings. A 2 and a king even. And
There's no 2 there.
nice low cards. Flush draw available. And there's a backdoor straight here as well. So
Dockers
let's
bet
see,
out.
let's see the sizing.
Yeah, and he called that. It's gone check now. Oh,
I know you know what's happening. You know, they're chopping it up.
yep. Unless somebody can bet the other one off this.
It's a dangerous board with all
Yeah.
the spades on board. Wow.
He's mucked his hand.
Why did you do that?
Docker's pointing it out.
Doc's trying to be... no, his hand's dead. His hand is dead.
And that's what the dealer's saying.
And Doc, being the gentleman he is, so he should take out the chips.
I think Doc's calling for Dave. Doc's trying to be the gentleman here.
Doc's gentleman meter has just been turned down to low, and he's counting up the chips.
Well, he tried.
Well, you know, if you can't take it, you can't take it. And to be honest, with the greatest respect to Colin there, you know,
He
never
saw the kings.
ever fold your cards face down if you're in a hand.
Yeah, he saw the kings. There's a straight on the board.
I think he just made a little mistake. That's
Yeah,
all.
it's
No
inexperience.
criticism. We're all here to learn. So good luck with that.
Right, action is to Doc under the gun. Folds king 3 off. Dominique folds. He folded ace 9 off. Wayne 8-4 off.
He's getting a bit nitty in his old age.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say limp in here.
Yeah, and he has already done that, Gary. Yeben Jr. completes. Colin checks. We have another limp pot.
Needs some action. 2-10 ace. Obviously, Jack 10 is miles ahead here.
He's going to bet it in position. And you'll get the other 2 to fold.
What an easy game. What an easy
I
game.
bet you all fold.
So I don't know what level we're on here. I think it is. There we go. See, Hugo's looking after me here. The old people.
Yeah.
The trouble is, it's covered by this
Graphics. Yeah, round 6, level 6.
round 6. There we go. So we're currently on 500 ante. It's 300, 500 small big.
Yeah, and the 500 ante. That's
right,
correct.
That's it.
So that's where we are in the stage of things. Is
Now
there a
this
rapid
is,
escalation, Gary?
There is. So the level duration is 30 minutes, and that will change after level 8 when it will go to 20 minutes.
Okay.
So
And is there rapid escalation in blinds as well?
so the next blind level is 3-6, and then 4-8, 5-10, 6-12, 8-16, and 1,025 and 2,500, then 1,503. There's a little bit of an escalation around about 14 or 15, but not that much.
And the moving of the levels down to 20 minutes will also try and, because it's a one-day event.
Yeah, and remember, if we're not looking like we're going to finish, the tournament organisers do reserve the right to knock it down to the lower levels, etc. I mean, at the end of the day, we want to get a winner, and it would be unsatisfactory not to finish today. And I'm pretty sure Mark and Dave have got this all under control.
Right, so the ace-6 versus the ace-7, yeah. There comes the 7. He's got a lock on the hand, Doc, and he bets it, and you get the other player to fold. Right, we'll move on to our next hand. Button moves into Colin. Dominic will be in the big blind. Wayno will be under the gun. Now, there's a big disparity between Doc and the rest of the field there, Gary. Chip-wise.
Massive. Doc could go and have a 3-course meal and still be chip leader when he gets back. Obviously, ran good. I mean, I'm assuming he bought the add-on. There were 60,000 chips up for grabs.
Yeah, at what level is the add-on? Does it tell you on that sheet of yours? There we go.
Yeah, late registration,
8 level.
8 levels.
So it's not actually add-on. Those are re-entries. You are correct. They use that box, the add-on box, as the re-entry box. So, because I don't think it's an add-on event. It's
No, there isn't. There's no add-on.
There's no add-on. So Doc has earned all those chips the good old-fashioned hard way.
So what I'm saying is I can enter in the next 2 levels.
Yeah, you can still.
I should go and enter.
Leave me to fly solo and I can commentate on you, Gary.
I should enter only if they put me on the feature table. And then I could misbehave.
And then we will... who's going to come and discipline you out there, Gary? We'll call Shelly.
Yeah, she's busy spending my life savings at the moment.
So you'll misbehave just that we have to call her to come and fetch you.
For sure. So all the loyal streamers out there that are watching, thank you so much. We've had lots of excitement with the Grand Slam and Heads Up, and then subsequent to that the main event and Heads Up. We've done well actually with Heads Up this week.
Yeah, very well.
Okay. In the hijack, Junior has picked himself a nice hand.
Yeah, the ace queen.
Raise 2000.
And Dominic is going to be fighting back here at the small.
I think so.
Suited Jack King.
He has 3-bet.
Like that. Like it a lot. I don't think he's going to get away with it,
No.
but I like it.
It's been flat called. You know, you like ace queen off, and when you get 3-bet, you suddenly don't like it as much. You get worried about ace king, you get worried about a lot of hands.
I agree with that. Let's have a look what the flop brings. All hearts.
All hearts,
So
and
the best hand is still ahead.
he has the only heart.
Dom's going to fire.
He's continuing his story.
Is he going to get rid of the youngster?
I 3-bet you pre.
I'd like to see a full bet here.
Nah.
Dominic Black is a legend. What a ledge.
Just that 3-bet pre-flop which you liked so much, Gary, and this is the reason why, because he had position, and when he continued on that flop, he takes the hand down.
Listen, the guy was banging his chest pre-flop, you know.
Yeah.
He comes out and fires there. The other guy's got a fold. I mean, it's a big fold as well with the redraw to the ace of hearts.
Or the queen of hearts. He only had the queen of
Sorry,
hearts.
the queen of hearts. I apologise. But, hey, there it is.
So I think the king of hearts worries him, the ace of hearts worries him because he got re-raised pre-flop.
And yeah, Junior's punishment is he's under the gun and then the blinds are going to eat him. So that's your punishment, young fellow. That's your punishment.
Other than the stares he's getting occasionally from dad.
Ace 8 for Eben Junior.
He's picked up a lot of playable hands, Gary. He's picked up a lot of playable hands.
Trouble is he's not playing them. Like I said.
He folds that. Doc is limping in there with a Jack 2 suited.
To be fair to Eben Junior, he was in early position.
Yeah, he
there.
was. But we're short-handed. We're only 6-handed.
Yeah, and you know you got to get Eben's give Eben's lighty a bit of grief, huh?
Raise 1000 on top.
All right.
Wow.
Now
So-
he's showing aggression for the first time.
Good.
Which he needed to do with the pocket
And that'll
nines
be
there.
noted by Bueno.
He gets out the
folded.
way.
Eben's going nowhere with his Jack 2.
Yeah, he's hit a pair. There's an overcard to Williel. Again, got a similar situation to what he had previously against Doc.
Eben's reputation will work for him here if he bets. I can't see.
It's gone check.
I checked.
Check, check. Gone check.
He's
Doc,
not getting away with another one. Doc
Yeah.
will bet.
Doc will bet, but now Williel might call him.
But he's got to. If he does put him on the queen, he's got to call him.
Yeah.
Some extremely cautious play out here.
Yeah, Doc is bullying them around a little. Right, we move on to our next hand. Colin will be under the gun. Button on Wayno. Wayno's been a bit quiet since that ace-queen that he put down when he had the best of it on the flop, but there was the massive redraw for Colin, and Colin put him to the test.
Yeah, I'd like to see Bueno do well here. I'd like to see them all do well.
Yeah, we have our nostalgic moments for some of the players.
I mean, I don't know Colin, but he seems like a nice fella. I mean, hopefully he does well. Maybe he's got his family watching the stream. If he has, a big shout out to the Oni family.
King nine.
What's Wayno going to get up to here?
He should raise that from the button.
King 9. Well within range here for a raise.
Raise
There's the raise.
1200.
Fold from the small blind.
Right,
Eben.
Eben should be calling this off out of
Yeah.
the big blind.
Yeah, he's going to defend. He asks for a count of Wayne's chips.
Minimum he has a call.
And he folds.
Oh, wow. So, Our little chip count here, little jeepers, 283 bigs. Dom
Yeah.
with 126, Will with 111, Colin with 80.
Even Wayne, our short stack, has nearly 30 bigs.
Yeah, I can't really call him a shorty, he's just the person with the least amount of chips.
Yeah.
We'll save the shorty handle for when he gets under 10.
Action on Wayne, the cutoff with Jack 9. Yeah, I'll fold that. Leo folds his button, 7-2.
Small blind, you got to complete here, brother.
He does so.
And Colin checks it back, 7-2 versus Queen 3.
Queen hits.
And even Junior should bet this, Colin should fold, and we'll all move on.
Right, and the button moves.
Yeah, Wayno's got 28 bigs here, so plenty of room to move.
Yeah. Button on Balil. Oh, where is the button going to move to? So he's in the reflection at the moment.
Next hand, the blinds will be up
There we
to
go.
300, 600 with a 600 blue blind ante. There you go, David catching up with us in the commentary team in the back here, announcing that it is time.
Right, so far it's folded round. Gibbon Jr. on the button, fold the Jack 3 off. Ace 7 in the small blind, it just completes.
Raise.
Doc raises immediately. King Jack gets called. Flop comes King High.
Is that a couple of spades there? I didn't see. No.
No, it's just the one.
Queen, King 4.
Yeah, and Doc bets, shows his hand. Says I hit top pair.
Very cautious table marker.
Very. Doc is being the most aggressive.
I'd expected Wayno to be a bit more aggressive, to be
I
honest.
did. I'll be honest with you. He started out that way, and then after he lost quite a few chips to Colin in that hand, he shut down a bit.
I hear you.
He has raised the button, and then he raised now the King 9. When the others have been limping those, he is at least raising those on the button.
Yeah, I'd like to see Lil be a bit stronger in his attack mode. And Dominic's nobody's fool at this table either. He's put a
No,
lot
he's
of
been
thought
aggressive as well. Balil with the ace 10 suited. He's just limped in. Colin with the ace 9 on the button. He's called as well. Doc with the King 7 suited.
And, you know, if you're going to limp pots, you're going to let people like Doc Lotter in with King 7. And Dominic's going to get the option here and just check it back. And we're going to go 4 ways to the flop.
So no help for anybody on that
Well,
flop.
the
The
ace
ace
10
10 is ahead.
Yeah, the ace 10 is the coconuts at the moment.
And he's actually going to bet it. And
There
might
you
get
go.
everybody to fold.
There we go.
Ace 9 folds, King 7 folds, King 3 folds. And he'll take in the pot.
Nice work. Easy when you know how. Completely different dynamic to the game here than the previous two commentaries. What do you
Yeah,
think?
a different level of game. Different buy-in, different chip structure. But they are sitting very deep.
Yeah, but you know, we're short-handed. We want to sit even deeper. You gotta get aggressive and put the chips to work. You know. And yeah, blinds are 3-6, 6 on the big blind ante. Level hand 33, and Buil
Yeah.
is a folder. Eben's a folder. Colin's got a nice hand here, so let's do a raise.
2020.
Raise it up to 2-2, which is nice, like that. Ace-2 goes in the muck.
Dom's 9-3 in the muck.
Wayno's looking at his Jack-10 and thinking, I'd like to see a flop with this.
Yeah, he's thinking, do I defend my big blind here?
Already got soldiers in the field. Get rid. Keep it, keep rid, keep it. Get rid. And there you go. The effects of raising when you have hands.
Yeah, that pays off.
Indeed it does, Mark. Indeed it does. Okay, so we'll move on to our next hand, and our under the gun player will be Junior. Junior is right of your screen.
Button on Dominic. 10-9 suited under the gun.
Like these cards, let's have a little little flutter.
Yeah, he gets rid of them.
Okay, Colin, you got a bet here, but
He's going to limp in. Jack 8 suited. Doc folds. Dom folds. Run to Wayno. Wayno with 7-4 off. He'll probably just complete.
raise it up, Dave. Raise it up.
Oh, he's called.
Check.
And check.
Give me 100.
So a piece for Boulay with his king.
Nothing for anybody else.
Not really.
It's checked. It's gone check, check.
So we have a flush draw for Boulay as well.
And his
Although he
second pair is still
probably-
good, and he's going to better than Colin might call because he's now hit his 8.
1,800. Call.
Two players. And the king is going to get through here. Need to make a little value bet here, sir. 6 in the pot, just stick 3 in. And it's like 3-5, 3-6.
Yeah, and that gets through. Right, we move on to our next hand. Everybody's still sitting big. Wayno with 20 bigs. He's going to need to start getting active. It's not that the blinds are at a level, it's just the disparity in the amount of chips he has compared to everybody else.
Yeah, the guy right in front of you here. This screen here, just move it up level with this emoji in the sun.
Right, move on to the next hand. Colin will be under the gun. A 10-8 off. Folds. It's round to Doc. 7-2 folds. Dominique folds. Wayno on the button with 10-2. Folds. Bulil in the blind will probably just complete. And does so. And Eben Jr. with 5-2 checks his option.
And a pair of 8s for Boulay. And Eben Junior is drawing pretty thin here. So that's a bet in the fold, and let's just send young Jake around there to fix that screen.
I'm just going to move it slightly. We have a vacant seat there.
Well done, Jakey. And now Boulay's got a little bit of space as well, which is good. Jake returns, mission accomplished. Thank you, Jake. The nice thing about this venue, there's lots of nice things of course, is we're very close from the back office to the feature table, so we can walk around there. Obviously they can't hear us, but if they can, then They should be playing better than this. What
Yeah, I
make
think
you-
with that loud noise out there, I don't think there's any chance they could hear us. I sat
No.
outside here while Mark Joseph was in the commentary booth with you, and I was sitting right outside here at the close table, and there's not a chance you can hear anything coming out of this booth.
All tested, eh? We're all tested here. Boulet's got the King 9, so he's just going to limp this one in. Check from Colin with the suited Queen. I don't know what Eben Junior's got. We'll find out now. Ace 6-6. So if Eben's got an ace, we expect a bet here.
Ace or a 6, he's going
And
to
it'll
bet.
go full fold.
There's a flush draw for Boulet. Double checks, yes, I've got 2 clubs. I've got the nut flush draw. Board is paired. He's going to peel it off.
Okie coke. So he's got a call. Jack of spades, no help. Apparent help, should I say.
Eben Jr. going to continue. Counting out.
Sticks in the pot, need to put 4 in here, sir.
A little bit more.
6.5.
Over pot.
Looks very bluffy. And even might have picked up on the fact that Boulou doesn't like to pay too much for his draws. We shall see. The test is now. Doju.
And he folds.
Yeah, so a little bit of, let's look at a bit of insight for people at home who are not actually poker players and they're watching their loved ones. You know, everything you do or say at a poker table, as we know, gives away information. The way in which you conduct yourself gives away information. The way in which you bet, the way in which you react to bets gives away information. So on that premise, many of the people who've written books in the Helmuths and the Super Systems and the Harringtons and all those people, many of them will give you, will say, you need to put somebody in a box, not literally,
Yeah.
but they call that ranging people. And the standard titles are like the Maniac and the Rock and all this sort of stuff, and all the stuff we need to know. You can call them pigeons, peacocks and penguins for all I care, as long as you know what that handle is attributed to. So, you know, now for example, if we were pigeonholing people here, our friend on the left here, Mr. Boulil, and I hope I pronounced that right,
1-6.
Boulet,
he is,
Boulet,
he is not an aggressive player unless he's got something in his hand
yeah.
that's good. You know, so therefore, you know when he's betting out at you, he's normally got something. Ordinarily, he's limping and hunting, you know. Conversely, Dominic Black is a little bit of a more aggressive player, you know. So, study the people at the table and just see what you can glean. Nice up and down draw for Junior here. The ace is still ahead.
No, just following on from that, Doc is the most balanced player at the table.
Yeah, balance is a good word, and experience, I think, brackets closed, is another good explanation. You know, he's mixed it up with the rich and famous. He'll be playing the high roller at WPT next month. And here he is playing a 2K freeze out.
Yeah, he just loves his poker. He came out for the weekend.
Yeah.
And I think he's jumped in with his son. Yeah, I think that's part of it as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've been fortunate enough to play poker with my boys as well. Always lots of fun.
Yeah, I used to play with my son. He doesn't play anymore. When he was a youngster, I taught him to play.
So you're not going to get rich and retire on your son's poker winnings?
No, he's definitely not going to play poker anymore.
Nor me.
He could play fairly well. He's way more aggressive than me. Loved to bluff.
For those at home who don't know Mark, he hasn't read the section on bluffing yet. Such a tight player.
Thanks, Gary.
Building your reputation for you.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
going to send you out on a mission soon.
Absolutely.
Okay, Wayno is under the gun. And he's woken up with 10, so let's see a raise here, Wayno.
Yeah, he'll definitely raise that. He's never lumping that in there.
Let's have a decent sized bet. 4 grand.
Go on, small ball. 2.2.
Fold, 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 fold. Round the Papa Bear.
Doc 5-4 suited, he likes those, but he's looking at who raised.
What is wrong with you, Eben? Get a re-raise in there. Get a 3-bet in,
But
China.
he knows who raised and from where.
Yeah,
the
and
experience.
Wayno's no slouch, so he'll know that he's got a hand. And he'll
Yeah,
show.
and he shows Doc, and Doc says, yeah, you see.
I'd have called him.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne has sat there not raising, not doing anything, and now he suddenly raises from under the gun. Doc's like, I'm not getting involved.
And he's absolutely right, of course. Wayno's picked up a couple of bigs there.
Yeah, going to help his cause. Well, it pays this round because he's now in the big blind. Boulet under the, I was saying Boulil, but I think you pronounced it correct, Boulet.
I think
You
that's
look
the
at it.
French pronunciation. I'm not
Boulet,
entirely
yeah.
sure.
He's
You know me in French, I know 5 words.
under the gun. Fold it all the way around. Colin will fold those up to Doc. Doc will raise the ace-8 from the button.
But do you know what the first 3 French words I learned were?
What were those, Gary?
Un, deux, trois. Kings for Dobby. Sorry, mate. I
Right.
actually know about 30 or 40 words if we're talking counting.
Yeah, so here comes the 3-bit.
And Eben's across the table there. That says the swords renewed.
Did Wayno just flat there? He just flatted, setting a
Trapping.
trap. Doc will now continue. So now at what point does Wayno spring it?
That's it. Does he check raise now, or does he let him peel another? 6,000 in the pot. Need to make more out of kings. Just flats him off.
There it goes.
The time has come.
Doc goes, whoa!
Roll in, roll in, roll in. Nice one, Wayno. So Wayno picks up even
Dominic gives the reeling in sign.
more. Yeah.
All right, there's our timing board.
Our timing board is blue.
Players in 27. So there've been 19 re-entries.
The average stack is 60. So when we go back to our table,
Pot's creeping up there, Gary, for a little Sunday afternoon game. 115,920 rands.
and 27 players, so they'll play the top 3, 2. We'll see ya. See ya afterwards.
You have the formulation.
I'll do a score. I'll go find it. I packed up for the day, remember?
Yeah, you had.
I'd been home, showered, had food, had a shave, driven all the way to the West Rand and got called back.
Yeah, I'd already got
Shocking.
hold of my daughter and said I'll join you guys for dinner because she'd asked me, are you going to join us for dinner this evening? I said, I don't think so.
Tell her you're bringing all the
And
poker players.
Yeah, to get hold of her again and say, I will not be joining you for dinner.
Dom's got the 10-10 till we do it again this time. You know, you said the state trooper zone was 10-4.
Yeah.
Well, 10-10 in 10-4 language is goodbye.
We used to call them the Ben 10s, old Benny Lingenfelder.
Yeah.
There's a name, blast from the past, was a very good player. Played on the big circuit in South Africa for a while. There was a time when South Africa had Bluff magazine and they had the SA rankings in there, and Benny topped that for a while. He won a number of local tournaments and a lovely, lovely person.
Nice to hear. Hand 41, got my mark. Cranking
Yep.
along here.
Cranking along, yeah. But the action's been quick. There's no long tanking or anything like that. It's, you know, a lot of limping and that, but very decisive when bets are made in that. There's quick folds, quick calls.
There's still plenty of limping.
Yeah, a lot of limping. But they're not taking their time about it, at least.
No, table's moving along nicely. Pocket nines here for Junior.
I think he'll raise it.
He's flattered out.
Flattered. Flattered the raise.
No, Dom's in pretty bad shape. Well, not anymore.
Oh, you got a great flop there.
So Dom's up and down with the backdoor spades.
Yeah, and Evan Junior's checked this, I think, with the option to check raise.
So with
Dom continues.
Some caution.
Ah, he folds the nines. So clearly he put Dominic on a bigger pair and said, I'm set mining. If I don't find it, I'm getting rid of the nines. All right, we move on to our next hand. Our good Doc will be under the gun. Four, three off, under the gun. I think those will go into the muck.
Do you know Eben's Christian name? If you change the letters round, he could be bean loitering rather than rather than Eben loitering. But lovely man, a very good friend.
Absolutely lovely person.
Just one of the top guys and one of the gentlemen of poker.
Absolutely.
Right, come on, Junior, follow in your father's footsteps here. See a bit of an aggression. Okay, so you've made a pair, but it's not too handy because there's well, there's a pair with a bigger kicker.
Yeah, top pair has moved to put the bet in because top pair with a decent kicker.
You need a 5 and 5 only. This would be a good opportunity to fold. I know you're on top pair. There you go. That's a proper fold. Well done.
That's a solid fold there.
Yep, we'll take that.
Now he's bled off a few now. He's now at the bottom of the list there, but still in no real danger if you look at the blinds. Eben Jr.
Aha! Aha! Paul Ralston is online. We've been talking about you, China. Actually, your ears should be burning. We were talking about, of course, Go Dominator. He's talking about Dominic Black, centre of picture there. And Paul, who's, I was going to say those of you who don't know Paul, but who doesn't bloody know Paul? He's chained to his fish and chip shop somewhere in the Outer Hebrides or somewhere.
You're
Actually,
right.
probably Yorkshire. But he's back in the UK, and he'll be delighted to know that Dominic, who's one of his best buddies, is on the feature table. And we miss Paul here in South Africa Poker. And I don't miss sitting next to him and shouting in my ear, by the way. I've got to say that.
His second comment, he says, I'm even happy to hear Gary. With 3 exclamation marks.
I didn't read that. You are in trouble, Ralston. You are in trouble. Okay, I'm going to get back to you in a second, Mr. Ralston. I'm actually talking to his screen here, do I? Colin's got aces, and Eben Jr.'s got jacks, and the money's gone in.
Yeah, it's all in pre. So Eben Jr. at risk here.
Drawing pretty thin.
He's drawing very thin, and he was covered. Go to the flop.
Okay, no help for either player, not that the aces needs any.
He just has to fade one of 2 jacks.
Now,
Ah,
there's
there's
an
straight
interesting-
possibilities.
A queen would be a real sicker.
He's now gone to 5 outs. 10
And,
doesn't help him.
The boat for the aces, the boat for the jacks, and let me just say, well played. It wasn't a boat actually, it was 2 pair.
Yes, 2 pair, but same. The aces are still stay out on top.
And the result is the same. So Daddy's obviously gone off to comfort son.
Or
Or
give
buy
him money
back in.
for re-entry.
Eben, Dad, please buy me in.
Yeah.
Buy me in, Eben, please. Please. Anyhow, back to Ralston, you dog. I have hoped you've had a haircut. And I hope your family are well in that dank and dingy United Kingdom. And we're looking forward to seeing you, China. Keep well. Hashtag stay safe. All the best to the Ralston clan back there in Blighty. And I'm glad he's happy to hear my voice, you know that.
Yeah. Even happy to hear you.
Yeah, the sarcasm was not wasted on me, trust me. And, you know, I will be getting even at a time in the future to be agreed.
Let us watch this space for half an hour. when he hears these comments, what his comeback
Oh,
is.
no, he'd be incoming. You think I've got a good vocabulary? You must listen to this guy.
No, absolutely.
I
I've
mean,
sat
he's a
next to him
writer
many
for a
times.
living. I mean, he comes out with words I've never even heard of, and I majored in English.
Well, I've sat next to Paul in many a game. Had a little chat.
There's no little chats with Paul, just big ones.
So we're now at 5:45. In half an hour's time, we shall see incoming from Mr. Ralston again, I'm sure.
No doubt. We will stay on the YouTube feed then, so we can anticipate with bated breath the sartorial elegance as we wax lyrical with the Ralston clan.
Hey, you're going to get an earful back there now, Gary.
Oh, for sure. The bait is in the water.
Or a screenful.
We are chumming the waters for Ralston. Come on back. Okay, the Dominator, we can't see his cards. What I like is he's got sunglasses and proper glasses, but he's not wearing them either. Okay, so the board is pretty sort of...
Belay has got a flush draw, and he gets there. Nut flush.
So the nut flush is there. The board is paired. The board is paired.
It's got a check. He now is looking at his chips, the telltale sign that I'm going to bet.
Okay, so
It's like he's bet 6,000 there, Gary,
looks that way.
which was under half pot.
Under half pot. The Dominator will fold. So for the folks these are pocket fours, by the way. So for the folks at home, had the board not paired there, and Bulil had the nut flush, he has to be in the last act bet. He is under an obligation to bet if he has the stone cold nuts. Of course, the board paired there, so he didn't. But had he have had the stone cold nuts, he must bet, because if you don't and you check back, it can be seen as collusion and cheating.
Yeah,
with
that you
the
don't want to
player
take chips
checking back.
from your friend or whatever.
Exactly. So that's a little rule that people need to learn. It's not a well-known rule. If you have the absolute nuts and your last act, you have to bet. It is mandatory if you're an American, or mandatory if you belong to the rest of the world.
Right, under the gun, Belay.
Okay. Pocket
Also-
sevens for Colin, recently acquired new wealth from the aces, will come along here. I would have liked, yeah, I was going to say, I'd like to see
He
a
has
raise
raised.
here. I don't want to see these limpy doos.
Wayno has ace queen here.
Yeah, 3-bet. 3-bet alert. Come, Wayno. Don't understand.
Look,
Thank you.
All in.
Boom! Chakalaka.
Now, Collins asked for a count.
Well, I don't know. Colin's got 55k behind. He's only
Yeah.
going to put another 14 in.
Yes, I think he may well call you, Gary.
I think it's a fair call.
I think, yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to get at. Based on his stack size, the amount he has to call. He wants an exact count of what he has to call.
He's going to fold this. Depends where he's ranging.
He's
Wayno.
giving the head shake. Do I, don't I, do I, do I? Yeah, look at, yeah, he's folding. So good move by Wayno. Just went straight in over the top.
Picked up a few more bigs.
Yeah, he's
2
up.
minutes 30 to run on the level. Oh, there we go. Well done, Hugo. You read my mind.
And a break in 32 minutes, Gary, which is around the time where Ralston will be coming back at you.
Of course. I was surprised my phone wasn't running hot. Anyhow, big ups. Good work from Hugo, who's running the cameras next to me, and overseen by Jake.
I have no doubt that Mr. Ralston is watching because Dominic messaged him and said,
Oh, without
China,
a
you
doubt.
got to watch me. I'm on TV.
Indubitably.
I am almost 100% certain of that. Right, so Doc with a King 7 suited has raised. And cut off. Hold it round, Wayno 3-2 off, let go. Boulay 7-6 folds, and the Doc takes down another pot. You're going to hear quite a lot of that on this table, Gary.
I am. I was just being asked how long before the dinner break. I don't know what's programmed, is the honest truth.
I don't know if there is a dinner break because this is a one-day event. They often don't.
I think this is going to go straight through.
They might give them a half an hour break, no more than that, I don't think.
I don't think they've got that much time. Frankly. Anyway, suffice to say, we will find out.
Right, so Doc has got the pocket rockets under the gun.
So Eben is going to fire here for sure.
And he has. Belays quickly out the way, round to Colin. And he folds.
Eben will show these.
Yeah, Doc will show them. Buy some more credibility for when he raises with the King Sevens and that.
Okay, so we have it hot off the press. Your dinner break doesn't exist.
Yeah, as we thought. We move on to our next hand. Dominic will be under the gun. Right, Dominic under the gun, Queen 5 off. Folds up to Wayno, 9-8, the cutoff. Folds, relay folds. Colin just completes with 6-2. Doc in the big blind with ace-2 checks. So Doc has flopped top pair here. Check. Colin has a gut shot. Doc bets out.
So I have updated all the message boards, etc. There is no dinner break. There will be a 15-minute break between the levels as in the program. I believe that will be in about 28 minutes time. Yeah, so the next break is in 28 minutes time. Current local time 5:52.
There it is.
Here we go, as if by magic.
Hugo's on the ball here, giving us the screens and that when we want them.
I think he's just lucky. He must be listening to me. Okay, thanks Hugo. Next hand on the feature table, please. And there it is, Mr. Wayne Dobkins, 8-10 into the Mac.
Jack 4 folded. He's raising the button. We can't see what his holdings are. We'll sweat along with Dominic, who has flat called with the pocket nines in the big blind.
Tricky.
Oh, and he's flopped the boat.
Well, you know, if you're going to have pocket nines, you may as well float. You may as well flop full
check,
houses.
check. Turn is a king.
And he's hoping he's on a spade draw.
Yeah, he's checked again, setting the trap the whole time. Queen, he's going to check one more time. No, he's
Nope.
going to bet.
He has to bet something here.
Bet 4,000, bet fold.
And Dominic shows them out of disgust that he didn't get paid.
Yeah.
Flopping houses and not getting paid is not lekker.
Yeah. Wayno gives a little laugh with him.
Yo.
Right, so the button moves on to Doc.
Doctori. That's
Well, I will
Swahili for doctor.
Malay will be under the gun. You're bringing out all your travelling skills here, Gary, from all the places you have been in the world.
Well, I lived in Tanzania for 7 years, so you didn't have a choice. You had to learn to speak a bit of Swahili.
Yeah, my son-in-law worked in Tanzania for a long time, so he comes out with Swahili every now and again as well.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, shocking infrastructure. But that's testimony to third world countries, of course. Okay, hand anniversary, and to celebrate our 50th hand, Boulay has picked up pocket tens.
And he has raised it.
Shock horror.
And he's going to find a caller in Wayno who's going to find himself dominated.
Well, I think if Boulay had raised to me, I'd have folded. Because that's the first raise he's done pre-flop, huh?
Yeah, Wayno's just flatting with.
But I'm sure people will realise that.
Yeah, that's why Wayno just looked at it and he just flatted it.
Oh, here we go. So Wayno's got a 10 as well, of course. So only the ace is live here for him.
He checks. I think it's going to go bet fold.
I mean, Boulay's continuing his story, and he hasn't bluffed this evening.
No, and he hasn't raised much either, so yeah, quick fold by Wayno.
Wayno gets the message. I'm just going to step out for a sec, Mark. I'm going to leave
Alright,
you to
Gary.
fly the aeroplane for a second.
Try not to crash it. Then we move on to our next hand. Dom will be on the button. Wayno in the small blind, Boulay in the big, and Mr. O'Neill will be under the gun. There's still quite a lot of players out there in this last event. So a lot of people come out on the Sunday, and those that were here for the weekend, and others have just come down to play the last event. I saw a number of players that we hadn't seen this weekend had jumped into today's play. So under the gun, the rag ace. It's going to fold round to Doc. 10-6 off in the muck. Up to Dom on the button. He's raised with a similar ace that was folded from early position. The ace deuce. King 7 goes into the muck. Boulay is looking at chips. He's just counting out a call with also an ace, rag ace, ace 5, marginally ahead. And we go two-way to the flop. And they both flop the gut shot straight draw. No. Yep. And there comes the gut shot for Dominic. Boulay has now hit the 5 with a redraw to a gut shot, so he leads out. And Dominic is sitting with the wheel here now. He's just working out. I've got the bottom straight here. And he has raised it.
4,100.
And you can see Boulay exhaling there. And he folds. Dominic slides his cards into the muck. Button moves on to Wayno. Colin will be in the big blind. Evan will be under the gun. So when action resumes, Evan's under the gun. First to speak, King 9 off. Doc hasn't played a hand for a little while, so he bumps it up. Dom's a quick folder. The 9-8 suited. Wayno folds 8-2. Boulay with ace 10 in the small blind folds.
Not much has changed then.
No, Colin completes with 6-3 off.
I've got to tell you, I just quickly went to the gents there and walked past all the tables. There's some pretty big stacks out there, so this is pretty deep, this tournament.
Yeah, very deep. Right, so now we have Colin is at bottom pair, but he's checked. Doc has bet with the king high flush draw and will take the hand down.
The power play.
Yeah, Doc's been decisive when he's entered the pots. as you need to be.
He's a good player. He knows what he's doing.
You said there are a number of big stacks out there, Gary.
Yeah, bigger than here.
Okay, that's interesting to hear.
Johnny Ambrosi is sitting with a big stack. Joe Abru is sitting with a big stack.
Yeah, you see now two good players again. Been around.
For sure.
Johnny had a really good week.
Yeah, Johnny did very well. He jumped out of the main, got knocked out, made a fortune, waited 4 minutes, and jumped into the next satellite.
Yeah, after running second on Friday night in the Monster Freeze, and the last weekend in the warm-up event he took it down. So yeah,
Well, you're running good. You're running good.
a week of good paydays for Johnny. Couldn't happen to a nicer man.
Lovely boy. Lovely boy. Nice family. Okay, so 10 to call, even with the option he also calls. Queen 5-3.
Second queen doesn't change anything. Doc will work out that his 5 is ahead and bets.
Miles ahead.
And the other two will fold.
Surprise, surprise. All right. And there's 3 tables outside. Maybe Hugo can show us the other tables outside.
Let's have a quick glance out there. Hugo's been very good at finding us all the things outside there.
Yeah, I think it's camera 6 preset 3 on my list. Let's see if we can track it down.
Right, while we wait for Hugo to sort that out, we get to our next hand. Wayno under the gun.
Okay, so Wayno to the left of your screen above. 5-4 hearts under the gun, not so valuable, but I like this hand. Plays
Yeah, it's
nicely.
a nice playable hand. He's just on the shorter stack side here, so he's looking at it and he's re-looking at it. So I really want to play it, but I'm from too early.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly his thought process. And folds around, even. It's a check, so we're going to
Blind
see
on
3
blind.
cards. So nobody said it. King high is good.
King Eye is still good. And now Doc has an up and down. We'll bet it. Dominic has gut shot.
Yeah, Dominic's just chewing him now.
Yeah.
He's going to fold.
Yeah, it shows him the gut shot.
Okay, so we'll take a view of the outside tables. I think there's 3 open. There we
There you
go.
go. There's Rex as well. I can see him there.
Rex has got a proper job now.
Yeah.
Working with the good chemicals company. Will Forrester in the background. Moon Khan, Dave De Beer. And I think
100K
that's
there,
Rudy's
yeah.
daughter there.
Yeah.
This is Joe Abru down here. You can see the stack.
Yeah.
Those are all big green sticks,
Wow.
tricks, green chips.
So number of
Johnny
players.
Ambrosi say with his back to us, having to hold the end of the table up. Okay, new deal on the other table. Thank you,
Switch
Hugo.
back to inside. Thanks, Hugo.
So Boulay will fold his 9-10.
Interesting the differences between the English and the Afrikaans. Hugo to you in English, Hugo to us South Africans.
Listen, don't start me on this, Don't start me. Let me tell you, straight off the bat, the English-speaking people say lekker. And the Afrikaans people say
This is
nice.
nice. Yeah,
So
100%.
you are a
Gary.
mixed-up breed.
Yeah,
trust
we
me.
are. We are. You know, everybody always says that Afrikaans is kitchen Dutch anyway.
Well, you know, if you go to the Free State and you want to buy oranges, lemons, or talk about the Orange Free State schools, that's 3 versions of the same word.
Oh, yeah.
So that is why Uncle Gary here is baie de mekaar when it comes to the Afrikaans.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, Gary. That was very good.
I know all the filthy words as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. In how many languages, Gary?
Plenty.
All right, we move on to our next hand. Doc raking in chips again. Familiar sight at the table.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not biased when we're putting out this. It's just when the experience is showing here by Doc, and we can see it in the play. And we're not belittling the other players. It is just, it's a big thing for them to come onto the feature table.
Awesome.
And Doc has got a lot of experience, and it's an awesome experience for them.
I think so. And I hope they've gave their families a link or whatever so they can see them on TV. And if you have done and your families are out there watching, a big shout out to you all. And if not, and you're going to watch this back and you're thinking these two old farts in here talk a load of rubbish, come back and visit us. We'd be more than happy to show you around the back office and the facilities, the monitoring and the software. And we wish you all the very best.
Yeah, we had a number of visitors into the commentary booth over the weekend, mainly when we were off air.
Yeah.
And they could come and see how everything worked. Of course, we had our guest commentators like Bozo and Mr. Joseph a couple of times into the commentary booth. And everybody's always very impressed by the whole setup and how everything works.
It's amazing the amount of BS that baffles brains.
Yeah.
They think we're all clever, we just plug it all together.
Yeah, no, it is impressive though, Gary.
Yeah.
All jokes aside.
So we got the Queen of Diamonds here, which is going to give Boulay a very nice opportunity to raise here. Okay, so he's going to give a free card if that's a heart or an ace. And
Yeah, there we go.
that's what happens when you don't bet your top pair.
Wayno's going to check it to him and get a bet. And does Wayno spring the trap now?
I would prefer not to, but the board isn't too coordinated.
Yeah, it's not too coordinated for him. He's not scared of too much. But he does spring the trap now.
The trap is sprung.
Bulay's asking how much have you got left behind?
Lots.
Yeah,
And it'll be sinking in now. He must have the ace. He limped
yeah,
it.
Wayno hasn't got a lot left behind. He had very little left behind. There was most of his chips going in there.
Yep, you're absolutely right. So Wayno gets up to 26. He still hasn't got off the bottom of this board,
No,
but
he's been
chugging
hovering
away.
He's chugging away the whole time. Sitting in there. Right, so Doc will be under the gun in our next hand. Colin will be in the big blind. With a five-handed, it's going around fairly quickly.
I was looking now, it's outside. All the tables are 500. 5, 10, 15. So it's-
There we go.
So 1, 2,
Thank you, Ihu.
1, 2, 3, 4. Is that Bozo playing there? Please tell me that's not Bozo playing there.
Where's that, Gary?
Right there.
Oh, wait, I think he's sitting talking to Rex.
Or Angelique.
Yeah, or both.
Angelique is far.
Yeah, that chip stack belongs
To
to
Rex.
to Rex.
Rex is who?
Bozo is just a visitor.
Yeah, I think he's chatting with Angelique Pepper, something like that. Okay, Wayne on the button, gets rid, round to Boulil, 8-2, 400 to call, looks down at his chips.
Complete. Colin will check his option, I'm sure. He hasn't shown any aggression with those kinds of hands up to now.
If he did, he'd be a rich man.
Checks.
Blind on blind. Jack 5, 7. So Colin hits his 7.
And Boulay picks up his flush draw. And he's checked it.
Any 8, any club for Boulay.
There's 10 outs.
So 1-7 is a bet, so 1-7 into 2.5, that's an easy call.
He makes the call. 3 is no help to him.
3's no help, so he checks. Colin needs to fire here, and he needs to fire at least 6 grand.
Yeah, anything under that is still going to get called. It's a bit 2.5 into that
Pricing the
pot.
guy in. I mean, there's no way Boulay folds it.
No, he
No way.
shouldn't.
If he does, he needs to take up crochet. Ah! Send Boulay on the crochet course. Just kidding, mate. You read it how you read it out there.
Yeah, Gary's just joking.
Kind of.
Kind of the coach in Gary coming out.
Yeah. I mean, but, you know, he's on a. He's got 63 big blinds. He's doing okay. So
Yeah.
who am I to criticise?
And he's out there. We're sitting in here.
Yeah, only because I'm chained to my chair and you lot wouldn't let me go.
Hey, what are you talking? I'd packed up and told my daughter I was coming home for dinner already when you called me back.
I told you I was in the West End. Been down the N1, had a shower, been to the gym, had me dinner.
Nah, it's actually nice to give the guys the airtime.
So Dominic folds. Wayne with the ace-7 in the cut-off suited. I like him to come out firing a bit
Yeah,
here.
he's going to raise that.
Just stick in 2.5. That's all you need.
There we go. Almost textbook.
2-6.
Wayno has read your script, Gary.
Good job too. Now Colin needs to come back and at least flat this. Yeah, he's just called it off. I don't know if he even got the price. He's folded. So 6-3 Jack.
It's no help to Colin.
I mean, Wayne's still ahead with the ace-7 here. No, he's not.
He's behind, but he's betting
behind.
it. You see,
Ace-10.
he's using the position. He's c-betting, and Colin will probably fold this. And does so. Wayno takes the pot down.
Oh,
Standard play. He raised it. He's got flattered. He's checked to him. He's c-betting.
he did see. He did see. So Wayno with 31 bigs now, trying his hardest to get off the launch pad.
Yeah, he was down at 20 bigs at a lower blind level, so at 30 bigs on a bigger blind level, he's moved up a bit.
For sure.
Hey guys, enjoying a little joke, enjoying their time on the table. Doc and Dom come back to take their seats before the next hand. You have to post the blinds. Wayno under the gun. We have about just under 9 minutes to run till the break, Gary.
As we're breaking 9 minutes. There is indeed. Okay, Wayno, let's have a raise, Jonah. Under the gun, big strong move.
So we're about 3 minutes from incoming from Mr. Rolston. I would imagine. I'm keeping an eye on that. We'll see if he's if he just tuned in, had a quick look at Dom and tuned out. He may not have even heard us.
Please don't encourage him. He doesn't need any help. Okay, it's a nice flop for the King Jack here.
A very nice flop for the King Jack.
So Wayne's checked it in the hope that he might get some action.
He'll maybe get a bit of action now, and he's going to bet. For those that know Wayno, know that Kojak is one of his favorite hands. Said to him, why would you choose the rookie hand as one of your favorite hands? He says, it's just always worked well for
No,
me.
he calls it the Wayno. That's what he calls it. He's fully adopted. It is mine.
He's going to get a caller for the gut shot. Yeah, no a help with the 8. Wayno's still well ahead. He checks. He shows his hand. He knows he's winning. He actually checked to induce a bet there.
I
He
think
thought
you're
there's
right.
no other way I'm getting any money.
Colin hasn't really shown any aggression in terms of trying to buy pots and stuff like
No,
that.
but Wayno knew there's no way he's getting any money. That's the only way that he might have got something.
Yeah, for sure. 22 players left in. There were 19 rebuys or add-ons as they're calling them on here. And our next blind level will be a 500 and 1,000 with 1,000 big blind ante.
Yeah.
So that'll start to bite a little bit at the stacks.
Yeah, and the pot's crept up to 115, almost 116,000, Gary.
For sure. So it's a nice little pot. They close out re-entries at round 8. So at the end of this round, you can either buy a stack, surrender your stack or whatever, assuming you still got your 1 life left, of course. And that will be that. So current time 6:14 in the evening here in the beautiful East Rand. The sun will have just started to go dip below the horizon, and we shall be left in the darkness of night. Good job they pay the electricity bill here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of light bulbs in here, trust me. It's like a big top with all these clowns and stuff and statues and whatever. And I wouldn't like to have to pay the bills here. Okay, so Eben's got pocket sevens. He hasn't, his action hasn't taken place. Oh, it has taken place. He's raised it up, which is what my expectation would have been. Boulet's going to fold. Come on, Colin.
No, we'll fold it.
I'll tell you what, Mark. I've met tighter people than you playing poker today. Jeepers, I thought I'd never meet a person tighter than you. I mean, these guys will give you a run for your money, eh?
Yeah,
Their shops are closed, period. There are locks on the doors.
Gary, I don't think I've ever played that tight.
That's my point.
And you consider me one of the tightest
I
players you've ever
consider
met.
you as one of the tightest players I know. No criticism. But I think you got people who are going to give you competition on this table, trust me. Super tight. Unless we're getting the wrong cards, and I don't think that's the case. We haven't got a dose of the unfortunate incident with Mosgani.
Yeah.
I'm not saying any more about that. I've made my public apology and got my lawyer to write to him to say I'm sorry as well. And I've bequeathed all my worldly possessions to him in my will. I think that'll suffice.
That'll suffice, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, back to the game. Call from Eben. Dominic call. So Wayno is gotta be thinking, no. Okay, what's Boulet got?
7-3 off. Can't do much with that on the big blind.
Well, it was limped back to him, so he could have pulled a move there. He's got a good
But he
reputation.
hasn't shown us anything like that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just living in hope. So the 3 of Wayne Dobkins is ahead.
With the king kicker, yes.
That
Not
changes a lot.
anymore.
Boulet has picked up.
And he will bet 2 pair now. He looked at his chips immediately. And Doc said, look at Doc. Doc's hands already going into the muck. And the others.
Told you had respect to the table, didn't I?
Huge amount.
As soon as he moves, everybody folds.
If he just blinks wrong.
Oh well, nothing wrong with having a good reputation.
Buttons on Wayno.
Okay, the next hand is coming.
Yeah,
Under the gun player with 800 to call will be the wonderful Eben Lottering in the green t-shirt, bottom left of the picture. Well, his arm is, what about him?
Raise 2,200.
Right, up to Dominique in the cutoff. That's raised with that. It's folded round, folded round.
Okay. Okay, I was just asking Mark to be quiet so I could listen to what Mark was saying, but it's the end of the rebuy period. If you haven't used your one life, you can.
The hand's been taken down. There's a couple of comments on Facebook there, Gary.
Hello, Duppy.
From one false kink, and then there's a follow-up question to what you were saying when you said if you've got the stone cold nuts and you don't bet, and he's asking what happens if you don't bet.
There's a whole myriad of possible punishments that can happen to you depending on the size of tournaments, depending on your reputation, your history in terms of disciplinary, etc. But with all things, common sense would prevail, and if I was the tournament director, you would get a warning. If you did it again, then you would be stood out for a 1 round penalty and your blinds would be taken whilst you were away. And you'd lose the opportunity in the other hands to actually make any money.
Correct. You get one. You'd go and sit on the rail for a rotation.
And that's exactly where it comes from. Andrew Barrett says, come on, Wayno. That's a nice flop for your 7. Lots of draws available though.
Yep.
6 would be interesting. Ace is not going to help anybody, but it is going to slow a few people down.
Yeah, Doc's got the nuts here though. He's flopped the straight.
Yep.
And he's getting bet into. And he says the bet is how much? The telltale sign.
Why so big?
Yeah.
Why so big? Flat call, flat call, flat call. Looks like Eben's about to scare off the money.
Yeah, he's carrying it off now.
He's had enough. Draw heavy board. Doesn't want something to draw out on him.
He doesn't want the flush draw to come.
It is a backdoor flush draw, to be honest. But
yeah, but a rent check on the flop. And he's thinking if the guy has an ace, he's coming along with me.
He's going to call it off.
Yeah.
Hooli guacamole.
And he has 2 outs to chop.
Yep, he's a 6.
And there's 1 6 folded. And Doc is holding the 4th 6.
So the 6 of spades or the 6 of diamonds. Otherwise you are claw. Finished and claw.
King of
King
hearts
is
doesn't change
no help.
anything.
Even in the big blinds.
You'll lead out here now.
Nope. So even or better, this will go fold, I think. So even has bet out. Back to Colin.
Yeah,
And that'll be a fold. And we're on a 15-minute break, so I'm going to try and quickly go get something to eat. And we'll be back shortly, probably with a change on the feature table.
Right, welcome back. Players are taking their seats after the break. Gary is busy briefing everyone. Players are sitting down counting out their chips. And when Gary comes in, we'll run through the names of all the players that are sitting on the table. There are some familiar names there. Some few unknowns. Well, we know most of them, but maybe not so well known to the viewers out there. So when we come back, our blind levels will have gone up, and we will be on level number 9, and blinds will be 500, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind ante. As Gary sits down and he'll get himself organized next to me.
Apologies, just been doing some advisory services on the feature table.
Yes, Gary, I told the viewers you have to go and brief all the new players to the table. I haven't introduced anyone, I was waiting for you.
Okay, well, where are we? Warren Seaman.
Yes, in picture with all the tattoos and the beard.
Well, Warren is an avid follower of the stream.
Very much so.
And a poster of many comments on Facebook. So nice to see Warren on the feature table.
And a very aggressive player, by the way.
And 63,400 is his count. Who else do we have? Dave De Beer in picture. 100k Dave, Merchandising Dave, Chocolate Dave. He has many names. We'll just call him Dave for the time being. And to right of picture there, next to Act, is testing my Afrikaans now. Will Forster.
Will Foster, yeah, there we go.
Forster. Lovely boy, nice lad, Will.
Yeah, he is.
Played some poker with him actually over the last few weeks, so it's been nice to see him. And then last but not least is John Abrosi, bottom left of the picture.
Yeah, he's in seat 1 there, Gary. We have somebody else, I think, in seat 10.
We do. Yes, Hendrik Ferreira.
Here we go.
He has been on the feature table before. I recall being him on feature table. So the only person I don't know is if Warren's been on the feature table before. Anyhow, I've duly anointed John Abrosi as the table policeman.
Okay, to monitor everyone.
And he'll keep the lads straight out there.
Right, they've already had their first hand away. So we into the second hand, John in the cutoff with the ace-6.
Trust me, we will not see much limping.
No, there's a lot of aggressive players, yeah.
Table.
John has raised.
That is a fact and no mistake, Badger.
Dave folds, Will folds. Round to Warren with the suited queen in the big blind. Will he defend? And he will. Right, while we're waiting for them to sort out the chain, Mr. Ralston has come back at you.
I see Ralston has confirmed that he is listening. You dog. Let me just see the end of this hand for unpick your comment.
Right, so Warren has got the best of that flop. The percentages move. He's checked. John was the initial aggressor. He's expecting John to c-bet, which he has.
Warren's got nice tattoos, eh?
Yeah, he's sporting his tattoos.
I've played against him a few times, actually.
Yeah, he's an aggressive player. I've played against him a number of times. He's not afraid at all.
No, not afraid.
John's postulating, but he knows he's missed everything, yeah. He says you don't mind showing, do you? Eh?
So all John's doing is trying to arrange his player there.
Yeah, but he just shows him the queen, so it doesn't give you any information because you don't know what kicker was with it.
Yeah, at the computer hand. Okay, so Ralston has risen from his slumber and decided to wax lyrical on the internet waves. Paul Ralston says, like Douglas MacArthur, I will return ... and yell in Gary's ear ... cause he is old and infirm. Unquote. Stand by, Ralston. Stand by.
Right. The dealer's just calling for some service from one of the players, from the staff.
And we're off and running, and Johnny will be under the gun. So Hendrik will be the in the blinds with Warren. I'm right in saying, yep, I can see the blinds out there. Good. Johnny under the gun, King 3 suited. He'll have a little stab at this. Going to limp in for 1,000. The blinds have gone up, I believe, Mark. I think you
Yes, I did announce that, Gary.
while I was walking in.
I was just filling the space until you resumed your captain's seat.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias. Okay, let's call 1,000, and we haven't seen Warren's cards, and he's put them in the box, so
They just haven't picked up at this point.
I'm assuming that it's just a little snag there, but we can sweat with everybody else. And Hendrik is checked with the big blind special. 5-4-5 is the flop, and
Might well favour those limped the cards we can't see. We have no idea.
I have no idea what's going on there. There's an ace from space, so Will has suddenly taken the lead.
And
John
Johnny
is
is not
gonna
going to
red
bet. John has got the nut flush draw and the straight draw, and that's
Yep.
why he's leading out there.
I hear you.
And I think Will would have raised if John hadn't have limped under the gun.
Yep.
Warren comes along, so he's obviously found part of that as well.
So Warren's got big cards.
Or he's hit the 5. Could be so well hidden, yeah.
I hear you. Well, if a diamond comes on the river, as long as well, there's the diamond.
There's the diamond for John.
So the board is paired here, and Warren's out of position. So let's see what Warren bets here. There's 12-5 in the pot. I like 10 grand here. Send the message.
Yeah, there Warren comes out firing.
What's that, 8?
And Johnny's got the nut flush.
He's going to look at his stack over there. He'll take some time deciding.
So he's got a clever chip roll over the finger trick.
I can't do that, but cool in my hands playing rugby. I did try to learn, but
Yeah, it's not one of the tricks in my armory either. Is Johnny looking because the board's paired just to flat, or is he going to come over the top?
no, they're just coming over the top here.
There he goes.
What's his size in? Nearly pot size.
Bet 8 and he's raised 18.
We'll
Raised
get ready.
to 18.
We'll
10K
get ready with the
plus.
flop cam just in case we get cards opened.
So now Warren's talking it up. He calls. And he did have the 5
And the 4.
and the 4. He flopped the full house.
He's flopped the full house.
Yes, I don't know what Warren was scared of there that he didn't re-raise.
Well, I suppose the relevance of our conversation before the break there about if you've got the stone cold nuts, you have to bet. Of course, he didn't have the stone cold nuts.
No, he didn't.
Pocket aces, pocket nines, etc., etc. We know that. But having said that, your observation absolutely correct. You know, you got a full house there, and he just called.
Yeah, he led out. Johnny re-raised him,
Yeah, but he called it off on the river.
and he just called it on the river. He didn't re-raise John.
Now, the only thing he can think of is that maybe Johnny had a bigger full house. That's the only thinking that's really
He's the
justified.
only thinking that John limped aces. That was the only thing I think he said there.
Well, yeah, aces or nines, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, but the money, you know, Johnny bet out on the turn
Yeah.
when the ace came. So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I just think Warren might have missed an opportunity, some value there, but he might have read it differently to us.
But he still got raked in a very nice pot, Gary.
Oh yeah, for sure. Getting chips off John is not easy.
No, as everybody else found out today.
Yeah.
With his deep run into the main event again. Warren raises with ace 6. John Abrosi, 2K to call ace 10.
And Hendrick's cards have appeared now, so he's called out of the small.
John's moved all in.
And maximum pressure, maximum pressure. This is John at his best. I mean, Warren, he knows they can't call this off.
Yeah.
Just
It was a raise, a call, and he's just moved all in.
I don't see Hendrick calling off all his tips for pocket fours.
No, I don't see either. Shows I've only got fours. John applied max pressure there.
Nice move.
He wants to get back some of the chips that he just bled off.
Yeah, I hear you.
So John there on 48 bigs. Will Foster with a really healthy stack there, 165 bigs. Right, so for the first time we will see Mr. De Beer.
I thought he'd gone home. When did he get back?
He was telling me and he was telling us to get it right that he's David, not Dave.
Okay, Dave.
So action folded round now to Warren with the 7-4 off in the cutoff. He's going to fold. Pocket kings for Hendrick here on the button. So he's working up with the Cowboys there on the button.
Nice hand. We got two new players joining the table, by the way.
He's raised up.
No mistaking Mervyn Chetty with that mouse gone.
He's raised to 5 grand.
And if you want aggression, Mervyn just moved in.
Yeah. Dave can't defend his big blind there. And there we go.
So Mervyn has won a couple of big trophies.
Yes, he has.
And he will not be shy in coming forward.
Mervyn or Melvin Shetty? I'm not sure.
Mervyn, I don't know. This is Vinesh, I think. Chicago Red Sox top on there. And we're just waiting for the boys here to put the information into the computer, their chip counts, etc.
Yeah, they both arrived with quite healthy stacks there, Gary.
Incoming. Must have broke a table on the outside.
Yeah, it's Mervyn Shetty. And Will be under the gun. Folds. King 5 off. Into the muck. Warren's card's not reading, or he's not putting them nicely in the box. Second or third time. Folded round to David in the small blind. It doesn't complete. And Vinesh gets a walk. So there you are, Gary.
Well, Will Worcester is still the chip leader here. But the other guys, I didn't quite see the graphic disappear very, very quickly.
Right, so the button moves on to David De Beer. Vinesh in the small blind, Will in the big blind, Mervyn under the gun. And got a pretty action-packed table here, Gary.
It's certainly going to be more lively than the last one.
There's a fold with the Jack 8 off. Round to Warren with the pocket 4s.
Mervyn will be no stranger to the feature table, by the way.
No. There's a raise. 3,000, ace 8 for Hendrick. Folds. Brosy 5-3 off into the muck. Mr. De Beer with the Jack 7 off on the button into the muck. Vinesh folds quickly. Will Foster folds quickly.
Okay, here we go. 120 bigs for Vinesh. Mervyn has got 165.
Yeah, two big stacks that have joined the table along there with Will.
Yeah, Vinesh is not that well known to me. I know Mervyn very well, of course.
Yeah, I know Mervyn well as well. I don't know Ganesh very well.
I know his face, and I think we've spoken in the
Yeah, I've
past.
seen him around, but I haven't really played much with him.
No. I think we've answered all the comments and questions.
We have done so indeed. All right, we move to the next hand. Warren Zeman under the gun, does not have pocket fours, that was his previous hand. Folds. Hendrik folds the king 7 off. John Ambrosi with the king 10 off. And the hijack. He raises. David folds, folded round, and he gets that through. And John picks up a few chips there. Right, so we move on to our next hand. Ganesh will be on the button. The button should have actually moved. It's in the reflection there, as you can see in the top left of the dealer. It's actually sitting in front of Will Foster. So under the gun player will be Hendrik Ferreira. 3-2 off.
And Hendrik with the WPT cap and the red t-shirt, sporting the local goods.
Yeah, the Mjpt. A couple of them wearing that MJPT hat there, Gary.
Yeah, well, dodgy old Dave there. He's
Dodgy old Dave.
That sounded fair for him.
He told me that not only is it David De Beer, it's not anything else. And it's one teacher called him De Bear, and eventually he was nicknamed Rupert from Rupert De Bear for his entire school career. So if we want to rename him, we can call him Rupert from now on.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be giving information to people like us like that, you know. I mean, because we're just going to use it.
We're
against
going to
you.
use and abuse him, aren't we?
Yeah, so would have been interesting to see a flop there.
It would have been, but it's taken down pre-flop.
So Dave Rupert De Beer has got 74 bigs at the bottom. Gianna Brosi's down to 50. Lost that big hand against Warren, of course. And Hendrik Ferreira.
And John's picked up 1 or 2 small pots after that, just to start.
We've got a new hand. John's under the gun.
He's got 10-4 off, State Trooper's hand. Into the muck. That'll go quickly, follow it. Ganesh has just lumped in with Queen 4 from the hijack. Will Foster will raise it though, Ace Jack suited.
For sure. Will's a good player.
A very good player, very solid.
Pocket nines for Mervyn here. I fancy maybe, I was going to say raised here, but that looks just like a flat call.
It's back to
Hendrik.
Hendrik in the big blind. Queen 8 suited, he's saying, do I contemplate a call for value here?
He's only got 35k behind, so it's 10% of his stack to call.
Yeah, it's too much. It's the right fold.
Ganesh has got 117,000.
Yeah, but he's folded quickly, the Queen 4 off.
So let's see, Ace Jack versus the pocket nines. That's what I would call a safe flop for Mervyn. Because any bet he's got to run away.
Yeah, he's nines quickly into the muck.
It's an easy fold.
Will shows him the jack, I think. Which was sufficient.
More than enough. More than enough.
Alright, but already, Gary, we've seen a lot more action.
Yeah, I mean, respect to the previous players, it wasn't difficult.
Yeah, we've got a full table now as well. And a couple of aggressive players.
Dave De Beer is under the gun. He's due a bit of flack from me, to be honest.
Rupert, yes.
Yeah, absolutely drew
Under the
a
gun.
bit of flack.
He got shown some choice signs from Mr. Khalil as he walked past, because he said to Kevin, "Oh, are you going surfing?" And got shown some finger signs. And I said to David, as Kev walked off, I said, "You do realize that's just the thing that MJ teased him with?"
They were getting stuck in the Kev out there in the break. And he said, "Gary, you've got a good vocabulary." This is Mark Joseph. He said, "You know, most improved, you know, what is the opposite of that?" I said, "Well, deteriorate, worsened, you know." And he went, "That's Kevin." He's had a shocking series. I said, "You can't talk to him like that. He's one of your customers." He said, "No, he's had a shocker." He said, "But the restaurants are pleased he's here." So, no surrender. Eh?
Yeah, Kevin had a good series last year all the way around. He picked up a few trophies, cashed well.
Oh, listen, Kevin's got a great game of poker. I know that, you know that. He loves a little chat to the table, a bit of abuse,
Yeah,
but he's harmless. And once I said it earlier in the stream, you know, he's one of life's gentlemen.
Absolutely.
I mean, he and my wife are super mates.
You can't be mean to Kevin, otherwise you'll be in trouble with Shelley.
She loves Kev. They sit there talking like they're chatting over the back fence, having hung the washing out, you know.
Neighbours.
Yeah, he's all-round good guy, Kev. And he knows I've got his back.
Yeah. Vinesh will be under the gun when the new hand starts.
So Vinesh Sukhdar. The blinds are upski to 8-16.
Yeah, we're now down to 20-minute levels, are we, Gary?
I believe so. Yeah, the level's reduced at level 8. So.
So the blinds will creep up fairly rapidly from here on in.
So Will's got Queen 10 again here. Or did he have the Ace King the last time? Somebody else had the Queen 10. And there, Will's limped in. Action is with Warren. Just a call. Pocket 2, Frederick. These must be looking good. He's offset money. Johnny was looking down his cards, wishing he had a squeezer there.
Yeah, he did wish he had a squeeze.
And David also.
Yeah, we have a limp pot for the first time just about on this table with the new players.
And 5-handed. Anybody's choice. Ace, 9, Queen. So the Will's done the best out of this.
Yeah, two players have found the Queen.
Yeah. Obviously, Warren's 7 isn't helping much.
It's been checked round, and David de Beer now picks up a straight draw and a flush draw.
I can see that. That's so Johnny bets out.
He's hit his 4.
What's De Beer's chip count? 71,000. Okay, he's going to call this off for sure.
Yeah, Johnny said everybody checked previously, the 4 can't change much, so I'm going to bet it when I bet it. He gets the queens to fold.
That's
Except for Will. Will called
pretty disciplined call.
Will called with the Queen 10. Will actually raised. So he got rid of everybody, and there's Dave's flush.
Bingo card for David. Will said, "Did you hit your flush, Dave? I'll check."
How's that, eh?
Nice read.
Very wily. Very wily. David checked to trap to induce the bet from the initial re-raiser on the previous street.
Nice play by Will, and you know, very alert to what's going on the table. So excellent play. There was more to that than just checking back. Trust me.
Yeah, no. He not only did he check back, he said, "Did you get your flush, David?"
Yep. He called it, and he sat there nodding his head to himself, saying, "Yeah, I got this." And Dave's thinking, "My word, should have bet there." Whether or not Will would have paid him is another matter, but anyhow, we evolve, we live, we learn. So the next hand will be hand number 76 of the new feature table for the 2K freeze. And Will sent to a picture, which He's your under the gun player. He's got 8-6 offsuit, so they'll be getting the mug. And Mervyn will be looking down at his cards. And his holdings aren't much better. Bit early in the queue to start fixing anybody up here, but love this. I love this from him. This is such a great bet.
Showing aggression. It's running to the ace king of John Abrosi though.
Yeah, Mervyn raised there.
And all in from John. Oh, and into the aces, Johnny.
Mervyn raised. The graphic is wrong, people.
Yeah, Mervyn raised.
Mervyn raised. John Ambrosi
Moved all in.
moved all in, correct. And Vinesh also went all in.
And then Mervyn folded.
Yeah, and Mervyn folded.
So
our graphic is completely wrong. Just ignore it.
Vinesh and John Abrosi, the 2 to the flop.
Yeah, so the aces are still ahead.
Yeah, and John is drawing dead there now.
Okay.
So we say goodbye to John.
Yeah, we'll cut
He
to the
had
picture.
a good week's play. And he's going to go and shake hands with his friends. Shake hands with Mervyn. There's the correct graphic. So just unfortunate for Johnny that he ran the ace king into the aces there. Right, we move on to our next hand. Button will be on David De Beer. So it's a nice time for Vinesh to wake up with pocket aces in the big blind. So Mervyn will be under the gun with the queen jack off. It was a very nice time for Vinesh to wake up with pocket aces in the big blind with all that action before him.
It was indeed. It was indeed. I was just offline there. I was checking the software was okay.
Yeah, Gary just checking out on the technology and getting that back into order for us. We have the occasional glitch with the sophisticated technology we're running here.
Yeah, so hopefully it'll run a little bit smoother now. This is Doc Eben coming up for a quick tete-a-tete with
David.
Dave De Beer. All right, so Will has folded his Jack 7.
Yeah.
So
Vinesh picks up another hand and he will now be on the button. Mervyn will be in the big blind and Warren will be under the gun. So action will be on Warren when we resume.
I think Warren will be enjoying himself at the end there. Plenty of room to move. Got his
Yeah,
little
he's got a nice seat for his bulk, the same as us. Henrik Ferreira with the pocket fives in the hijack.
fives have been popular. He's got 33,000 behind, so he's in early, but not early position, but sort of mid position with the hijack at this side of the table. He's got a raise here, and I like him coming to protect his hand. 5-5 kind of gives away his hand.
Yeah, 55.
Indeed.
Fold from David. Vinesh has been playing a very wide range so far.
Maybe might call this with the Jack 10 suited. He does.
He wants to defend his big blind with that. Dealer just sorts out the change. Fives are still well ahead, you know. Mervyn checks.
But he's looking for a Jack or a 10. Hendrik needs to bet his fives here.
He was the initial aggressor. He's got position.
8 grand.
Spot on, Gary. Spot on. It's gone
And
bet
that'll,
fold.
that'll induce the fold.
Yeah, so he played the fives well there. Got a favourable flop as well. Let's not
absolutely.
be honest. Be quite honest. You know, you're raising your 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, even 7s. The odds are you're going to get overcards on the flop, and he found a nice flop there.
Yep. Absolutely. So the blinds at 8, 16 and 16 the big blind ante. Coming up on hand number 79. And Hendrik, who just dragged those chips in, bottom right of screen, will be the first player to act in seat number 10.
So he puts his cards in the box first, and he will fold them.
Very nice discipline. Hendrik's taken to this feature table very easily.
Yeah.
Rupert's got himself a pair of aces here.
There's been no action before him. He's got aggressive players behind him, so how does he play this?
$4 grand in the pot, he should be raising about 3.
Yeah. He's gone a bit more than that, I think.
4,800 total.
4-8, yeah, a little bit more.
4,008.
Folds. Mervyn in the small blind, I don't think he's going to go. And he's going to get a customer in Warren, who's going to defend with the 8.
Those are
6
crackers
suited.
if you ever saw them.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the hands that crack. We saw 6-9 suited earlier.
No,
Cracking
I
aces.
hope they don't get cracked. But,
Yeah, but that's a pretty safe flop for him, for the hand he's against. Now there's a gut shot straight there.
a 9 on the river would be a real killer blow.
It's
Dave's-
checked again. Dave's going to lead out now.
8,000. No. 7. Warren's trying to decide whether or not he wants to call for a gut shot.
No.
The answer is negative, and Dave will get that through. And he'll pick up a nice little pot, and he gets paid off with his aces. And well played, David. See, I even called him David there.
Yeah.
Let's stop that. Let's stop that immediately.
And look at how many chips Vinesh has got there now. 176 big blinds, 282,000.
So you see your prize pool going through there, 48,384 up to top. Second place, 36,288. Third prize, 24,192. Fourth prize, 12,096.
Correct.
rands. So I did that by memory. Just
Yeah, well done,
memorised it,
Gary.
you see that?
And there's no paper in front of you
No,
now.
none
I'll
at
tell the
all.
viewers, just off the screen.
What a ledge.
Yeah, absolute legend. So 20 players left, paying 4. And you know, for their 3,000 rand entry, fairly decent payday.
Yeah, a long way away from the feature table with its a final table, so no ICM considerations
No,
yet.
0 at this point. But something to look forward to for the players. They can look up. It's an incentive.
Yeah, and it's a small tournament, so they obviously had some takers. The prize pool's quite significant.
Quite a few re-entries, I think, Gary.
Yeah, it's a single re-entry though, eh?
Yeah, single
Yeah.
re-entry, so quite a few re-entries then, because there were 27 unique entries.
Well, 27, yeah, and 21 add-ons, so 21
Re-entries.
re-entries or whatever they're calling them these
Yeah,
days.
so that's a lot.
So here's the flop, 6-8-8, and Hendrik has got a large piece of this, and Warren betting into him.
Now Warren's bet the gut shot. It was blind on blind action,
Got it.
and he's gone all in. Quick fold.
Snap fold.
He knows.
Snap fold.
He knows the 8 sit is there.
Fairly transparent. I think you were playing with your cards up there, buddy.
Right, and we move on to the next hand. Rupert will be in the big blind. Under the gun will be Vinesh. It's 282,000, a lot of big blinds. Got a big stack. Button will be on Warren. Right. Vinesh under the gun. Folds. Round to Will Foster. Trying to pick up the cards for them. Mervyn puts his cards in the box for us while Will is still waiting to speak. Will has created action. Trying to pick up on the action. The graphics hasn't caught up. It looks like it's a raise, call, and all in. So Will Foster with a king queen raised. Mervyn with the ace-6 called. They're both called, and Warren said going all in from what I heard. Ace-7, ace. Just ignore those graphics on the side. That's not what transpired there. We have 3 to the flop. Will Foster, Mervyn and Warren. There was a raise, call, call.
I think you're right there. I think that's how it went.
So Will was the initial raiser. He's bet out on that flop.
And Melvin's going to call.
And Warren is going to fold. So Will and Mervyn each got a piece of that flop. Will got top pair with the king of hearts redraw. And he's going to keep betting it. Mervyn only has the 6. So he has 3 outs because of the cards that were folded. And yet he doesn't know that he's calling. He needs an ace or a 6 on the river. Will well out in front. Will watching him quite closely. Will has checked the river. And it's gone check, check, and the king, queen will be good.
Yep. King, queen, and Merv will chat the table and we'll move on. Obviously Mervyn wasn't all in there, guys, at home. So the software glitches continue. Maybe it's all worn out at the end of the week.
Yeah, the software's tired as well, Gary.
And yeah, we get to go back to old style commentary, so it's fine. We can all sweat with each other.
Yeah, this would have been commentary in the early days of poker, when there were no hole cams,
well,
no
the early days of
cams.
poker, the secret should be out by now that it was all recorded anyhow and voiced over. So, yeah, very little live stuff goes out for the obvious reason. So,
even in the days of All Africa, they used to record everything over the days, then they would go to edit post-production, and then do the commentary afterwards.
That's exactly right.
Because Dave Daddick used to play with us in the tournament. Rhino would just oversee everything, and then afterwards the two of them would put the commentary in.
Yeah. And here we don't have the opportunity of seeing what's coming. So our crystal balls are really crystal balls.
Absolutely, Gary.
Okay, Will with the suited connectors under the gun. Tough to play them from here, but it looks like he's going to limp in.
Looks like he indeed has done so. Now Mervyn Mjpt with the pocket 10s will raise up.
Yep.
And because of the limper, he's increased the size of his raise. It's folded round to David De Beer in the blind. He folds, the big blind folds. So now we only have the limper. He's looking across, he's looking at how many chips does Mervyn have, because he says, I've got crackers here with 5-4 suited. So I'm debating, is it worth a call?
Depends if he knows how Mervyn plays.
And he's going to fold.
Yeah, Mervyn's not pulling a move that early. Never. So Hendrik has managed to reverse roles with Warren here.
Yeah, Warren had moved up quite nicely, and now he's gone quite backward in the big blind standings. A couple of hands that he took knocks on. So the button is on David. Mervyn will be under the gun.
Let's see what Mervyn's got. He'll disciplined. You'll put them in the box and they'll go into the muck. Thank you, Mervyn. Warren needs to raise this up here from the hijack. You could actually put it in here.
He's got 25.1. Blinds are 1.800, 1.6. There's 4K in the pot.
If those are black chips, he's got a lot more than 25k.
Yeah, definitely, Gary. I wondered why his stack had dwindled so quickly, because he had over 90,000.
Yeah.
And you're quite correct, that is a lot more than 25, and that's why he's just raising up. And he'll take that pot down.
Okay, so the next big blind is on the move. Oh, no, he's chipping up. Those are the hundreds.
Hundreds coming out. Yeah, Warren has definitely got more than 29k there. Look at the pile of blacks there, Gary.
Yeah, 60 something. If you move his arm, I'll tell you how much. Just stay on that shot, please, for a minute.
He's going to keep playing with his chips in the way. Might, when his cards come, move his hand.
They look like all greens, so 60.
Yeah, the whites are getting chipped out, so we can have a look now. Those are all greens, 500s.
I make it 71.
Right. So when we resume action after they've done the chipping out,
Problem is when you chip out, you got to use the. You've actually got to have a chip race.
yeah, I see they've kept the spare whites there for the chip race.
Yeah.
Right. Warren is 8-5 off under the gun.
And the blinds are now 1,000 to 2,500.
The 2,500 big ante.
Yeah. He's actually just chipping it up.
He's
not
just
actually-
chipping them up.
So our chip count will be wrong by 100 or so here or there.
Yeah, nothing too serious. Ganesh on the button has raised to 6,000 with the mystery cards. It's folded around to Mervyn in the big blind 6-4 suited.
We like to play these.
He is defending. So we'll split with Mervyn as to what Ganesh is holding.
Okay, it's not a bad flop for that, is it?
Yeah, and if you're going to defend with 6-4, you want to flop the up and down. And he's checked. And Vanesh's bet.
No. The option's still with Mervyn. Mervyn's bet.
Yeah, no, he checked. Vanesh bet 10,000. He's called the 10,000.
Okay.
We move
Alright,
to the
check,
turn.
Bet, call. I see it. 9 on the turn. Not the card he's looking
He's
for.
checked again. There's another bet.
Ganesh needs to make this expensive.
He's made it 20,000 now.
Yeah, he's going to make him pay for his draw.
55,000 in the pot. Looking at his stack. Do I want to call off for one more street?
According to this, he only has 46 behind, which was
Yeah.
also wrong.
And he folds.
The greens are 50s, 500s, yeah?
500s, yeah.
So there's 10,000 in our stack. Plus there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 50, that's 60, 68, 69. It's about 70.
Yeah, I think it's thereabouts. Yeah, maybe a little bit more. We've got 2 piles of greens. He's got some of the 1000s.
Yeah, I'm just checking the chip counts that were brought in with the players, and they seem a little bit off. So anyhow, we have to persevere. It is what it is. You know what they say: never make television with children, animals, or GFX software.
David to be in the hijack. Ace King.
So merchandising Dave to his friends. He's going to raise. And Ace King of Will Forster might be a re-raise.
Yeah. Dave is raised. Will eyeing him out.
Dave will like the idea he's got a mask. He doesn't like talking when he's in a hand. Is that a flat call from Will?
I think he announced raise.
Oh, he has announced raise.
So he's just put the call in first and there comes the raise.
So something about pot size 13 maybe. 20, wow.
3-bet 20.5. Action back on Dave.
That's a big bet. Pot's at 47,000. I think Dave needs to shove here.
Yeah, I don't think you can flat this off.
No.
It's all
I
in
don't
or
either.
fold. He's counted out the call and he's called it. So we go two-way to the flop. Will have position on him in the button.
And nothing changes.
Nothing changes there. Backdoor flush draw for David. But now he's checked and will continue as he was the one that 3-bet heavily pre-flop.
Now if David puts him on a pair.
It's now difficult for him to continue.
So there you go. Hang on, I'm stepping away. Just give me a minute.
Right, Gary, I'll fly solo for a little while. Right, Vinesh is 118 big blinds, 297,000, 111 big blinds to our next player, Will Foster. Or Foster. We're going to be in Afrikaans mode. The button will be on Mjpt. And David De Beer will be our under the gun player, looking quite rueful there with his ace king. When action resumes, it will be on Dave under the gun. 10-5 suited. He'll fold that, I'm sure. Round to Vinesh. He hasn't put his cards in the box yet, while he contemplates what to do. He has ace-9 offsuit. Okay, Will has folded the king-2 off. Mjpt has called on the button with queen-5 suited. Warren Zeman has completed with the jack-2 off. Right, small blind has the option. It's checked round. Vinesh with the ace is going to bet it, and that should be enough to let everybody fold. Indeed, it's folded round. Right, the button will move on to Warren. Hendrik will be in the small blind, David will be in the big blind, and Vinesh will be under the gun. So chip counts, Will Foster, 111 bigs, 122 bigs for Vinesh. Opposite end of the scale, Hendrik and on 18 bigs, Warren on plus minus 25 bigs, and Mervyn on 26 bigs. That won't be Mervyn on 26 bigs, that'll be David De Beer on 26 bigs. Right, so action on Vinesh, 10-3 suited. Going to the muck, Will Foster follows suit. Jack-4 off to Mervyn. Queen-8 suited in the cutoff. I think he'd like to play those. It's raised. Raised to 5-5. Warren Zeman has called him with the Jack 10 on the button. Small blind is folded. And David De Beer with the pocket 10s in the big blind. There's been a raise and a call. He's going to decide whether he's going to flat this and play it like a small pair or move all in, and he has moved all in. He now makes it tough for the other players to continue. Fold. Warren's thinking about it, but they'll go into the muck. So a good strong play there by Dave. He moves up to 32 bigs, 81.2 thousand after that hand. Right, Will Foster will be under the gun. Pocket kings from early position there. Reaches straight away for the raising chips. Standard has been 5,500. Is he going to keep it like that? Keep it hidden? He's made it 5-5, exactly that. Folded around to Warren. Queen 10. Cut off. Somebody that likes to see flops. Calling. Round to David De Beer in a small blind. 8-4 off into the muck. Vinesh with 8-7. It's going to complete. So we go 3 ways to the flop. The 8-7 hasn't found much. He'll check. Will Foster will continue with his pocket kings. And now Warren has a problem. He's hit top pair and he's gonna call. 8-7 should get out of the way. There's nothing there for them. We move to the turn. So 4 outs for Warren, considering all the cards that folded. That is not one of them. Will Foster, action is on him. Sounded like he said all in. He has moved all in to protect those kings. And Warren Zeman's in a tough spot now. He has top pair, but he doesn't have the best kicker. So he could be behind on a kicker basis, or he could be facing the overpair. So he's in a tough spot here. He's got to run through it. Look, how much stack do I have left? 1 card to come. I think ideally he was looking to double pair on the turn when he called off. Folds with showing the queen. Will shows him 1 king, shows him the 2nd king. It's the tap on the table. Right, and Warren has slipped down the standings now there with 16 bigs for around about 40,000 left. Button moves. So Will now be in the big blind. Under the gun will be Mervyn. The button will be David, who seems absent from his seat. He's resumed in time before the first card is dealt. Right, action on Mervyn under the gun. Ace King. considers what he's going to raise. Standard has been 5.5. He's made it a min raise from what I can see of 5,000. It's folded so far. Up to David De Beer on the button. 10-9 off. Folds. Vinesh folds quickly. 7-3. Will with the king queen in the big blind for a min raise will defend. He's having a look at the size of Mervin's stack. He's a very aware player, Will. Flop is Jack 8-5. There's no help for either player, but the ace king is well in front. Will is checked. Mervin will continue. Bet 6,000. 6,500. And he gets a fold. And the best hand wins. Right, so we move on to the next hand. The button will move onto Vinesh. Will be in the small blind. Mervin will be in the big blind. Warren Zeman will be under the gun. In between hands, Jakey, when you can get us a look of that outer screen would be nice, thank you. There it is. There are still 20 players in. We're in round 11. The prize pool is there as well announced. 3 minutes left on this level. The next level will be 1,500, 3,000 with 3,000 big blind ante. Thank you, Jakey. And perfectly in time for the hand to continue. Right, Warren Zeman under the gun, king 3 off, not much you can do with that. Hendrik Jack 2. Been fairly quiet, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities. David De Beer with ace 7 in the cutoff. He's deciding what to do while he's sharing a private joke off the table.
7,500.
He's raised 7,500. Quick folds. Up to the big blind. Mervin Shetty. King 2 off, can't do much, and David will get that one through. Right, the button moves. So on Will. Warren will be in the big blind. His blinds are starting to bite him a little bit as well now. 16 bigs left. Mervin's in the small blind, and our under the gun player will be Hendrik Ferreira. Right, so we're still pretty deep, still 20 players left in of the 27 uniques. There were a lot of re-entries, which is what has crept this prize pool up. So quite a bit to play for these players for their 3K buy-in. Well, some of them have spent 6K. Some players satellited in, so they're on a bit of a free roll into it, or a very cheap day. He foils his 10-4 under the gun. David De Beer 8-3 in the hijack. We'll let go of that. Vinesh the pocket 5s. There's a raise to 10,000. Mervin lets go of the 9-8. And Warren Zeman has woken up with pocket aces in the big blind. With his short stack, he's moved all in. And call. Pocket aces versus pocket 5s. Vinesh taps the table, but we still have to go to the flop. There are 2 outs. Nine, 4, 6 is the safe flop for the aces, and he has covered the spade redraw. 10 still a safe card. He's dodging one of 2 5s on the river, and Warren will get a welcome double up. Right, so a very timely time for Warren to wake up with the pocket aces. I was just saying that the blinds are starting to bite him, and he was very fortunate to wake up with pocket aces in the big blind. find somebody else with a pocket pair and a big stack that was prepared to call him off. So the button will move on to Mervyn. Warren will be stacking his chips while he posts his small blind. Hendrik will be in the big blind and David will be under the gun. I hear an announcement by the tournament director out there and blinds are up. Jake is showing me here. Thank you, Jake. Very helpful in the tech department. I owe him something off the table. I'm sure a drink or two at some point. Blinds are 1,500 as we saw on the screen earlier to 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante. Ever efficient, Jake and Brad here. Love working with the boys. I'll give you all the praise that's needed. Under the gun, Dave folds the 9-3. Vinesh, the ace-6 in the hijack. Limped in. Will Foster has followed suit with the king-10 off. Mervyn folds 9-4. Warren in the small blind, suited king-4 will complete. Hendrik Ferreira in the big blind looks down, hoping to squeeze, and he finds king-8 off and will check. So we go forward to the flop. And the ace has flopped the best of that, of Vinesh that limped in. It's gone check, check to him. He'll come out firing his ace. Will's a quick folder, Warren's a quick folder, and Hendrik will follow suit, and Vinesh will pick up another pot, replenishing the few chips he shed off to Warren a short while ago. Right, the button moves on to Warren. Hendrik in the small blind, David in the big blind, and Vinesh under the gun. The Hendrik's creeping down there now, 12 bigs. Will Foster still comfortably on top, 97 bigs, Vinesh 90 bigs, sitting very comfortably, very deep still. I'm just looking down at our next blinds. We'll start getting up there a little bit. There's going to be an escalation in every 20 minutes. So that's pretty much 3 times quicker than any of the other events. So the blinds will start creeping up. So there was a limp. And then Will has re-raised with the ace-king. So there was a raise and then a re-raise. Mervyn's got out of the way. Warren's got out of the way. The pocket twos get out of the way. David de Beer in the big blind gets out the way. So the action is back on Vinesh. He has 11,000 to call. These king-queen offsuit. If he calls, he will be dominated. So when he folds the king-queen disciplined, and will get the ace-king through and pick up some welcome chips.
Okay, apologies for that. I am back now. I had a quick meeting with the Monster Jam team there. We were just discussing the de-rigging process for tomorrow. So thanks for holding the fork, Mark.
Pleasure, Gary.
Have we announced ICM and what it means?
We've spoken a lot about ICM, but we haven't explained it to the viewers. You and I know, and a lot of the viewers will know what ICM is.
Okay, let me just quickly explain. If we have not finished the tournament by 11:15 this evening, then we will invoke the ICM chip model. So it's called the independent chip model, ICM. You can look it up on your Google sites and whatever, and you can download the app. And basically what happens is, however many players are left, we will count their chips we'll count their chips and we'll decide what value they're worth against the money in the pots. So if you have 30 people and they've got all different variant stack sizes, the calculator will tell you what they're actually worth in cash in terms of the payouts from the tournament.
100%, Gary. There's a specific formula that they feed in, and the amount of chips to the amount of people to the prize pool, and it will spit out what your chip stack is worth in terms of the prizes.
And there you go.
Right, so we had a little look at the screen while you were out. We're down to 20 players. So we're a little bit away from ICM at this point. We're now sitting at 7:45. So we still have 3 hours of play before we reach that time.
I think they'll probably stop at 5:30 because you have to work it out as well.
Yeah, so we've got what, 2 hours 45 minutes of play left.
Yep, and I've just looked it up now. I've got an ICM calculator on my personal telephone.
Right.
And everybody knows I've got a telephone here, so it's not like we're cheating. This is for the liaison with everybody else. So it's called PokerMate ICM. So that's a nice app there that you can have a look at to understand how it all works.
Right, Gary, so we move to the next hand. It's been folded around to Dave on the button. Folds the 8-2. Vinesh will just complete with a computer hand, and Will Foster in the big blind 9-3 will check his option. So we go to the blind on blind action on the flop. Vinesh has flopped the second pair with a no raise from Will pre-flop. It's gone check. I thought he would bet. 10 on the turn's a scare card for him with his queen. And he's now let Will in the door, who will rep the king for the straight.
Don't think he's going to let him get away with it though.
He's not letting him get away with it. He hasn't shown a propensity to fold. 10 on the river doesn't change much. Board pairs. And interesting, he now reaches for chips and he has to make Will let go. That's well played by Vinesh.
Yep, well played. I mean, he was trying to...
It just shows the queen. And while you were away, Mr. Zeman got a double up from Vinesh. Vinesh raised with pocket fives. Warren in the big blind woke up with pocket aces. Moved all in, got called and survived the run out of the board.
Okay, and David showed me a message from his sister, Jenny. He said, wants to know why we're abusing her brother and calling him David, so David, etc.
And Rupert, etc.
And he said, you must give her a shout out in the stream. So, well, Jennifer or Jenny, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for that now. Big shout out. And your brother, Rupert Dave the Bear, is just a top bloke. Top bloke.
Yeah, it's friendly banter from people that play home game with him, people that know him well. You've been involved with him with these tournaments a lot. So just good-natured, friendly banter.
Yep, good all-rounder. Dave De Beer, King Jack of clubs. I suspect we'll see a little bit of a bet here.
Yeah, he should raise.
I hope he doesn't limp. I just want to see a bet. He's checked out what's going on.
Blinds are up while you've been out there as well, Gary. They are 1,500, 3,000.
Wow.
With a 3,000 big blind ante. So you can mark that off on your sheet. I didn't interfere with your paperwork that side.
Cool.
I just thought I would remind you when you came in. So Dave has raised to 9,000. Will Foster in the small blind has pocket threes. He's got to decide if he's going to go crab hunting and mine for that set.
Nope.
And he folds.
Mervyn is Queen 8 here.
In the big blind.
I like Mervyn, he's a solid player.
Yeah, and it's too much to defend out of his current chip stack. Right, there are the chip counts, Gary.
Cool for kids.
Everybody can see them. 97 bigs at the top there.
Yeah, and I have a funny feeling this tournament is going to run into an ICM chop.
Yeah, it'll just depend on how many players are left, Gary.
Well, even if there's 50 left, you have to chop it ICM. They won't get much each, but
no.
We're not coming back tomorrow is the point. Once we finish tonight, that's it. And that's because of the venue, because of licensing, because of everything to do with the gaming board, etc.
Yeah, I didn't say anything to the viewers, but I did hear it over the intercom being announced out there by Mark about the ICM chop.
Yep, here we go, Hendricks all in.
He's been waiting for a hand. He's now found ace queen. From under the gun, he's moved all in.
Dave's not even going to think about this. It's just going to go
looking.
flying out of his little rabbit hutch there.
Yeah, straight away. Snap fold by Vinesh as well. It's up to Will Foster. He's going to fold the ace 9, 6-4. And Warren folds his big blind, and Hendrik will get that one through. And a plus 7.5.
Well, every chip is valuable. And of course, talking about ICM, now that that's been announced, the closer we get to the chop, the better it is to be accumulating chips. So, you know, are you going to sit there with 25 chips and get a prize pool of like, $100 or whatever it might work out to? or are you going to fire those chips and try and spin them up?
You see, this changes everything, Gary, because
There's a whole dynamic change.
you know, if your strategy was, all right, I'm patient, I wait, I grind my way to the final table, I ladder up, I move up, that's gone out the window now.
Yep, it's all gone.
You know, I think you still play your normal game pretty much for the next hour, hour and a half, and then have a look how many players are left, and then start taking very much the ICM into consideration.
Yeah, I would change my strategy completely.
It would change immediately, Gary.
Yep, immediately I would change it. So I would be very focused on accumulating chips. Not that I wouldn't be in any other way.
That's what I'm saying.
But I would change it to a more aggressive approach. I'd
even
rather
more
go
aggressive.
out than end up with pennies. Because the more amount of people that are left in, the less you're going to get paid.
Absolutely. Yeah, two different approaches. Right, so Mervyn has raised the ace-2 from the button. And he's got it through. It just shows the ace by a bit of credibility. Got both blinds to fold and takes down the pot. Right, so, you know, it's an interesting situation that we've arrived that we're going to have to use ICM. It's partly to do with the curfew and the cutoff. And also they got a slightly bigger turnout than what they expected for this final event, Gary.
I agree.
So that's good news.
Well, yeah, and it's not anticipated, so it'll be a bit of a challenge for the Monster Jam team, I'm sure.
Yeah, but a decision had to be made, and then I think the correct decision has been made. We cannot come back tomorrow. So it has to go to ICM, and this is the right way to do it. And then it takes it out of the players' hands of making deals and whatever.
Not going to happen, is it?
No, it's ICM and end of story.
Yep.
It's been
It's
announced.
the fairest way to do it, and there's plenty of arguments about it, but at the end of the day, it's like the good old cricket Duckworth-Lewis.
Yeah,
It
love
is
it or
what it
hate
is.
it, it is what it is.
It is what it is, it's been adopted.
But it moves out of the players, because otherwise, if you've got too many players, you always get one that says, no, I'm not dealing that, and I've got more chips, I want more, this, that, the other, the whole arguments that come about. Right, so Hendrik with his pocket sixes has picked up another pot there while we were talking about the ICM considerations. And it looks like our next big blind has been moved to balance tables to the outer. So Vinesh has moved off the table. So the net result is Wilm will move into the big blind. The button is on Hendrik. Under the gun will now be Mervyn. So we're five-handed now at the feature table, which probably means they run about five-handed each on their outer tables, which will mean things will start moving around quite quickly. So Warren Zeman in the cutoff with ace-4. Is raised to 9,000. Hendrik folds. He had 6-2 off. Jack-7 suited in the small blind for David de Beer into the muck. Will Foster 8-3 off into the muck, and Warren will get that one through.
And that's what they should be doing with these aces now. You know?
Yeah, especially down to five-handed now, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. Aggression will win the day every time. Every time.
When you went all in ace 9 of spades, the previous one, when you raised, you went all in again, you take a ball.
And we're having a little discussion with them, telling them what hands he had, what his big folds he's made. Just telling them don't abuse it, don't make it too often.
And Warren's under the gun.
Jack 2 off, or Jack 2 suited, but
Jack 4 folds. David to be with the ace-6.
and he should be raising his button now with that. Folds. Will Foster completed with the mystery cards. 3-2 suited in the big blind for Mervyn, so
Small
we'll
blind on big blind.
sweat
Oh,
without.
don't check.
On check. Action on Mervyn.
Mervyn bets here, he might get rid of Will.
And he has bet and takes down the pot. Will at 7-4 suited.
Yeah. Worth the completion there. He's got a big stack.
Yeah. Standard completion. Mervyn said, if you're going to check to me, I'm going to bet it, see if I can take it down now. And did so with the weaker hand, as you have
There's a
explained
fantastic
previously.
opportunity to make a lot of money now. Will's got a massive stack here. He starts getting aggressive, putting people under pressure.
He's played
No-
very well on this feature table.
Nobody knows how many places are going to be paid now if it goes
Yeah.
to RCM. So they will not have a consideration of being fourth, as you said, trying to play tight. Fourth, third, second, or third.
Yeah.
First.
You could be 18th and get 100 Rand or 50 Rand or whatever it is, so
Yeah, it
you
depends,
want to
yeah.
move up.
I mean, you can't do that calculation until the game is stopped.
Until you know exactly what chips are held.
It's not like just playing different places all the
No.
way down. Hendricks all in with the ace king. Dave will fold this. And he gets it through again. Okay, we're over the 100 hands now, huh?
Yeah, 100 hands already in this tournament since we started.
Over 103.
103. There it is. The graphic comes up at the top of the table. So a lot of hands in this tournament that we've already broadcast here, Gary.
Immense amount.
So David De Beer will be under the gun. Will Ferreira in the big blind. Five-two offsuit into the muck. Goes round to Will Foster. Ace-9 suited in the cutoff. He reaches for raising chips. And he raises. Raises to 8,500. Mjpt next to speak. He's called. We can't see his cards. They are in the box there. Hendrik Ferreira in the big blind with ace king. There's a raise and a call.
What happened to the ace king?
It looks like he folded it.
Really?
There's a raise and a call, and he folded it.
Well, that's interesting.
Now, Will was checked. He was the original raise. It's gone check, check. Turn brings the ace. All right, and Will is bet out here now. He has aces with threes and a king kicker splitting. And the old turnover. Mjpt has ace jack, and he's re-raised. And they're chopping up the pot there. Plus 3,800 for each. After all that was said and done. We'll move on to the next hand. The button will move on to Mervyn. Or should move on to Warren actually. Just trying to catch up exactly where it is. It's reflecting in the screens there. The dealer's just chopping up the pot. That's why the button hasn't moved yet. Will Foster will be under the gun. Dave De Beer will be the big blind. And the button will move to Warren. There, the dealer moves it now. So when the action resumes, Will Foster will be under the gun. David De Beer will be defending his big blind. And Warren Zeman will be trying to utilize his position on the button.
Yeah.
13 seconds to go on the level, from what I can see. And 40 minutes to the next break. The levels are now at 20 minutes, I believe. Is that correct?
20-minute levels, that's correct, Gary.
So, yeah.
So Jack 2 off for Will under the gun. It's going to fold. It's gone round to Mervyn. King 3 off into the muck. Warren on the button with 9-4.
Lines up, let's turn. 2,000, 4,000.
So I'm just going to step out again, Mark, and
Yeah,
leave you on your lonesome,
No
unfortunately.
problem. And Warren is doing a good strong move here. He's raising the button with a 9-4. He's starting to start using that position. Gets to fold. But David De Beer in the big blind is woken up with ace-queen suited.
Ready?
Dave has moved all in. Snap fold by Warren, his hand being caught in the cookie jar. Well done, Dave. Right, it's a nice little gain for Dave there. The button moves on to Hendrik. Dave will be in the small blind, Will in the big blind. Mervyn will be under the gun.
Small blind.
Hendrik's cards are folded automatically as he wasn't in his seat. Mervyn folds the Jack 5 under the gun. Warren with the ace 2 in the cutoff. He said, let me try this again. I've got one player away from me there. He's just limped in this time. Dave De Beer in the small blind 6-3 off. He won't complete. And Will Foster checks his big blind. We don't know what Will has. There's a pretty good flop for the ace 2. He bets, he's hit a pair, he has a redraw to a straight, to the wheel. Will asks how many chips do you want? Very much depends what Will's holding here because we don't know. We're sweating with Warren. Okay, it's bet call. We go to the turn. And the turn brings the straight for Warren. He's of course got the bottom end of the straight, he's behind to a 6 high straight. He can continue betting 6,500. Will just laughs, which means he's going to fold. He shows that he had the 4 and he was looking for the other straight. So he had up and down on the flop. Warren shows him I had ace 2. I had the straight. So Warren's starting to make moves up that board. Since the ICM consideration was announced, he is trying to make moves up. Right, so under the gun is Warren. 6-2 off into the muck, I'm sure. And they do. Round to Hendrik. Folds Queen 2 off. Up to David De Beer in the button. You can see his cards. Folds them. Will Foster folds and Mervyn gets a walk. And a welcome plus 2,000. So Will Foster 271,000. Comfortably in front on this table with 67 bigs. Next is Dave De Beer with 23 bigs. Hendrik at the bottom there. Not 100% in the danger zone yet, but we'll have to start making some moves. And the action will be on him. He has found King Jack off under the gun. and he puts it all in. Dave looks down at his card, 7-6 off. He can't call. Foster 8-7 off. He folds. Mjpt folds. Ace 9. Warren Zeman with 4-2 off. Into the muck. And as I said, if you start making moves, he makes a move and picks up welcome plus 10,000 chips. Moves up to 16 bigs. Level pegging with Warren. Mervyn on 17, they down there, and then David De Beer 23 and Will Foster 67 bigs. Alright, we move to the next hand. David De Beer will be under the gun. Will Foster will be next to speak after him. David De Beer with the Jack 4 suited. He under the gun, into the muck, onto Will. He goes crab hunting, he's just limping in. Mjpt has called as well. King 7. Warren Zeman. He has raised. Can't see his holdings. Will has got to now decide, does he continue to look after Hendrik folded? Will Foster says, I will go set mining. And Mervyn says, I've got value, I'm in the pot. Right, so we go 3-way to the flop. There's no help for the king with 7 or the pocket 3s. So Warren checked his initial raise. He was out of position to them all. From the holdings that we can see, Mervyn has now hit the 7. It's gone check to him. Will now bets his pocket 3s. Mervyn calls. Warren folds his hand. And 9 is no help for Will. The only way he wins this is if he bets Mervyn off the hand. And he puts a healthy sized bet in. Now Mervyn has to worry. Did Will check the flop with a 9? Then he bet the turn. I called when I hit my 7, but now another 9 has arrived. Is my 7 still good, or does Will have the 9? All those will be permutations, will be running through his mind. Yeah, he's thinking about it. And while we're waiting, he makes the call, and he makes a good call. And it looks like Rex has joined the table at the bottom corner. So, winner of a Monster Jam trophy at Sun City a little while ago, last year. Spent some time playing on the Asian tour. A pretty accomplished player. Welcome to the table. It is Rex.
You did, I'm with you again. Now we get to play each other.
Yeah, Mervyn's relishing the opportunity of playing against Rex. So while the new players join the table, the dealer will do a little shimmy shuffle. Our tech team will add their stats in. We've been handed the chip counts by the tournament director, and that will all be entered into the software while you are waiting. We have a lady player joining the table as well. And Gary has just rejoined the commentary booth and informed me that he's Rudolph Faree's daughter. Right, so David will be under the gun. Rex is straight into the big blind. David with king 8 off. Full 7 players at the table again. The table's being balanced. So that is Mariska Fourie. Folds with jack 3. Will Foster with the 8-7 in the hijack folds. Mervyn with the king queen in the cutoff. Fancy he will raise this. Yeah, he announces raise. Up to 9,000. Warren Zeman folds. Hendrik Ferreira in the small blind folds. Around to Rex in the big blind with ace-9 suited. And it looks like he has 3-bet to 22,000. And him and Mervyn were exchanging pleasantries as he sat down that now we get to play against one another. Well, we have action straight away between the two of them. So we go the 2 ways to the flop. No help for either player. Oh, well, no help for Rex on that flop. Mervyn has flopped top pair with a decent kicker. Rex continues his story after 3-betting pre.
17.
Bet 17,000. Just flat called by Mervyn. Turn brings a 10, still no help to Rex. Now 3-bet and then C-bet, and it was called on both occasions, so he checks now. Action is on Mervyn. He checks as well. Jack doesn't help Rex, so the check mark is at Mervyn if he doesn't fold. Action on Rex. And he bets 70,000 on the river. Pot size bet. So he puts all the pressure on Mervyn. That's just about all of Mervyn's chips. It almost puts him all in. He was 3-bet pre-flop. Flop was bet, he makes the call. Rex shows him.
Played it like ace king, all that. Like, good bet.
And Mervyn rakes in a very healthy sized pot there, Gary.
Yep. There's your outside table. We're now down to 2 tables, I believe.
Okay.
You know better move?
So yeah, that's the familiar finger of Naeem Lum there on the side. I can see Doc Lottering is still there.
Clive,
Clive Kick here in the bottom corner.
Joe Abru,
Joe Brew.
Vinesh.
Vinesh, that left from here.
I forget the gentleman's name with the mop of hair.
Yeah, I've played against him quite a number of times here at the Mjpt events, and that his name escapes me at the moment as well. So yeah, so down to 14 players then, Gary. From the 20, we've lost 6 from the 20 already.
Looks that way.
Right, so the action will be on Mariska Fourie under the gun. She folds the 8-5 off. Will Foster folds. Mjpt folds the ace-7. Warren Zeman folds jack 3. Hendrik Ferreira folds king 6. Round to Rex in the small blind with ace 3.
All in.
All in.
Goes all in.
Pretty standard with any ace here.
Yep.
60,000.
Dave only had 8-5. Rex takes down the pot. He lost a big chunk of his stack there in that first hand that he got involved with Mervyn, Gary.
I saw that, just came in time to see it. Rex is a solid player though.
Yeah, Rex is a very good player. I was just telling the players that he won an event at the Monster Jam Tour at Sun City in the middle of last year. He won the first event, the Freeze.
Yeah, and obviously Rex is from Asian descendancy, but he doesn't have the gambling nature. He's a very concise player. He loves to play. He loves to understand the hands and where he is in the game.
Yeah, he's a very solid and good player, Rex.
And well travelled as well. I've seen him around the East Africa swing a few times, so
Yeah, and he played a bit out on the Asian tour as well.
He has. He's been down in the Philippines and played down there. So yeah, he's well travelled, well experienced, and was actually making a living from poker for a long time.
And now you said he's employed full time.
He's got a proper job now, but of course after COVID will force you to do that stuff.
Big people's job.
Yeah, and but a smart guy as well. He works for a chemical company, so I don't actually know what he does for the chemical company. But smart guy.
Right, so Warren Zeman with the mystery cards is raised to 8,000. Mariska had to call 4,000 more in her big blind and she folds the ace-9 off.
Okay, so Hendrik was the small blind, the small stack when I left. He's still down there, I see. And the blinds have gone up, of course. What are the blinds now? We said they are 15-3.
2-4 now, Gary.
Yeah, sorry, we've done the 50. This is 2,000, 4,000.
So 10,000 in every pot now, pre-flop.
10 grand's lots in this tournament.
Yeah, you
So-
post your big blind, you're posting 8 grand now.
Mervin's got a couple of pictures under the gun here. Let's see if the cue's too big for him. Yeah, thought so. So Warren with the offsuit ace. Aces and eights. Dead man's hand. He's going to come out and call this off. I like Kendrick here as well. He's in a hijack. He's only got 54,000. He's just going to go pay to see a flop and hopefully it gets round without a raise.
David on the button. It's called. The ace-7.
So small blind folds, and Will's going to check this, I think.
So we go 4 to the flop.
7-2 jack. Hardly. I mean, look at Will. He's less than 1% to win this.
Yeah.
Of course, ace high for Dave De Beer is the best hand at the moment. With the 7, obviously.
And he bets it.
That should get through.
Should nobody else found anything.
Oh, what a Dave. Get that through. Nice little small bet there. Pick up 18k to the good. So Mark's just gone for a little wonder there. Doing a sterling job whilst I was away, and a sterling job accompanying me, so thanks to Big Mark. I know he'll watch this back later. Likes to see how it looks and all the rest of it, and I've been a great member of the team here at Carnival. So Warren will get rid of those under the gun. Hendrik doesn't even bother showing us, they're just gone. Rex the same. So around to Dave De Beer. 8-2, and Mariska has folded. Will with the ace king is going to spin this up a bit. Oh, he's limped it in. I find that an interesting move. Jack 9-7, so Mervin picks up a pair with his 9. And Will's thinking if I'd have raised these pre-flop, I might have got rid of this guy. You would have done it at 9-2. I say it's not good to limp. Play what you've got, and it shall bear fruit. So 7 people on the feature table. I believe there's still 7 people outside. So it pays 4 prizes. So I think that's, by my calculation, we need to lose another 10, which at the local time of about 8:15, that could prove to be a little tricky. Okay, Hendrik is our under the gun player. Short stack as well, decides to get rid of those. And Rex will look down at some paint here. We're going to see something from Rex for sure.
7,000.
11,000 the raise. So it gets out of the way. Mariska gets out of the way. Will gets out of the way. Mjpt will not be getting out of the way. And it will be putting this in.
172. 172,000.
And there's no way Rex could have played that hand, so Mervyn will pick it up. Nicely played, sir. So Warren's approaching the Badlands down at the bottom with Rex and Hendrik, all on 14, 13 and 12 blinds respectively. So needing to make moves.
Raise to 11,500. 11,500.
So Rex folds the 4-2.
11-5.
11,500, yes.
I'll get Jake to look at the timing screen. There's some confusion over the blinds here. We might have missed a blind level.
100.
So the blind levels have gone up to 3-6. So hang on, we got it all in from Warren here. Bill Forrester 42 to call. Mervyn Chetty's still in the hand.
63. Let me take 11,500.
So it looks like Will's folded.
42,000.
Somebody show.
Mervyn's thinking about this. Just having a count what's left. I think he's probably just a bit too much for him to call here. Oh no, I'm wrong. Good luck, gentlemen. We've got a flop can.
Maybe something a fucking fish.
So King Ace 9 brings us some possibilities here. Any Queen, any Jack. Only Queens can help him there.
Like your fault.
Very happy you told me. You gave me like him.
Worried about him if
Okay, Warren will pick up the pot there. Not an unreasonable call.
3,000, 6,000, 6,000 and auntie.
I was hoping like ace king. I can tell Mervyn the sky is blue. He still won't believe. That's it. That's it. Just now, yeah.
Okay, Dave to be a bit under the gun, and it's confirmed the blinds are 3,000, 6,000 with 6,000 on the big blind ante. And David top of the screen will be first to act here. Ace 5 off, these are going to muck, I'm sure.
King 10 of hearts. King 10 of hearts. Not actually.
It's folded around to Hendrik. Hendrik's all in with 7-3.
8,000.
And a smart move there by Hendrik. It picks up all the dead money. So good work.
That's a move.
And Mariska, I haven't seen Mariska play a hand yet.
That's a move to...
Or maybe she's just not picking up any hands.
I need a helmet to drill on this table, eh?
So Mariska is on the, in the under the gun position in C4. So queen two of diamonds, and I don't think she'll be playing these.
When you got sticky players, they just call. Not sticky. He called off.
Folded around to Mervyn with king 3 in a high check. Warren, well, we don't know what Warren's got. So 14,000 is a raise. 13, sorry. Hendrik folded. Hendrik is not all in. Hendrik folded. Rex is all in.
How much? About 32 or something.
So Warren's asked for a count, 31,000. And he'll like his suited ace-4. He won't know that he's dominated, of course. He's just going to count how much it is and then how much he'll have left. And then he's going to fold. Nope, he's going to call. And we're off to the races. Unfortunately, the race is already part run, and Warren will be looking for some help here. Good luck to both of the guys. And the 4 is there. We need a 9 and a 9 only, otherwise we're going to lose Rex from our feature table. Unlucky Rex, always nice to see you, my friend, and just keep well, keep safe, enjoy your new job, and we'll see you back at a poker table somewhere near very, very soon. All the best, my China.
Become a monster.
You want him to drink alcohol?
Mev, how you doing? What's the move? The 13? Discount, no discount, eh?
Looks like we got some action out on camera 6. I'll keep an eye on the main table. And people are standing up.
Is on C1.
Looks like Joe Ebers just won a big pot out there. And I actually don't know if somebody's out or if somebody's in or whatever. I don't think we've lost any players. Okay, we'll go back to the feature table. And Wills with his 8-4 is folded. Mervyn with the Queen Jack here will start the action off.
Up to 14.
Dave De Beer with the King 8 in the small blind, and Mariska in the big blind with Ace King. First time I've seen her play a hand.
14 chance.
So Mark is back with us.
All right, thank you, Gary.
Huge draw here for Mariska. Royal flush draw, straight draw.
100.
I think she's gone all in. I think he's going to have to call.
Yeah. She's sitting with a royal flush draw there.
The 2 cards to come. I mean, it's only 16,000 more.
Called. He is ahead technically. She has monster draws.
Oh, it's huge hand, huge hand. Nice to see a royal flush on the
That
screen.
would be nice to crown the end of the weekend, Gary.
That's no help. So any heart, any ace.
No heart.
Lucky.
And we will lose Mariska.
As soon as the call came, I was like, oh no.
Oh, so she had an absolute monster draw on that flop, Gary.
Well,
She had-
she has a story to tell now as well, of course.
Absolutely. I went out on a royal flush draw. I had overs. Any heart,
And
any
that
ace,
bloody
any king.
Mjpt called me with a jack,
Yeah.
which was top pair at the time.
And he also had the queen block it to her so that her king was dead. If she found the king, he would have made her straight.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, you know, he didn't just call with the jack. He had the up and down as well.
So the blinds are up. We've lost Rex. We lost Mariska.
Sure, that's quick action.
Well, you will go out to Caliban.
Yeah. A little
All
comfort
havoc.
break, Gary.
All the havoc broke loose in here.
And we're heading for 27 minutes past 8, so with the amount of players that we've lost in quick speed, we may end up with a final table not too long from now.
God willing. Mervyn with the king 3 has decided to ship that to the middle, as is Warren.
You just won your money back. Congratulations.
A dealer with a bit of sarcasm.
Yeah.
Tells
He's a bit of a case, to be honest.
Yeah, he says to Will, congratulations, you just won your money back. As it was folded and Will got a walk, but there was no small blind. The dealer's 100% correct, he only got his own money back. That's a win right now.
Oh, listen, as long as it's not going out of the bank, he's fine.
Right, so under the gun, Warren Zeman folds the Jack 5 off. Down to Will Ferreira. Hendrik Ferreira, he folds. David De Beer on cutoff with the Jack 9 suited.
Like this hand.
Yeah. I don't know, I fancy it should be raised from the under current considerations.
I would have thought so.
And,
So we got something going on in the outer table. Good spot by Jake here.
Joe Bruce standing up there.
Well, looks like we've got an all-in situation of some description.
And Lum says, and also maybe Lum has hit some bad part of that. Yeah, and it looks like we've said farewell to Naim.
Name them. Anyone hang around for pleasantries. And the chips will go across to Clive Kikia. Always a dangerous place to leave
Yeah.
chips.
But Lum, a good performance. He was
All in Hendrik here, by the
third
way.
in the main event and all in here. Dealer counts out the exact amount. 50,000 on the dot.
Got a funny feeling Dave might fold this.
Yeah, you know, he's in the cutoff. He's still got a number of players behind him, Gary.
Yep.
For him to play. If he was in the big blind, I think he might call this. But he still has players behind him.
Yeah, and you can't be looking at what he's leaving behind. He needs to be all in here. And
Yeah.
isolate.
I think he's counting what I'll have left if I lose it, you know. But you're right, he has to isolate if he plays there.
No, he's going to fold.
Will Foster's a quick folder, up to Mervyn Shetty, he folds. To Warren Zeman. Has nothing to call with. So as it turns out, once he got past David, there was nobody else with any fighting cards.
Nobody cares what you folded.
Yeah. They're in the muck, they don't stand a chance to win.
That's right. I actually have a T-shirt with that on it. Nobody cares what you folded.
Ah, lovely.
I used to
would
wear it
enjoy
on a
that.
specific occasion, on a specific game, when a specific person was attending. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's no names required. They don't live in this country. But every other hand, you get 2 5s come on the flop. It'll be like, I had 10-5. Queen 10. I had Queen 10. You're one of those guys, you know. So anyway, I remember one evening, and it was pocket 5s. Sorry, it was a pair of 5s on the flop. And at the end of the game, or the end of the actual particular hand, he cranked off. He said, I folded pocket 5s. And the guy had won the hand who'd outbet the opposition. So that's interesting, because there's six 5s in this deck, because there's the other 2. Didn't hear from him again after that.
Oh, wonderful. I like that story.
Well, just for that evening, of course. But he came back with a vengeance and had all the... You know, I used to say to him, if you played every hand, you'd never lose. You know that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Up to 18
Yeah, somewhat annoying, those people. Tip for you out there, you youngsters, good etiquette. But nobody cares what you folded. I actually see people go into the muck to bring their cards back just to prove that they folded it. And like I say, nobody cares what you folded.
If you want to win the most pots, play every hand. If you want to win the most money, be selective on what you play.
Yeah, and if you want to make your friends and keep them, don't keep bleating all the time that you had the nuts. Okay, Warren picked up that pot there. So Henrik has been all in, I don't know, 7 times to my knowledge. David's now dropped down below the 14 big blinds. And we're on the blind level 3-6 now. And 1, 2, 3. And the big blind ante is also 6,000. Will in the centre of the picture will be first to act.
Right, so if we're 5-handed here, or we've 6 or 5-handed on the outer table, Gary? Or couldn't you see from the
No,
picture?
I think we lost 1 player from there, maybe 2. Dave's got ace queen here. I need to see you raise in here, Dave. Even smash it in out of the big blind. You're last to act.
All in. He has moved all in.
He has to.
Yeah. Good strong play. He shows it. Oh, we've lost Lum at least, so that would have taken them down to a minimum of 6. And if we lost another player, then they'd be on 5-5.
We'll quickly go to the camera 6 if we can, please. The timing screen says there's 11 players left in.
Which would mean there's still 6 at the outer table.
It must be then. We'll get the guys to count them off. He's saying 4. We'll get them to put it on the previous screen so we can have a look. Clive's there, 1, 2, 3, 4, looks like 5.
There are 5, so then it's 5-5. So down to 10 players.
Yeah, looks that way. We'll have a look in between hands. This Eben's son is doing his job as being an eclipse over there. So raise from Warren to 16.
Can't see his holdings. He shows an ace.
Yeah.
So in that short interim that I've moved out, he's moved up substantially. He did have the big double up. So 33 bigs there, now 203,000.
So you got Clive there, Vinesh, Joe, gentleman with the hair that I don't know,
and Doc.
So that's 5.
So we're 5-5 now, 10 players left. 3 to a final table.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Got a new hand on the feature table. Pocket 10s for Warren Seaman.
Under the gun.
15k in the pot. I'd like to see at least 9. Looks like 12.
Yeah, he's gone 12.
16.
16.
Well, that's an overbedded note.
Yeah, you know, that's always been there. They say that's the pocket 10, pocket jack raise when you
Yep.
when you're not wanting a lot of callers.
Davis folding this.
Sort of
He's got no
polarizes your range.
filters in the field. Get off the TV. Thank you.
Quick fold from Will. Mjpt, the big blind 8-6 off. 10,000 to call, fold.
Easy.
10s get through and he shows them. Try and buy some credibility.
Thank you.
Hendrick still hanging on.
You're going to get you on a 15-minute break, another 30-minute break, a 15-minute break.
It looks like they're going to have a break, so we'll probably be changing tables now. Maybe not. Let's go and have a look, and we'll be back in 15. Okay, we're down to 8 players. 9, I think, sorry. 2 from the final table. There's 7 on the final table, so 9 players. Superhero for Lum is Limper Lum.
Is that from Sugdaran Singh?
Yeah. Rich Coffee, will I get some of the money?
Yeah. If we ICM, yeah, you have to be in it to
Yeah.
get some.
No, Rich will get you some, no worries.
All right, it's,
So the blind levels will also be up,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
it looks like Melbourne raised with a 7-6 suited out of the small blind. And he got Warren to fold, and he takes down the hand with a nice 7-6 suited.
Nice. So the blinds, I'm making an assumption here, are 100,000, 50,000. No, they're 40 to 80.
I think you're on the wrong chip count there from previous tournament, Gary. All right, we move to our next hand. Dave to be under the gun with 8-5 off, will let go. Will Foster will fold. Yeah, Jack 7, King 5 in the button for Melbourne. Folds. Warren Seaman completes. And Hendrik checks. So we have 9-8 versus King 7.
Okay, so Hendrick's in the big blind. He's our small stack at the table still. 4, 5, 6.
He has an up and down. And he's going to bet it. Yeah, he's gone all in. And Warren with a gut shot decides not to call.
Sensible man. Sensible man.
Right, so it looks like we might have lost a player on the outer table because we're being balanced down to 4 players on this table.
Just have a look there.
Yeah, so we've still got Doc there, we've still got Clive,
Joe.
we've still got Joe.
And
That's
who's that?
it.
And Dave. So they got 4 there.
Yeah, so that's the final 4 on that side.
So we're 1 from the final table. 8 players left.
Yeah, 8 players left. So Doc Lotching still in, Joe Bruce still in, 100k Dave joining them, and Clive Kikia at that table. And then we go back to our feature table. And the dealer announces blinds are up 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante.
So level 16, folks. Ace King for Melvin Chetty.
Under the gun.
And 20k in the pot, so Melvin's going to come out and stick in about, mind he's been over betting a lot, I reckon around 15, 16.
18,000, even more than you.
I said he would over bet.
Oh, he did overbet. Queen
He
10
just has a tendency to do that. All in.
from
So
Hendrik.
trust me, there will be no fold for Melvin.
Yeah, snap call.
Okay, let's see. We'll go to the flop cam, and good luck to both of these players. Hendrik is the player at risk.
Yeah, ace king out in front. Right, he finds no help on the flop.
787. There's an aeroplane for you. And a 2.
Still no help on the turn. And Hendrik is eliminated.
And that will be our final table redraw. Okay, we will pause the clock for the final table, and we'll be back shortly.
Final table, eh? I don't think you must 8,000, 8,000 and
Right, welcome to the final table of the Monster semi-freeze. 3K buy-in with 1 re-entry, and we're down to our final table. And as soon as Gary rejoins us, he will introduce you, I'm sure, to all the players. Meanwhile, we're starting our first hand.
9,000 to call.
Just like I went across this, stole one hand quickly, and then
Dave de Beer under the gun +1. 10-6 off into the muck.
8,000 to call.
Clive kicker in the hijack.
The Peter Marisburg Wanderer.
And it's going to fold. Ace-7 in the cutoff for Warren Zeman. He's raised.
18,000.
18,000. Round to Melvin Chetty. Apologies to Melvin. We were given Mervyn, and we said, well, we know it's Melvin, but we were given the writing and we put it out as that, so it has been corrected. And it's folded round, and Warren will take that through.
Okay, so our final table is assembled. First time we've seen Joe Abreu, who's in seat number 1, 272000. Seat 2's empty, even lottery. Been here a few times, 381,000. Seat 4, Will Forster, 140,000. Seat 5, David de Beer, 110,000. Seat 6, Clive Kicker, 178,000. Seat 7, empty. Seat 8, Warren Seaman, 194,000. And seat 10, 453,000, Melvin Chetty. So Melvin our chip leader by some distance.
Right, and Dave's under the gun with 10-3 suited. He'll fold that. It's round to Clive Kicker, 7-2 off. He'll get rid of that. Warren Zeman 9-5 into the muck. Melvin's got pocket 7s in cutoff.
Raise 20,000.
The announcer's raised 20,000. And Doc Lotching has got Ace King suited here in the small blind.
Did Doc just call him or shove?
No, he hasn't shoved. Doc's got a big stack. Doc's got over 300,000.
Okay.
He's got 381,000. He's 3-bet to 65. Pocket 6s are folded. He shows the Ace King.
And he's second in chips, 50 big blinds.
Yeah, 401,000 now after that. Melvin.
So for the golfing fans, Dustin Johnson has just become the first player in history to go to 20 under at the Masters.
Wow. That's some achievement, Gary.
Indeed it is. Fortuitously, we have the technology to look at the Masters in the back here.
Gary has just brought it in for us.
Yeah, another TV. What can I tell you?
Yeah. Put another TV up, Gary.
Like we haven't got enough already.
Yep.
There's already 5 in here. Okay, so we're off on our next hand. This is hand 131 on the feature table. Clive Kikia is our under the gun player with 9-3, and I'm pretty sure they will be going in the muck. Warren Seaman is going to show us what his cards are. I hope. Nope. They're going in the muck. King 7 for Melvin. And Joe Abreu will have something to say here.
Raise 20,000. 20,000 to call.
There's raised with the Ace Queen.
So 20,000 seems to be the raise.
I'm sure those will go into the muck. All right. So Joe will take down that pot. And talking about Clive, I haven't seen that famous cricket ball of his once this week, Gary.
I think he's hiding it. Maybe it's still in quarantine in Peter Marisburg. And Mark referring to the now famous cricket ball that normally resides on the table when he's around. And he tells the wonderful story of he used to get barred from, I think I'm telling the story right, and Clive will correct me, was he used to bowl too fast for the teams that he played for. And back in the day when we were younger, fitter, I'm sure.
Junior teams, correct.
So yeah, Clive's cricket ball isn't there, but obviously he doesn't need it. I think he used to call it the antidote. I think that's what he used to call it.
He's in the big blind, that's why I mentioned him, and I didn't see it there near his cards.
Mjpt gets the sevens again here, so the pros say the seven's always coming. Let's see.
If at first you don't succeed, he'll try again. Raise. 18.
18 large.
Hold it round. Wolfoster on the button with King 10.
I must just point out that the King of Casino is playing old-time Christmas songs here.
Okay.
It's quite freaky.
So Clive kick here in the big blind now with ace 9 off.
Now Clive will think about this because he's got soldiers in the field. He doesn't like to let go of the big blind. And he's got 10 grand to call. And he's got 162k behind. So I'd like to see Clive will maybe float this one or even raise it.
You must remember Melvin's the big stack. He raised from early. And all that going through Clive's mind. So he's just going to flat.
Yep, that's how I expected.
Right, and there's the 7 on the flop, Gary.
Like I said, the 7's always coming. And this is going to put Clive in a world of pain if he decides to come out and try and rep something here. The sensible thing would do check back, he's missed it completely. I mean, what's he repping here, a jack?
Yeah.
Melvin will take his time here. Lead us not into temptation, Lord.
Giving the banter.
Because Melvin already knows what he's going to do here. It's a rainbow flop, he's got second set. He just needs to flat it off.
Yeah, he's flatting it off.
Well, of course he does.
But he had to give the whole speech and...
Well, he wants to appear weak.
Yeah.
And now this might be a little bit of a problem child.
He's gone check.
Because Clive can easily put his opponent on a jack because he doesn't have one.
Yeah, in Melvin's mind as well. If Clive came betting out and he has got the jack, do I now? I need to take it down now in case.
He needs the bet and entice a bet out of Clive.
Yeah, if he doesn't want Clive to fill up on the river possibly, but meanwhile he doesn't know he's miles ahead.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's already got the check mark. I mean, Clive can win this hand.
Clive called off that bet on the turn. Action on Clive.
I think Clive has to shut down here. He's told a story, but he has to shut down. He doesn't know that obviously Melvin's on a set. Whatever he bets here is getting called.
Hey, whatever he bets he's getting re-raised, that's for sure. There it goes.
It's attempted trying to steal the pot
22,000.
and do it 130. I don't think that's going to cut it.
Well, how much have you got behind? Melvin's just trying to work out what can I extract here if you have got a jack.
That'll put him all in.
Yeah, he puts him all in.
And Clive will fold this, and no more wasting of time, just get it in.
Clive says, don't show me a bluff, don't show me a bluff.
I've got to tell you, Melvin's never been bluffing from that spot.
And he shows Clive then, and Clive just goes, oh, like, you know, like I had a big hand, whatever.
Clive was still coming second, unfortunately.
Even if he had a jack, he was coming way behind.
Yeah. If he had a jack, all the money would have gone in.
All right, move on to the next hand.
So
Warren
Dustin Johnston. Sorry, I've just got the scores.
Yeah, you
up
carry
here.
on there, Gary.
Cameron
Sorry.
Smith 15 under. Too late. It's spun over, so I can't wind this TV back.
Yeah,
Not
no
to worry.
PBR, yeah.
No.
Right, so under the gun, Melvin. Warren Zeman in the big blind. Melvin Shetty now with pocket jacks under the gun.
Well, if If you run good, you got to use the run good to your advantage. And 20k in the pot. And we're gonna, what are we gonna put in here? It's 15.
Maybe a little bit over.
Oh,
18
standard.
under. Yeah, just under. Keeping it standard across.
And of course, people are going to think he's used his big stack here. The truth is, he's actually
Yeah.
a monster, short-handed.
Dave to be on the button, 9-8. As we're going to the muck.
Just to get through the blinds.
Clive with King 9 in, suited in the small blind. Now Clive's stung a bit from that previous hand, so he might
But you
want
know
to
how
play
strong
this.
this hand is, King 9.
He's going to let it go.
Yeah, he doesn't want to tangle
Warren
with Melvin
Seaman
again.
in the big blind. He has wanted to defend, but I think those will go into the muck.
Forever, ever.
Right, so the button will move. We'll go on to Clive. Melvin will now be in the big blind.
Try to pass it to you. Try to pass it to you. The dealer was away, he saw me.
Under the gun player
Try to cheat me
will be Joe Brew.
ankle under the table.
Sounds like Mr. De Beer is holding court here.
But they're too far up to you.
So Joe, bottom left of your picture in the white hat, will be your under the gun player, first to act.
Now, Gary, no one in immediate danger from a big blinds perspective.
Nope, we're looking for the coolers as usual. So sevens are going round, it's contagious, eh?
Yeah, it's the third time they've appeared already
Well,
on this final
it's been
table.
an 18,000 raise on the last two occasions, so I'm assuming this will be 18.
Yep, standard.
It's funny how players just trying to fall in line, and
Yeah, that's the standard
that
raise.
thing.
That works. I'll use it.
yeah, for sure.
Now it's folded around to Clive. He's got pocket eights on the button.
Yeah, I think he might be considering a shovel or a raise here.
Yeah, Clive's down to 85,000. So if it's raised to 18, what is his 3-bet? So it's either shove. I don't think he's going to flat it.
I think I'd prefer a raise here. But Clive knows what he's doing.
He's flatted.
He's keeping some stocks behind just in case.
Melvin with King 6 suited. He's going to call for value. His big stack. Go 3 to the flop.
Doesn't want to see aces and kings, that's for sure. And overcards times 2 to Clive and Joe. Melvin's first to act.
Joe was the original aggressor, so I think he's chosen to check.
Let's open the gate for this guy. This should go in.
He's checked as well. Second 10 doesn't change anything. And Melvin says if they both check that flop and that doesn't change, I'm betting.
Yep, I'm happy with that. Joe gets away from his sevens here.
Yeah, he's still got Clive behind. He's going to fold.
Clive's all
Clive
in.
moved all in. So that's good play by Clive.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Well played, Clive.
And Melvin will posture a little bit, but he's got a fold. He's got absolutely nothing. So very well played there by Clive. He sniffed out exactly what was happening. A lot of banter there between the two of them.
I really want to call you Kika, you show me. A phone. See, I really want to call you. I cannot.
So I really wanted to call you, but I had nothing.
You know.
We all know that you've seen me in action.
Well, Clive takes a nice pot there, gets him a little bit further off the bottom of the pile. So Dave De Beer getting in the danger zone here. So Will Foster.
Yeah, that's the lowest we've seen Will Foster stack. He's been pretty up there for most of the time we've been broadcasting with him there. Blinds are up again. 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 ante, 25,000 in the pot, Gary.
That'll make a hole in your wallet.
Yeah, especially if you Dave now. He's got
About 8
4
bigs.
rotations, 4 M's. With this 100k stack.
Yep, he's going to be gone soon if he doesn't start making a few moves.
Will Foster folded. Okay, here's Dave De Beer with ace jack in the hijack. 90,000.
Money goes in. Money goes in. Well done, David.
Well done, Dave. Right thing to do.
Got some fold equity there. Let's just see what happens.
Clive
Clive.
at 8-7 off will fold. Warren's a quick folder 3-2. Melvin folds. Round to Joe Brew in the big blind. Now he's going to consider this. He has 250,000. It's 80,000 to call. It's a big call for King Jack. From a tightish player shoving.
Depends how well Joe Abreu knows Dave De Beer. He said, I don't want to count. That means he's folding. That's where my money is, on the fold.
Yeah, in it goes. I think it was just too much for King Jack off in the big. Still 7-handed, maybe shorter handed, different story.
I agree.
You were stressing about whatever you had today. 5,000, 10,000, 3,000. I don't know what you had. What did you have? How much?
Alright, we move on to
we're
the next hand.
off to hand number 136.
Yeah, it's a lot of hands we've had in this event already, Gary. And that's only on the feature table because they were quite well into the tournament already when we switched across from the main event.
Yeah, for sure.
He's folded around to Clive, he's going to let go of that. To Warren in the cutoffs folds. Melvin on the button with ace-6, I'm sure is going to raise. He's going to use that big stack. Raises. So that is the new standard with the new blinds, 22,000.
Sounds like it.
Doc in the big blind, looks down, 6-5, he is called, defended. It's the two big stacks on one another, yeah?
2 to 10. Ace high ahead.
The checks.
Worth noting that the ace-6 means that only the 5's alive for Evans.
Absolutely, Evans drawing very thin. Didn't get any help straight-wise or anything like that on that flop. Quick fold. See bet and fold. Alright, we're going to move on to the next hand.
137. Under the gun player is
David De Beer.
David 115,000. Not a lot of maneuverability. Blind's currently at 510, so he's got 11 bigs here basically. And if you think about it as the big blind and the big blind ante, it's actually 5 bigs.
Yeah, that he'll have in, plus the small blind. So if you go back to the old M's, you're very short. Just
He
on,
is.
just under 6.
He's a proper shorty.
And fold. Let's Clive kick here. Ace 9. Raise.
27,000.
A little bit higher than what Melvin started it at, 27, not 22.
Yeah, Clive shows a lot of strength from early position here. It's all the way around to Joe. Dog gets out of the way, so just Will.
6-5, and you fold. Clive will get that through.
Clive picks
Shows
up
the
a free
ace.
rotation.
Right, so Dave's going to be in the big blind now. Going to post 2 of those blinds of his, one for the ante, one for his big blind.
Price of poker is going up.
Clive will be under the gun. Right, Clive under the gun, king 2 off.
In the muck.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he's looked at them, they'll go into the muck. Warren Seaman.
I like this hand.
Yeah,
A bit early in the queue for me, but I
Queen 8
like it.
suited, he's looking. How far am I in the queue? Am I too early? He's decided I'm going to raise it because I haven't played a hand yet.
27,000.
So that's an immediate fold from Melvin. Round to
Joe
Joe.
Bro,
fold
fold.
two. The Doc's got nothing.
Wolf Foster's
Will's
got nothing. So it's only the big blind that stands between him and a steal. King 10. In the big blind.
You know, David, I don't think you're going to get better hands than this. I mean, he might be worried he's raised that much money, but it's a David fold maneuver.
Yeah, that's he's tending to a fold here. He's thinking, I can't flat this. If I shove, if he calls me, I'm weak. And in the muck they go.
Thought so.
So Warren gets that queen 8 from early position through. Picks up 25,000 for his troubles. Dave now down to 9 bigs. Will Foster also on 9 bigs, Gary.
Yeah, it's
So the 2 of them.
The stack went down very quickly.
Yeah, Will, and Will knows what he's doing. So he's just run little card dead here. He's going to have to find a spot or two to make moves.
Yeah, the blinds are crippling now, so looks all a good time at the moment. 21:32, so 9:30.
But basically an hour, if what you said is true, that by 10:30 they would have to start the ICMs.
Yeah, that's all going to be very entertaining. Fortuitously, I haven't got to get involved in it.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll get to that. We've got an hour to play,
Well, the blinds are going up again in 11 minutes.
so that's what I'm saying. We'll see where we end up here. Let's fold it down. Dave in the small blind, he folds, gives a walk to Clive. Clive had Jack 9 suited. He would have defended that. Right, so the button moves on to Dave, and he says, with relief, I've got a rotation to look for something, as has Will to his immediate right. And Melvin will be under the gun.
Absolutely. Who's your money on, buddy?
You know,
Melvin Chetty's my man.
Melvin's your man. Doc's in there with a fighting chance.
No, Clive will rise up from the ashes here, and you'll give a challenge. That's my prediction.
But you only give me 3.
So you're looking at a
Doesn't need it, I need it.
battle between Melvin and Clive.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm favouring the old Warhorse to be in there towards the end,
Listen,
towards the top 3.
Just me. I love Eben as well. I think if I have to name my top 3 players on the table in terms of ability to win this, given size of chip stacks, etc. I mean, Eben's definitely right up there. He's got game experience and he's got the soul read on all of these youngsters as well. So I think in no particular order, Melvin, the Doc, and then Clive. So I said no particular order, Clive, when you're reading this back.
Before you will
You're
get
giving me proper
a stream
carrots.
of messages, Gary.
They give me proper carrots, only because he loves me.
Yeah, and Doc gets that one through. He raises from the hijack with A6. And if you look at the chip stacks there, Melvin's out in front. Doc is second. Joe Brew, you mustn't write him off yet.
I haven't written him off. I just think
Yeah,
I have to pick a top 3, so I
Sure.
picked it.
and you picked it.
Joe's got a lot of game. I've seen him play some very nice poker.
Absolutely.
I just think that Will and David are being too protective of the short stacks.
Warren is shown that he is aggressive, and that is, he needs to find a hand or two or pick more spots and double up, and
Yeah.
then he'll be in there with a fighting chance as well.
If Will or Dave can double up, then maybe we'll see something. But
Yeah, but it's a lot of ifs. If they can, if they can't.
yeah, exactly. You know, and let's face it, they're surrounded.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no easy place for them. David on the cutoff with King 6 suited.
That is just limped all the way around to him. King 6 suited is such a strong hand, you know. You need to be putting a bet in there.
Warren's just limped to Melvin. Option on Melvin. See
I
that?
like
There
Melvin
you
a
go.
raise.
Yeah,
that's what he's
absolutely.
gotta
And he
be doing.
did. He did exactly that. You're going to limp to me. I've got the big stack. I'm going to raise you.
Jack 7, Jack 3. David puts in money there.
He takes it down.
Of course. You can't wait for it to come to you when you're sitting on 9 big blinds. And once again, I'm not criticising the guy.
No,
I'm just
just-
saying that is the strategy, standard poker strategy. You've got to get that in.
From a technical point of view.
Yeah. I know I'm not sat at the table. I know I can't feel the pulse of everybody. But and I know I can see other people's cards. But even without that, there's some standard hands that have to go in.
If you look at all the push-shove charts.
Indeed. I mean, they're all electronic now.
Yeah.
So, snap shove. I think we mentioned that the other day. The snap shove application. You've got a training module. So David, you have to put your money in here, or at least raise. You're not going to get premium cards like
Yeah.
this. 2 pictures.
With 90k, what does he raise to?
You've got to
And
realise
we-
some of the fold equity.
There we go.
Hey, well done.
Well played, Dave. It's all in. And he's running to Clive's ace queen
Yeah,
suited
but he made the right decision based on the
on the information that he
available
had.
at the time.
Correct.
That's all you can do. And I'm proud of Dave getting this in.
Yeah, I am too. It's the right move.
I mean, Clive's got to call him off. That's just how it is.
Yeah, but now
Poker,
Clive's
poker.
looking, is he going to overshove?
No.
Yeah, he's gone all
He's
in.
gone all in. He has to go
He has to isolate. That's exactly the right move. Clive knows what to do.
Clive's a very experienced player, so's David. Dave sees himself dominated, but you know, kings can appear from anywhere.
Yeah, he's got 3 outs.
Yeah, for sure.
So we go to the flop. Good luck to both gentlemen.
If you see a jack on the flop, you'll probably get a... Oh, there you
And
go.
there's king in the window. Clive shakes his hand.
Yeah, and Clive gets his money in good.
Yeah, he got his money in very good. 6 no help for Clive. He's one of 3 aces out only on the river.
No Barry Greenstein.
No
Dave
very
taps
good
the
stuff.
table.
Dave doubles up. Breathes a big sigh of
And
relief.
once again, Clive made the best decision based on the information available at the time.
Yeah, Clive 100% right. Perfectly technical
Got it in ahead, and now David De Beer's got some breathing space.
and overshove to isolate. All right, we move on to our next hand while the dealer is going to take the chips across. Dave's going to stack his chips up. He's going to have dented Clive there. Dave's saying to me, I couldn't do anything else. Clive says, of course not. I had to call. It's all good.
But the guys know that. You know, they've been doing this a long time. They know the
Yeah, they're
story.
experienced. Button moves. So Doc will be in the big blind. Will be under the gun. And Will, with that 95k stack now, is really looking for a spot.
And you ask any decent player about this and winning tournaments, they say you have to have a bit of luck, you have to win a few flips, and you have to play well.
Yep.
You won a flip, well done, and you've had a bit of luck.
Right, so action will be on Will. Queen 2 off under the gun. All right, there's not much he can do with that.
10,000
Dave with the 8-6 off. I'm sure that will go follow into the muck once he's finished stacking all his newfound wealth. And action goes on to Clive, 9-2 off. Can't do much with that.
Now Clive's looking to shove here,
Yeah.
first opportunity he gets.
Yeah, yeah, we won't have to coach Clive on what to do, Gary.
No, not at all.
Okay, Warren with the big hand here, ace king suited.
Yeah, and listen, I like a nice big raise from Warren here, 25.
28,000.
Yeah, almost perfectly on, 28,000.
Yep. And that's what he's saying.
Folds, folds.
I've got a good hand, I've asked you the question, give me all the money, thanks very
There
much,
you
I'll
go.
take it.
Takes it.
Standard.
Standard. Doesn't show them. Rakes in the chips. So Clive and Will at the bottom of that, and Will is now in the big blind, so you'll have to post a big blind and an ante.
Yeah, this is do or die time for Will.
Yeah, and Clive's looking, I've got this and the next hand to get it in before the blinds get to me. So he's going to look for any sort of halfway decent hand and put it in.
Yep, 7 players left in, so look at the next big blind. 6,000, 12,000, you know.
12,000 ante.
Big blinds
That'll
coming.
be 30k in the pot.
Yep, so 3 from the money. And 144. What's famous about 144? Isn't that 12 times 12?
Yeah, that is exactly what it
That's
is.
what's famous about it then. When I went to school, I was non-metric, so we did our times tables up to 12.
Isn't it also the perfect snooker score?
That's 147.
147. So I'm not a snooker player, I just knew it was in that region.
Well, I've been talking about snooker, but he's going to pop the old black here, it's all going in.
Yeah, Clive, I said, looking for an hand, and he found a decent hand.
Pocket sixes, Melvin will snap this off.
That's 95.
He's 530 behind, I mean, he's got to call him here. The only worry is who's on his left.
Yeah,
And
good.
that's look at him now, glancing. He's doing his homework. Oh, wow.
And that's why he's folding. There's Joe Brew with King Jack, he's going to fold. Round to Will, King 8 off, he can't call.
Mr. Clive Kicker, I have no idea how you got that through. With a pair and a big
stack.
semi-premium hand up there with pictures. But well done. You used the fold equity.
Yeah, it
And
was,
you picked up another rotation, you're up to 12 bigs, and Will is on life support.
yeah,
down
he's
at
in
the
the
bottom
small
there.
blind now.
Yeah. So he's only going to have 6 bigs after this. And you know, the less chips you have, the less strength the person who calls you needs. if that makes
Absolutely,
sense.
then you can even be shoving it in with aces, kings, you know you're getting called, and then
Well-
you've got to survive.
Put it this way, based on the size of his stack now, if I'm in the big blind, I'm calling him with anything if he shoves.
7-2 you're calling.
I'm calling with anything. If I'm in the big blind and he shoves, I won't even look at my cards. Because you're obliged to.
Oh, it's folded round.
I wish Will all the best because he's a great lad, you know.
Yeah.
Joe with a 7-2.
Ace 2 from the dock on the button.
Shouldn't have even looked, China. Should have just put it in.
It was raised. Will,
Well, I don't know.
identical hand.
Will, I don't know what you're doing there, China. Your money must go in.
Dave in the big blind with the queen 6 off. That'll go in the muck. Doc shows the ace. Will says I had one of those too.
Well, Will have you batted yourself on the back because he will think there was an over kicker. There's a new term.
Yeah,
for
well,
it.
when you've got a two kicker, you've got to think when the guy shows you an ace, he had me dominated.
Well, if you have ace 2 and he shows you an ace and you fold it, he will have an over kicker.
Yeah.
That is a new term, and I'm keeping it.
Yeah. I'm going to patent that one, Gary.
It's mine. It's up there with 99 flakies. Right, I think the blinds are going up, Jake. Can you just confirm that?
Next time blinds are up. Blinds will this start.
Blinds up next hand, the dealer said.
Blinds up next hand, which will be 12,000, sorry, 6,000, 12,000 with a 12,000.
Yeah, so
ante.
ideally
So-
Will needs to get it in here now because...
Well, Will's holding have just dropped down
there,
by another big
exactly.
blind.
So on this blind level, a little bit of fold equity, but you'll be shoving into Clive.
Yeah, minuscule is the answer to that, fold equity was. I think he's,
And yes,
should
Joe
ju-
Brew's going to raise before him.
yeah, even so, he has to get it in blind here.
He looks 7-5.
I'd have had
No, that was Doc.
I was
Sand.
done.
Dave De Beer with ace 7.
Okay, David, no invitation required here. You got to call this off. Got to see a flop with these, buddy. Oh, no.
Folds. Clive with 9-8 in the big. 20,000 to call. To a pot of 55.
Okay, so if you remember your push shove shots, this is not a shove.
No.
It's a call. Because it's the big blind he's defending here. The longer he waits, the more likely it is that this is all going in. Okay, cool. That's what I would have done.
Textbook play again. Flop comes off.
And not the best of flop for Clive,
No, not for the
but
9-8.
he's got to. He's under the. Sorry, he's out of position, so he's got to do something here. And with the small stack, he's got 80 behind, so anything over 40 is a committed moment.
Counting out. Checks.
Joe's got a bet, and this will go fold now.
10,000.
Very small bet, 20,000.
And that might get a call out of Clive. Clive might smell a rat here. I mean, let's be honest, Clive is behind.
There he is. You're not really... To a raise with 9 high, you know you're not really ahead. And the flop didn't help him. I think those are going to go up in the muck, Gary.
Yep. Just checking I haven't misread and folding the aces here. We've got about 55 minutes of normal play before the curfew kicks in.
Yeah, fold.
And that hand took 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Now slightly longer hand, a little bit of tanking there. Once pre-flop and then once on the flop.
612. Ice cream, Joe. Ice cream. Ice cream. Think I should pour the sugar.
Okay, Melvin will be under the gun. Bottom right of your screen. And our short stack, Will has got to find a spot now.
He's
Clive-
got a few
Clive
looks
also.
before it comes around him. Clive knows what to do. He found the ace queen, he put it in, called the 9-8 to defend like he had to. Melvin under the gun, 5-3 off.
And you'll see the blind levels going down considerably as the blinds go around. Makes a big chunker.
Joe Brew the same hand in the muck. Doc's and Cook in the muck. Will Foster 9-4 in the muck. David De Beer pocket 8s.
Okay, let's see a bit of action, David. You're on the button in position, 2 players to get through. You've got pocket 8s.
All in.
Hey! I wouldn't have gone all in myself, I would have made a big bet, but you get the same result.
Yeah,
Well done.
I think the reason he did that, Clive very short on his left, and Warren has shown a propensity to defend, so
Yeah, I think even so, I think I would have made a big bet, and I'd be prepared if Clive pushed, I'd be prepared to do it anyhow.
yeah, you're calling Clive off.
And then if Warren decides to go along, well then at least you got some ammo back if you think you're behind. But he had reasonably strong holdings there, so pocket 8's hard to come by.
Yeah, especially if it's folded all the way till the button, the likelihood of the blinds waking up with a bigger hand, not great, if they can.
Oh,
Blinds
many
are allowed
times it's
hands, blinds are allowed hands. Right, so Joe will be under the gun. 7-5 off, into the muck. Round to the dock with Queen 10. Under the gun +1, fold that. Will Queen 2 folds that. Dave De Beer King 7 in cutoff.
It's a fold, Dave.
Yeah. Clive King Queen, money going in.
Yep. Good luck, Clivey.
Warren with Ace Jack.
I don't think. I mean,
No,
Warren. If Warren is,
yeah, he has to do that. He has to do that.
If Warren doesn't put his money in soon, it's going to be a slow roll.
Yeah, no, he did that. He was just double checking because I've got the big stack to my left. I must isolate. He wasn't. I mustn't call. I must go all in. 2 hands are turned over. Good luck to both gentlemen.
So Clive with the King Queen and Warren with the Ace Jack. And King Queen flops the best of it.
King Queen for the second time running out best. So far, he's got to fade the river, and he does. And Clive doubles up with King Queen.
Yeah, no disrespect to Warren, but Clive deserved that, I think.
Yeah, he lost to King Queen with the Ace Queen.
Yeah, it's going round.
Yeah, King Queen has proven to be quite strong going all in first, Gary.
And my third runner or rider that I selected is recovering.
Rising from the ashes, you did say he would do.
Like the Phoenix. I told you he would. You haven't seen the last of Clive kicking
No,
with this
definitely
game,
not.
trust me.
Yeah, Clive knows exactly what to do in each spot.
Yeah, Clive used to mix it up with the high rollers and the top pros, so you know, with respect to some of the players at this table, you know, this is a bit softer than he's used to. So
Yeah.
he is a hardened, battle ready. But having said that, watch out for Eben, who's over there, the smiling assassin.
Yeah,
He's gonna-
Doc's got a lot of experience. Melvin's got plenty game and
Yeah,
experience.
Melvin's a super
Joe's got
player.
plenty game and experience.
Agreed.
Not saying the other players at the table don't, they just have a little less experience.
Yeah, and when you get to final tables, I mean,
Yeah. Doc folding.
these guys, they all deserve to be there, so do we give them the credit they're due?
Yeah, Doc liked his hand Jack 9 suited, but not from under the gun. Folded, Dave folds. Clive finds an ace.
Raising here. Just got to get through the button and the blinds. 30k in the pot. Let's stick a 85, 90 in here. Please don't limp. Very Daniel Negreanu small ball poker.
Yeah.
You'll let a few people in here.
If they find anything, it's been folded round to the big blind.
Big blind will call.
8-3 off. Yeah, he does. Calls.
He's got to defend there. Too small a bet from Clive.
Absolutely. Clive's in good shape against that hand though.
5, 7, 7. Clive needs to continue. Tell the story.
Checks behind. Turn brings a 10. Didn't change anything. Now Joe's going to lead out. 40,000.
40,000 to call.
Almost a third of Clive's stack to pull. And that's why he's going to do what he's going to do. And if you'd have raised bigger pre, you've got rid of the 8-3, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well played, Joe. Joe knew what to do. If it's checked, no C-bet. He's definitely firing into the turn.
Let's wish for pink pink.
Right, so Will Foster on 5 bigs. He's going to be our under the gun player. It'll be his last chance before the blinds catch him and take the entire stack. So I think it has to go in the sand regardless, Scary,
I think so.
because he's in the big blind next hand.
So Dustin Johnson has won the Masters.
Oh,
Didn't even kiss his wife. I'd have kissed his wife. She's beautiful. Okay, well, the time has come.
he's
Texas Dolly won 2 times bracelets with Texas Dolly.
he's going to fold it.
Bit of trivia for you.
He's going to hope that he finds something in his big blind.
So a bit of trivia for you. Brunson won 2 bracelets with 10-2. What did he win his third one with?
You tell us, Gary.
10-3.
10-3.
True story.
I knew the 10-2 so famous. I know that one. I didn't know about the 10-3.
Story checks out.
Hold it round to Joe. He's got Queen 2 in the small blind. It's raised to 26. Doc asks what's the total. Doc's got pocket nines.
Oh, get him in, Doc. Over, raise.
Yeah, he's just asking what's the exact raise. He just wants to know what the raise is. This is raise. Puts in the 26 and the
Told you. Doc been sat there nice and quiet.
yeah.
And Joe Abreu can,
He can
whatever way
cry
you
and
look at
whinge all
these.
he wants. Yeah, he was trying to steal Doc, shows him the nines.
German version.
and Doc with his big smile, he'll crawl back into his little cave there, and he will appear again when he finds a monster. Quietly chipping up and killing people from a long range. The assassin. Good work.
Silent assassin there.
Good work, even. Unlucky Joe. Try and take it down. Not
Yeah,
gonna
Joe,
happen.
Joe attempted the steal. Now Will is posting the big blind and the big blind ante will leave him 1 big blind behind.
Oh, hang on. He did kiss his wife.
Yeah, he's got a bit more than that, Gary. If we look at him,
Who's this?
Will, he's posted the big blind and the ante, and behind he has got actually more than was on the count that was given to us.
We cannot be wrong.
No, it's not that's wrong. I think it was the count that was given to us originally.
It's
Because
only-
look at that, he's got a couple of blacks there. That's not 1 big blind that's behind.
No, that's 36.
Warren with the ace-9.
Money in.
Money in, all in. He's short stacked. Alvin, let's go 9-2. Joe, Queen 2 on the button.
Queen Jack.
Oh, sorry, Queen Jack, Queen 2. Listen to me.
Easy mistake to make.
Long night.
Easy mistake to make. Mix up a 2 with a Jack.
Not easy at all. It's just mislooked.
He's asked for it. Raises 116,000. There's no way he's calling that.
Yeah.
Don't get rid of his cards.
All right, and what has Will got? King 7. Because I
So,
can't call you with that. $46, 3 bigs. 46,000, 3 bigs. He's got to post one of them for a small blind now. Oh, half for one.
And Mr. Kikia is holding court. Go for it, Clive.
I'll check later. So might as well tell me now.
Come clean now, Joe.
See how the black calls your bluff there.
Right, so Clive under the gun. 10-8 off. Into the muck. Warren 10-3 into the muck. Melvin King 4 into the muck. Joe Brew 9-5 in cutoff.
He might try and steal from him. Last time he did that, he got smashed by Eben.
Even Ace Queen would have smashed him again.
Eben will appear from his rocky crevice.
And raise.
A raise.
Will Foster folds. He had 8-4 off. David De Beer ace 6 in the big. 38,000 to call. It folds. Doc shows. This sells my credibility a bit more. Every time I've played pocket nines, ace queen, my money showing you guys big hands.
Like a moray eel, he backs into his little lair there, ready to pounce for the next victim. He's accumulating chips here.
You got,
Watch this guy.
yeah, he's accumulating steadily. Right, so when play continues, Clive is now in the big blind, Warren is under the gun. Pocket sevens under the gun. I was thinking, do I raise or do I put it all in?
He's got a raise, doesn't he? He picked up a few chips earlier.
Fine, 3 folds.
Joe should be in this hand. Joe should be in this hand.
Hijack
All day.
ace 9 suited.
I like a raise here. Even's already folding his cards.
The announced raise.
So let me just give you a bit of rule trivia here. Because the player announces raise, the player on the left cannot fold, even after the announcement of raise.
He needs to see the amount.
Exactly. He has to fold once the amount has been declared. Otherwise, it may set off a chain reaction, and the raise will change in size because it's got less or more people to get
Yeah,
through.
well, it gives the guy announcing the raise information that I don't need to raise as much. I've got one less player to get through,
Exactly.
etc.,
Less chips to put
etc.
a thing. And I've actually had that rule called upon me at a WPT event. And one of the guys at the table said it was pretty pedantic. It was an American guy called it on me, and I just put my hands up and said sorry because
Yeah, you apologize. When you do it, you fold, you say, I'm sorry.
Should have waited.
Yeah.
And a very, very technical call, but it's true. It's a proper rule. Doesn't matter if they announce raise.
It's all about the information.
That's the intent. He could raise it all in, or he could just raise it just a normal min raise.
Once he if he announces an amount, then you can fold.
Yeah, of course.
Because then he's declared his intention, he can't change it.
Yeah.
Right, so we move around. Under the gun, Melvin Shetty.
What's well, we've got 2 black cards. That are in the
Got
bucket.
a fold. He didn't put them in the box even, didn't like them. Just chop, snap, fold, dock with
Okay,
ace 2.
so Eben might decide to play these, I don't know.
Saying from too early, short stacks in between. Clive is short in the big.
Jack 9, upon the button, little raise here, David. Let's get through the blinds.
Fold. Clive 9-3 off. Going into a shorter stack. All in. You see,
Yeah, of course. That's exactly what
and snap fold from Warren.
that's what David should have done on the button.
Clive knows what to do, Gary.
Yeah, but for David, he should a
Yeah.
raise there gets rid of Clive.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm not just talking to David. I'm just talking generally now.
To the public.
You know, you can't check fold your way to final tables, into last threes, into money, and the like. You know, it's just not possible. You know, you've got to get active while you've got chips and you've got respect and fold equity. You know.
How are you in place now?
It's folded to Dave, 6-3 off. Round to Clive, 9-5 on the button.
So he's got to get through the blinds.
Yeah, he's got the big blind, is his problem.
All I want to do is steal Melvin's blind.
Warren folds at 7-6. Melvin in the big says, I would have called you Queen 10.
Blinds are up. 8,000, 16,000. 16,000 and
Gary blinds up.
So the blinds will be up to 816 now.
Yeah, the 16 big blind ante.
816. Yeah.
Right, and the good doc will be under the gun. Right, so dock under the gun, king 2 off. That'll go into the muck. Will Foster folds, queen 7 off. Round to David de Beer. Queen 7. That'll be a fold. Round to Clive. Pocket kings for Clive.
Yeah, and the Clive is going to take his time here. He's not just going to fire it in. You know? And it wouldn't actually surprise me if he raised rather than put it all in.
Yeah, I think he's going to raise. He's got 146,000. So if he raised it up, say 46, Gary?
Yeah, I think pot size here, just to state his intentions. I mean, he's looking for a customer, trust me. So, I mean, 35 or 40, that's me. Between 30 and 40, somewhere around there. And let's see what he puts in. I think he's chumming the waters here. He's not actually, he's not looking to raise, he's just chumming the waters, waiting for the sharks.
all in.
So it's raise, all in, call.
Yep, and that's exactly what he wanted. He took the chum in the water, he got the sharks on the hook, and I think the hand pays itself anyhow.
Yeah, I think short-handed, pocket jacks, pocket kings. Clive has to fade 2 kings,
So-
or 1 jack. 1 jack only, eh?
Yep, so the jack of diamonds already gone.
That's my baby.
Thank you, Joe. I think, I don't know that Clyde covers him actually.
No, Clive doesn't cover him even close.
No.
Joe will have chips left over.
And you don't want to be giving Mr. Kick here any more ammunition.
Yeah, you were the one that called it, Gary.
I told you what was going to happen. That Clive was going to be in the top 3.
And there he is, chip-wise now. Joe slips down the standings to 10 bigs.
Lucky Joe.
Dealer sorts out the chips. Button will move onto Melvin. Doc is in the big blind. Joe is in the small blind.
Okay, guys, next hand, let's go.
Will Foster will be under the gun with that 40,000 of his.
I'll tell you what, if there was an award for patience, Will would get it.
Yeah, and if it doesn't go in this hand, he'll be all in virtually in the blinds because he'll post 16 plus 16 will only leave him 8 behind.
It was valiant, sir, but you cannot commit the heinous crime that is being blinded out.
So he is under the gun.
I wouldn't even be looking at him. Let's just chuck it in. Let's go.
There we go. Goes all in.
We don't know what Will's got, but if Dave was putting the big blind here, then he should be calling. But I can see,
Yeah, it's from too early. He's got a lot of players behind him.
yeah, I'll agree with the fold here.
Clive 9-8 will go into the muck. Warren
Here
pocket
we go.
10s.
Is the caller all in? Isolate.
Yeah, Jack 3 in the muck. Joe Queen 9 in the muck.
Yep.
Just down to the big dock.
The dock will fold, and we'll go to the flop cam, and we'll have a little look-see.
Will be the player at risk.
Ace-4 suited. No, ace-4 off.
Ace 4 off. And remember, Dave folded an ace.
Yep.
So I think he's drawing to 2 outs only.
And Miles behind. So no wheel draw, no nothing.
Yeah,
2
there
aces.
it is. Two outs only. That is a blank. It's an ace or ace only.
Only a Barry Greenstein. And that will mean that Warren is, Will is eliminated. Well played, youngster. Well played.
Yeah, he's not in the money.
That's a
Top
mistake.
4, it's set from the previous prize pool of the main event in the software. We had the quick change around when we thought we weren't going to be televising this event, and it's still got that prize pool set in the software. Six players left. We are now at 11 minutes past 10, Gary. So we're heading very close to that cut-off time where they would have to start working out ICMs.
I think so. We'll put it this way, in a half an hour I'm going to bed. They can do what they want. Oh dear. Been a long week.
Yeah, it has been a long week. Must have thoroughly enjoyed spending the week here with you
Cool, man.
in the commentary
Sure.
box. A lot of nice banter. We've seen some wonderful poker.
We've seen some good poker, we've seen some bad poker, and we've seen some really good poker. Warren, a bit early in the queue. Jack
Yeah.
10 for Melvin. Melvin's been quiet, so we need to bet from here.
Yeah, he will from the cut-off, and he's got the big stack.
We reckon 50.
Yeah. 40,000, slightly
40,000.
smaller.
Joe Abreu needs to think about shoving here.
I think he's going to think very hard about shoving
I think Joe needs to get his money out.
on the button.
Going to realise some fold equity from his stack of 166.
Yeah, it's shove or fold. There's no other play for him, I don't think.
Don't fold, Joe. Don't fold.
He looks at the time. All in, right move.
That's what you're supposed to do. The dock is
Dock
folded.
folds. It's up to Dave. Dave has king 5 off. That'll go into the muck. Right, and I think Melbourne has asked for a count. $126,000 to call. The big chunk of his stack with Jack 10.
Well,
Joe gets it through.
and well done, Joe. Good play. Good play, son.
So Dave in getting towards the danger zone again. 9 bigs.
It's going to be on camera. It's on camera anyway.
Right, the button is moved
Trying
onto
to steal
dock.
my blinds with 10, Jacqueline. That'd be a lesson to you, eh? Caught with your fingers in the cookie jar.
Dave giving speeches out to Melvin. Small blind will be Dave, big blind Clive, under the gun will be Warren.
I have no words. I have no words.
Hand number 159 of this feature table, Gary.
Getting there. We're getting there. Anybody walking past Carnival tomorrow with a spare few hours, please come and help us carry all this kit to the van.
All right, under the gun Warren, 7-3 off. Nothing you can do with that. Yeah, Melvin with ace-8 in the hijack. We're on our 6-handed. He's going to fold that because of the previous hand where he got the steal in. Thank you. Awesome. Right, there's the all-in
Dave Beer.
from small blind. It was folded round to him while Baxter was here. And it was the right play, and Clive surrenders his big blind.
Begrudgingly is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, very begrudgingly. Right, so we move on to our next hand. Warren's now in the big blind. Melvin under the gun.
All day and twiddle your toes. And, this is not a game for the faint-hearted. The amount of crap that you see happening.
Alright, so when action resumes here, Melvin's under the gun. Put his cards in the box first. Queen 7 off under the gun. Folded round to docking cutoff with ace-6. And there goes the raise.
And that'll get a lot of respect.
Absolutely, hasn't played a hand for a while again, and the hands he did show were great.
Dave
Well,
De
yes,
Beer needs to
Dave.
shove, yeah.
This is going to be an all-in. Looks to his left, looks to his right, and says all-in. Quick fold from Clive, quick fold from Warren. Doc
Give that up.
gives it up with the ace. Shows the queens, Doc gives him a thumbs up. And a nice pot for Dave.
69,000.
Profit.
It's a minimum bet. You didn't do the minimum raise.
There we go. Buttons on Clive. Melvin in the big blind. Joe is under the gun.
I don't know if it's me or are we spending a lot of time between hands?
Yeah, it seems to be taking forever, Gary.
Yeah,
The
I don't
speed
know
has slowed down for whatever reason.
Well, maybe it's late at night or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll give them a pass.
Under the gun, Joe folds 7-4. Doc folds his hand.
Here we go.
Pocket
De
tens for
Beer.
David. He's picking up a few hands here.
So, 65,000.
Yeah.
The dealer thinks he's in a disco.
Raises to 50.
Should have said 65.
Clive with the ace-6 on the button.
And Clive's quite capable of pulling a move here.
He's contemplating. He's going to fold because he still has the big stack behind him in the big blind Melbourne. He's going to get rid of it quickly, and Dave puts it through. Shows pocket tens.
Okay, I saw you checking your stack there.
Button moves onto Warren. Joe will be in the big blind. Doc will be under the gun.
Now I've got to become guys. Please, my nickname's got to change. Two-time goal. What's trophy, Dave? I'd love to have a trophy. The last trophy I got was in about 1937. Long time ago.
It is taking a long time between hands.
Yeah, they are taking quite long. You know, considering that we're running out of time,
Sure.
from a cut-off point of view on that, they actually need to pick up the speed a little.
We're going to finish this, we'll do the next pick up the pace, so we're spending every hour to shuffle. Sweet, just another watch every time.
Right, Doc under the gun, ace 2. You might think he's too early in the queue to use that.
Get out.
Yeah, he's too early in the queue for ace 2. Dave's got 6-3 off. No hijack. Into the muck. Round to Clive. For whatever reason, Clive's cards didn't pick up there, and they were in the box. Puts them back. Not reading Clive's cards. He's carving out a raise. We can't see what cards he has. So raise folded all the way around. And Clive shows his hand.
Guys, we've got 20 minutes to run. We need to pick up the pace, Mr. Dealer, huh?
Right, the button moves. Doc will be in the big blind. Dave will be under the gun. Right, Dave King 3 suited under the gun.
Don't cuck me up, please.
Folds. Clive with Queen 8 off on the hijack. Folds. Warren folds King 5. Melvin 9-3 on the button. Folds. Joe with 10-6 suited in the small blind. Looks like he has raised. He's just called. There's a lot of small chips he put in there. And the small blind and big blind, just a limp pot. King high still ahead. Joe first to speak, 10-6. Bet and quick fold by Doc. Right, so Dave will be in the big blind.
So the guys are all talking deals now. That's good.
Yeah, Dave saying chop it 6 ways and let's go home. I think Melbourne will be too happy with that. All the
No, Melvin's a monster chip leader, Eben's a chip leader.
yeah, and if it's on an ICM, he's saying not a chance, guys. I'll
Clive
get the,
also, he's up
yeah.
there, you know.
And Doc. And they're saying if it works out on ICM, money will be split differently, trophy, etc.
If you work it out on ICM, each one chip is worth 7 cents. So
So-
a 10 chip would be worth 70 cents.
So you
A
have
100 chip
done the
would be 7.
calculation, have you, Gary?
I like to be ahead of the game, you know.
Just chop it 6 ways, 20 grand each. Everybody's made money. And that's a shit way of ending. Nobody really wants to end it like that, but
Dave's really trying to talk up deals here, and he's trying a different
not gonna
approach.
have much of a choice.
Meanwhile, Melvin is raised with the King Queen. Doc has found the Star Wars hand in the small blind.
But I know you
Folds.
want the trophy.
Dave De Beer with Jack 9 in the big blind.
I know you want the trophy, not the cash.
Folds.
So what am I doing?
The pace has definitely picked up now, Gary. Well done.
They don't have a choice, really.
No, I've
Yeah,
Well
they're
done.
rapidly running out of time.
I should have just checked. Everybody raise your hands. Thanks for raising it. Because otherwise I would have been spitting now.
Yeah. Now Warren's in a predicament here. He's going to be big blind next. He's under the gun now. He's got 7 bigs left. No matter how this plays out with the time, he might not survive if he can't find a double up here.
Just chop it 6 ways. Okay, alright. When the time's up, then we talk.
Right, so Warren under the gun. King 7 off.
Next year,
There's not much he can do with that from under the gun. Folds. Down to Melvin. The Daniel Negreanu hand in the hijack. Right.
you can always
Carving out a raise.
calculations and chip sizes.
Yeah, using the stack now. Applying pressure. You got Joe to fold an ace. Doc is called with a mystery hand. He has two cards on top of one another, so they're not picking up in the box.
He likes to be intriguing.
Clive 9-4 off. Gets rid of that, so we got 2 to the flop. Oh, there is a 7 there for Melvin. Depends what the Doc does. He's on the button, so Melvin to speak first. He checks.
Doc's
Doc.
in a bit.
Yeah, looks like Doc's gonna bet. Ben 60,000. Now Melvin has hit the 7, yeah, he's hit second pair. 50,000.
There's the overcard, the queen, and also he's playing against Doc. And Doc loitering is not one to be messed with, huh?
Yeah, no. Second in chips.
By the way, if you did divide the prize pool by 6, 20,160 each.
Which is what Dave was saying.
Yeah. But there are
Right.
2 chip stacks here that have just gone head to head.
Yeah. So Doc bet the flop, Melvin called.
Well,
Doc,
Doc's gone all in.
yeah, Melvin's checked the turn and Doc has gone all in.
And what I love about Doc is he doesn't need the money. He just wants the trophy.
Yeah, 100%.
So he's full on there.
Clive similar, wants the trophies.
Oh, of course. Clive is all about trophies. He wants to show people how
Doesn't
good he
need the
is.
money at all. Doc shows in.
Queen King.
King Queen. Nice hand by Doc. Plus 160.
Well done, even.
Doc is now our chip leader. And as we approach ICM, that's very important.
Absolutely. The time is 22:28. We have 17 minutes to run in the event.
And Warren is now in the big blind. He only had a few bigs, and he's going to post one as an ante and the other one in front of him.
Well, come on, Warren. Let's root for you. Get it in, chummer. Let's go. Oh, he's got plenty of chips behind. How did we work out he's only got one big blind?
No, I said he's putting one of those few big blinds that he has
right.
in.
I'm like, wow.
No, he hasn't got one big blind only.
I was going to say he's got about 100,000
he's
behind.
got seven or so bigs. Yeah, half an hour ago he had 12 bigs. He's got around 7. Clive applying match
Love your
pressure
work,
again.
Clive. Love your work. And Clive knows if this goes to ICM, he needs to get some money here.
Yeah, he's done the second time he shoved with absolute junk when it's folded round to him, applying maximum pressure on Warren. And Warren calls, says King 8.
Go, boy.
That's a good call, that.
Good luck, gentlemen. Good
yeah.
luck. Who dominated here?
Yeah, no, Clive's got 2 lives. He's got 5-3.
Yeah,
He
but,
was making a move.
Clive's got more chips.
Way more chips. So Warren is at risk. Finds an 8, so now he's in a much safer zone. The Queen has put
That's
a
it.
lock on the hand.
That's it. Warren takes the money.
So Warren doubles up. Yeah, he factored that this is the second time that Clive has done this, and that King High could be good here, and he was.
And Clive's not going to argue with Warren. He's a big lad, eh?
No.
Big unit.
With a temperament that can sometimes bubble. Yeah. I think those tattoos are scary enough.
He's just a gentle giant.
Yeah, he is. He's a lovely man. I'm just saying, if you don't know him, and I don't think Clive would have played much with him.
Yeah, but it's not the decision. You understand? It's our decision. It's our money.
Yeah, how many times have people made deals?
We 6 of us on this table, and it's our money. The 120 grand is our money. It's not their money. So he said ICM just to make it fair. Like, I mean, I know. Look, I know there's big stuff now. Warren's just caught everybody up. So Warren, well done.
Button is on Clive. Small blind Warren. Big blind Melvin. Joe will be under the gun. It is now just past 10:30 local time.
I don't mind. Whatever you guys want to decide.
Right, so Joe under the gun.
We're not finished. We're not going to be finished.
7-3 off. Into the muck. 8-2 from Doc in the hijack into the muck. Round to Dave. He's got 5-2 suited. Dave, play your hand.
Doc's right, eh? He's got a big stack, Doc, and he said, I'm not doing a 3 or 4 6-way split. It's just not going to happen on his watch. And he's right.
Doc is going to say it was announced ICM a long time ago.
He's talking now.
Pocket 10s, Clive's all in.
I was just trying
Warren
to
is
listen.
folded.
just
Melvin
trying to
has got ace queen suited here.
I was just trying to listen to what they were saying.
Honestly, I don't mind. Whatever you want to do, if you want to do the ICM, whatever, I don't mind. I'm the lowest stack here. I'm the lowest stack.
Okay, so the I'm not going to pick up what they're saying.
I can't make a decision.
Clive has pocket 10s, all in. Melvin obviously is
And
gonna call
Melvin's
them off.
calling, so we have a flip here.
Good luck, boys.
Clive is ahead.
Yeah, a long way ahead.
Oh, just 51.49, Gary.
Yeah,
on
still a
the
long
percentage.
way.
Yeah. I'd like the 2% rather than 2% behind.
If you ask me right now, I'd take the ace queen.
Well, take the 10s now.
I'd still take the ace queen.
He's picked up a straight draw. You may be well. Sure.
Would have been sick, wouldn't it?
It would have been very sick. Flop a set and go running straight.
Dave will be telling everybody that now Clive's a bit doubled up. Well done, Clive.
Yeah, button moves. And Joe is under the gun, so the button should be is on Warren. Small blind will be Melvin. Big blind Joe under the gun. will be the Doc. Melbourne took 2 knocks there. He took a knock against Doc, and now he's taken another one against Clive. He was our chip leader the whole way. He's got a whole lot of 5,000s there. Right, so Doc under the gun, 6-5. Doc is still our chip leader. Round to Dave with ace-4 in the hijack. Into the muck. Clive, queen 4 off. Got 380,000 now, Gary. Has risen once again.
I told you.
He has risen several times.
I told you.
So Warren has gone all in. He's not worried about the ICM consideration. He's still playing the game. Which was the right thing to do. Ace-2
Warren's just
suited.
getting stuck in.
He made a good call with the king-8 and he's put it in with the ace-2 from the button, saying, I'm not just folding here with the ICM consideration, I'm playing the game.
I actually think Warren's played very well at this table, to be honest.
I'm admiring that, Gary.
Yeah, he's played very, very well. You know, above expectations. No disrespect to Warren. I don't want to punch in the face. But he has played above expectation. His game matured nicely.
Yeah, he's playing well.
He's not got involved in any of the chirp or negotiations. Just kept his head down and played his game. And well done.
Yeah.
Changes very quickly. Changes very quickly. Clive was down. That's poker.
So Dave to be under the gun with the queen 10 off.
He'll fold this.
From early position in the muck. Clive with the ace-2 suited in the hijack.
Clive will play this.
Fancy a raise 55, Gary?
I reckon somewhere around there. Well done. Good call.
It's all your coaching over the week, Gary.
Well, bet size is an easy science.
Oh, look at this. Joe, Bruce all in.
And Clive's got to call 151 off. I think he might fold here.
Yeah, he's going to fold. It's got a weak ace. And Joe says, why do you fold now? Clive.
Oh, Joe, give me a grand, I'll show you.
Clive says not interested.
Local time, just keeping abreast of what's going on, is 22:37. We will stop at 22:45.
8 minutes to run.
Unfortunately, and I just say that with my hand on my heart, our stream will run to death for 30 minutes afterwards. Our last report will be whatever's going to happen at the table, and you'll have to read social media if we don't get a result. Because as soon as we say anything on the stream, we have to start a half an hour delay again. And we also have to get back to our abodes for the evening.
Yeah, we also have the curfew to take into account. Clive's all in with the ace-king here. He's not messing around with raising at this point now with the time running out. He's going to put it in, see all 5 cards, take the blinds down. Plus, for ICM, he's moving up now quickly. Take down the blinds.
Of course, anything.
Yeah, smart move by Clive. Ace-7 for Dave. He's going to fold that. He's not calling his tournament life. Shows. Clive shows him the ace-king. Right, so Clive has a little gain there. So the Doc on 440, Clive on 375, Joe on 301.
Joe has risen up there.
Warren has risen nicely, 262. Dave De Beer, 207. Melvin, who was our chip leader all the way till he took 2 big knocks down to 143,000, Gary.
Unbelievable. It looks like he's got more there, to be honest, but who knows?
He's only got a few blacks, a few reds, and I think a lot of the 1,000 chips.
Are they 1,000s, are they?
Yeah, the yellow ones, all the 1,000s.
So that's 20, 40, 60, 70, 80, 91.
Ace queen now and then.
He's got like 130. Warren should be making a move here, but he's under the gun, so
Under the gun,
Probably
Queen Jack
protect the
suited.
stack.
He'll
Yeah.
fold that now.
take the stack.
8-4
Melvin
for
and
Melbourne.
folds.
Can't do anything with 143,000. Folded around Doc. has got King 10
Yeah,
on
you've
the
got to put a
button.
bet in it. Get through the plants. Take it, he
Folds.
says.
And
Gets a
Clive is
walk.
given a walk.
More chips, more money.
Yep. As it's going up.
7 cents for every single rand chip you have.
440,000 now to Doc. Clive creeping up there to the 400,000 mark.
Local time 22:39. 6 minutes to run on the tournament.
Melvin's all in with ace 2 under the gun. Joe in the hijack with king 10.
Worth a call, but
He's got a lot of players behind him.
yep,
On the fold.
what's even go?
Doc's looking at it. He's got jack 4 off. He hasn't looked at his cards yet.
Dave should be
David
calling,
king queen.
but he won't be. He'll be worried about losing chips for the ICM. So
Yeah, I think
he
he's
should
going
be
to snap
calling.
fold it. It's on the button.
tick tock.
Folds. Clive with ace 8
Oh,
suited.
cool.
Ordinarily, I would say
Clive's giving Melvin the option. He says, whatever you ask, I'll do. Melvin says, fold. Clive folds.
Oh, well.
Warren can't call with the 9-3 off.
Show me that. I want to take you out. Show me that one. Show me it. I will not take you out. See you now.
Clive chastising
Just showed an ace.
Melvin there.
The second one was obviously a two.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of people watching online, so we're so sorry that this is not going to be concluded in the orthodox fashion. I mean, evidently we've got like 3.5 minutes to run, and we'll be going off stream, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think a lot of family, friends, supporters of, and of just of poker in general watching.
Yeah,
Gary.
and you know, we'd love to bring you all of this, really, but we have a curfew here. It's an absolute. There is no negotiation on timings. And we're under instructions and contracted, so we have to stop at 1:45.
Right now.
A lot of chat at the table, Gary.
And some people will say, why don't you just leave the table mic on and do this and do that? We have to switch off the stream and let it run for 30 minutes. And
Yeah.
then this team have to go to their lodgings.
And the casino has a cut-off time. Everybody has to be out by a certain time.
Yeah, for sure. 11 o'clock.
Under the gun, Joe, Queen 7. Folds. Dock 3-2 into the muck. Dave, Jack 8 cut off. That'll end up in the muck. Clive on the button. 9-8 folds. Warren 5-4 in the small. He looks across at Melvin. Just gives him a walk. Melvin at 4-3. Yeah, you see now with the ICM consideration, nobody wants to get involved in anything, Gary.
Absolutely. We have got 2 minutes to run on this event.
Gentlemen, probably going to be the last. And
Unbelievably, the blinds are going to go up next hand.
So now, Gary, you were part of the negotiations. They're doing ICM for the money, obviously, but what is happening with the trophy? Will that
I
go
am making the assumption that the top ICM player will be awarded it.
like
I have no idea other than that. And once again, please do not take my word for it. This is a Monster Jam decision. This is Cardstream giving you the pictures, and we're trying to give you the best of that information available. Unfortunately, we're unable to give you a resolution as to what they're going to resolve it.
I'm sure it'll be posted on their Facebook page tomorrow.
Also, because I looked up and I saw I've got 2 more big blinds before it's me. So Joe's big.
Okay, that was a misdeal, and I think they got one hand to play.
So this is the last hand. Any bets on not getting folded all the way around, Gary?
Just depends on who's got what.
Doc's already folded, Dave's folding. Clive. We haven't seen his cards.
So we can't tell.
Folds, Warren, pocket eights.
Bang it in, was it? Bang it in.
Yeah, because of that, you see the ICM folds. Melvin, all in.
And Melvin's not scared.
No, he's not scared. Pick up those last few chips, ICM up a little. Joe sitting down. He's not calling that with 9-7 off. And if Warren had have shoved, he would have put it through. But the ICM consideration, he just didn't want to chance it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the last hand. We are going to switch off the table mic and the stream. We're so sorry we can't bring a conclusion. Watch social media. Big thanks to all the tech guys here, Bradley, Jake and Hugo, for a fantastic job. Thanks Mark for being the co-pilot. Good work this week. Thank you for your insight and all your experience. And before we sign off, thank you to my wife who's been feeding me and looking after me as well. So any last words before we go?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you and Monster Jam, Gary, and Cardstream, and particularly yourself and Cole, and for being a wonderful captain. Somebody has to captain and keep the ship in shape, so thank you for that, and I appreciate spending the time with you.
All good work, buddy, and we appreciate you too. So this is the Cardstream team signing off from Carnival City here in the beautiful East Rand, and we'll see you on the next run around. Good night.
Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle of humankind. Aquavita mineral water. Get more out of life. Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle